Chapter 1. Quantico, Virginia. 3:59 p.m. Temperature 95 degrees. The air was thick enough to choke on. Even the pavement seemed to sizzle under the relentless Virginia sun. "I swear this heat could melt steel," Alyssa Sampson groaned, fanning herself with a limp hand. "Forget cacti, this is the kind of weather that wiped out entire species. I bet the dinosaurs were sweating like this right before the asteroid hit." Silence. She tugged at her stiff polyester suit, a relic from the 70s that clung to her like a second skin. "Tell me the truth," she pressed, desperate for distraction. "Does this orange make me look like a traffic cone?" Kimberly Quincy, her partner, barely glanced up. "I wouldn't say that." "Because I could have sworn purple plaid was worse," Alyssa shot back. Kimberly smirked. "Fair point." The inside of their unmarked sedan was a sauna. 95 degrees outside, probably 110 in here. Alyssa's suit was soaked through, dark stains spreading under her arms. Kimberly's own plaid monstrosity reeked of mothballs and regret. The street outside was dead, no movement at the pool hall, the pawn shop, or the dingy deli. Time crawled like the sweat rolling down Kimberly's temple. Above her, an M16 was secured to the roof, ready for action. "You know what they don't mention in those retro fashion documentaries?" Alyssa muttered. "Polyester is basically a sweat trap. Are we doing this or just baking to death?" Alyssa was wound tighter than a spring. A forensic accountant by training, she thrived behind a spreadsheet, not behind a steering wheel in a stakeout. This wasn't her comfort zone. Any minute now, a black SUV carrying a 210-pound arms dealer was supposed to roll by. Their team, 5 agents total, had orders to intercept. Phil Lehane, the ex-NYPD hard-ass, was running point. Tom Squire and Peter Vince were in the first backup car. Alyssa and Kimberly were second string, rifles at the ready. They'd rehearsed this, but during the dry run, Alyssa had face-planted getting out of the car. Her lip was still swollen, a faint smear of blood at the corner of her mouth. Now her nerves were eating her alive. "He was supposed to be here at 4, she fretted. "It's 10 after, he's not coming." "People get delayed," Kimberly said flatly. "Or they're screwing with us. Aren't you dying in this heat?" Kimberly finally turned, her expression sharp. "He'll show when he shows. Stop talking." Alyssa's jaw clenched. For a second, something flashed in her eyes, anger, maybe hurt. They were supposed to have each other's backs in this boys' club, but Kimberly had zero patience for chatter. She turned back to the street, simmering. Then the radio crackled. Phil's voice cut through the static. "Vehicle A, target S on the move, entering his vehicle. Vehicle B ready." "Ready," Kimberly answered. "Vehicle C." Alyssa grabbed the receiver, relief flooding her voice. "Ready, locked and loaded." "Count it down, 1-2 now." The first siren shattered the thick, oppressive air of the street, and despite knowing it was coming, Kimberly jerked in her seat. "Relax," Alyssa muttered, firing up the Bucar's engine. A wave of scorching air blasted from the vents, but neither of them cared. Adrenaline had already taken over. Kimberly grabbed her rifle, finger resting near the trigger. Alyssa's foot hovered over the gas pedal, muscles coiled. The wailing sirens grew louder. Almost time. "FBI, pull over now?" Lehane's voice crackled through a bullhorn 2 blocks away, herding their suspect toward their position. Their target had a reputation for armored luxury cars and a love for heavy firepower. The plan was simple: catch him off guard during a routine errand before he could reach for anything deadly. Simple in theory anyway. "Stop the vehicle," Lehane barked again. But their suspect wasn't in the mood to cooperate. Instead of brakes, the roar of an engine answered. Alyssa's foot pressed harder against the gas. "Suspect S passing the cinema, heading for the drugstore," Lehane's voice snapped over the radio. "Get set, go." Alyssa stomped the accelerator, and the Bucar lurched forward into the empty street. A sleek black shadow materialized to their left. Alyssa slammed the brakes, spinning the car sideways until they were angled across the road. Another car slid into place on their right, sealing off the escape route. Kimberly had a perfect view now, a gleaming silver Mercedes grille barreling toward them, the three-pointed star shining like a taunt. She shoved the door open, shrugged off her seatbelt, and raised her rifle, sighting the front tire. Her finger tensed. At the last second, brakes shrieked. The stench of burnt rubber filled the air as the Mercedes skidded to a halt just yards away. FBI, hands on your head now? Lehine's voice was pure command as his car screeched in behind the Mercedes. He kicked his door open, pistol braced in the gap between window and frame, sights locked on the driver. No bullhorn now, just raw authority. Driver left hand, lower all windows. The sedan sat motionless. No movement, no response. Bad sign. Kimberly adjusted her grip, sweat trickling down her temple. She kept her body tucked inside the car, exposed limbs were easy targets. Driver hands up, Lehine repeated. Finally, the driver's window slid down. Daylight spilled in, framing the silhouette of a man with his hands raised. Kimberly exhaled slightly but didn't lower her weapon. Left hand, remove the key from the ignition. Lehine was playing the odds. Most people were right-handed, so keeping that hand visible was critical. Next would come the slow, deliberate steps. Drop the key, open the door, step out with hands high. A full turn to check for weapons. If he had a jacket, they'd make him show what was underneath. Every move calculated, every second tense. Because in their line of work, hesitation got people killed. The suspect was supposed to follow standard arrest protocol, hands on his head, turning slowly before dropping to his knees with ankles crossed. That's when the officers would move in. But this driver clearly hadn't read the manual. His hands stayed up, though he didn't go for the ignition either. Over the radio, Lehine's voice cut through the tension. "Quincy?" Kimberly squinted through her rifle scope. Driver, S visible, but the passenger side's a mystery. Tinted glass is too dark. From vehicle B, Tom Squire chimed in, might be someone in the backseat. Hard to confirm with these windows. Lehine's command boomed again, firmer this time. Driver, left hand only, remove the key. The car gave an odd shudder, rocking slightly. Were they moving inside? This is the FBI, key out now. Beside Kimberly, Alyssa was a mess, sweat dripping, Glock trembling in her grip. Half her seatbelt still tangled around her arm. "Driver," she muttered, voice tight. Then finally the driver's hand moved. Alyssa exhaled. And then chaos erupted. Gun, backseat. Kimberly barely got the warning out before shots rang out. Red splattered their windshield. She hit the ground, rolling behind the car door, returning fire over the window frame. "Reloading rifle," she shouted into the radio. Vince echoed, "Handgun reloading." "Taking fire from the right," someone yelled. "Alyssa, cover us." Kimberly turned, just in time to see her partner wasn't there. She lunged across the seats. Alyssa lay sprawled on the pavement, her bright orange suit now stained dark. "Agent down," Kimberly screamed. Another shot kicked asphalt near Alyssa's leg. "Damn it, that hurts," Alyssa groaned. Lehine's voice roared over the radio. "Where are those rifles?" The Mercedes doors swung open, gunfire lighting up the scene in bursts of color. Yeah, this was officially FUBAR. Kimberly scrambled back into position, rifle wedged in the door crack. Protocol? Screw protocol. She fired at anything near the sedan. Another shot, her door exploded in purple sparks. She flinched, then popped back up, squeezing off rounds before ducking again. "Quincy, reloading." Her hands shook so badly she botched the magazine release. "Breathe. Focus." Then movement. The black sedan, doors still gaping, was rolling forward. Kimberly fumbled with her radio, nearly dropping it before finally gripping it tight and shouting, "Take out the tires. Now." Whether Squire and Lehine heard her command or acted on instinct, another volley of gunfire erupted, shredding the pavement as the suspect's sedan jerked to a stop mere inches from Kimberly's vehicle. Their eyes locked, hers wide with adrenaline, his flashing panic, before the driver abandoned the car in a frantic scramble. She vaulted from cover to pursue him, only to be met with searing pain as a neon-pink round struck her lower back, sending her sprawling onto the asphalt. New agent Kimberly Quincy stayed down. 15 minutes later, FBI Supervisor Mark Watson surveyed the paint-splattered disaster with a mix of exasperation and dark amusement. "Congratulations, folks, that was a masterclass in how not to handle a vehicle stop," he announced as the 5 trainees limped back to Hogan's Alley's staging area, their egos as bruised as their bodies. 38 classmates watched in silence, some hiding smirks behind their hands. "First blunder," Watson prompted. "Alice's seatbelt," someone called out. "Bingo, unclipped but not cleared, then panic sets in and bam," Watson mimed a shot to the shoulder. Alyssa flushed, muttering about tangled straps, but Watson was already pivoting. "Second screw-up, Kimberly left her partner hanging." His voice sharpened. "You noticed Alyssa was stuck, yet you charged ahead like a rookie cop in a bad action flick. Partners cover each other's blind spots, that's the whole point. Instead, you left her as target practice for the bad guys. And let's not forget your grand finale, abandoning her in the kill zone." Kimberly clenched her jaw. Lehane had been screaming for backup, the gunfire was deafening, excuses piled up, but Watson's glare silenced them. She swallowed a bitter thought, maybe if Alyssa moved faster for once. "Third mistake," Watson barked. "They never secured the suspect's car," another trainee offered. "Exactly, stopped but not controlled." Watson zeroed in on Lehane, who tugged at his oversized brown suit, now splattered with fluorescent paint that clung like a badge of shame. The Academy's bad guys wielded paint guns that stung like hell and left neon evidence of every misstep. Theories abounded about why instructors insisted on this humiliation. Psychological warfare, according to Stephen, the class's resident shrink. Initial response, Lehane. "Tires," Lehane mumbled, cradling his aching ribs. "Better late than never," Watson drawled. Then, with theatrical gravitas, he turned back to Kimberly. "Which brings us to today's grand prize, the deadly deed of the day." The room held its breath. Kimberly locked eyes with him, instantly recognizing the disapproval in his gaze. She squared her shoulders defiantly as the critiques began rolling in. "She left the safety of her car," one voice pointed out. "Dropped her firearm too. Chased down a perp before securing the perimeter," another added. "Stopped laying down suppressive fire. Ended up dead. Maybe she just really missed her partner." Snickers erupted around the room. Kimberly shot a withering look at Whistler, the hulking ex-Marine whose labored breathing earned him his nickname. He just grinned back, still riding high from yesterday's mishap. During a simulated bank heist at Hogan's Bank, he'd aimed for a robber and nailed the terrified teller instead. "Got a little carried away," Kimberly muttered. "You got dead," Watson corrected dryly. "Just permanently horizontal." That earned her another eye roll. Secure the vehicle first, control the scene, then go after the suspect. He'd have vanished by then. But you'd have the car as evidence, his buddies to flip on him, and oh yeah, you'd still be breathing. Basic logic, Kimberly, don't gamble when you've got a sure thing. Watson leveled a final stern glance before addressing the rest of the class. "Listen up. In high-pressure situations, control is everything. That means relying on your training, not your adrenaline. Hogan's Alley isn't just about marksmanship, it's about judgment. Taking a reckless shot during a bank robbery?" He shot Whistler a pointed look. "Bad call, abandoning cover to play hero?" His gaze swung back to Kimberly. "Worse, stick to the drills, stay sharp, that's how you walk away." He checked his watch and clapped his hands. "All right, wrap it up. Hit the showers before that paint stains your ego permanently. And hydrate, this heat isn't playing around." Chapter 2. Quantico, Virginia. 5:22 p.m., 94 degrees F. 20 minutes later, Kimberly finally had the solitude of her cramped Washington Hall dorm. After today's disaster, she'd expected tears. But 9 weeks into the Academy's grueling 16-week program had drained her of even that luxury. Instead, she stood motionless in the middle of the room, naked, studying her reflection with detached curiosity. The shower hissed in the shared bathroom where Lucy, fresh from the obstacle course, was washing off the day's grime. Beyond the thin walls, the distant pop-pop of gunfire and the occasional thump of explosives reminded her that Quantico never slept. Marines drilled nearby, D agents ran ops, and someone somewhere was always firing something. When she'd first arrived in May, stepping off the shuttle into the scent of gunpowder and freshly cut grass, she'd found it oddly comforting. The Academy's unassuming campus, 13 beige brick buildings straight out of the 1970s, looked more like a community college than a federal training ground. Inside, the decor matched: bland blue-gray carpet, sterile white walls, and furniture that screamed government surplus. The Jefferson dorm's wood-trimmed atrium was the sole nod to aesthetics, though even that felt like an afterthought. But none of that mattered now. Right now, all she saw was the exhaustion etched into her own face, and the stubborn resolve that refused to let her quit the sprawling FBI Academy campus in Quantico, Virginia, felt more like an elaborate nature preserve than a training facility. Floor-to-ceiling glass walkways snaked between buildings, offering panoramic views of manicured lawns and dense woodlands. Trainees could watch rabbits dart across the quad or spot deer watching them from the tree line at twilight. During her third week, Kimberly was admiring a blooming dogwood through one of these transparent corridors when a massive black snake tumbled from its branches onto the flagstones below. To her credit, she didn't scream, though the ex-Navy SEAL beside her certainly did, much to everyone's amusement. The instructors probably would have been disappointed if someone hadn't reacted. By this point in training, they'd all yelped at something. Now standing before her dorm mirror, Kimberly surveyed the battlefield of her body. A violent purple bloomed across her right shoulder while sickly yellows and greens mottled her left thigh. Her ribs ached beneath their bruises, both shins were striped with black and blue, and the right side of her face, courtesy of yesterday's shotgun recoil, resembled ground beef. She turned to examine the fresh bruise flowering on her lower back, a perfect complement to the angry matte burn climbing her right thigh. 9 weeks ago, she'd marched through those glass doors like she owned the place. 115 pounds of lean muscle, a criminology master's degree, and a lifetime around firearms thanks to her FBI agent father. Back then, she'd been all sharp edges and defiance, still burning from 9/11, ready to make every criminal in America regret their life choices. Now, her reflection showed a ghost of that woman. Shadows pooled under her eyes, her cheekbones jutted sharply, and her arms looked too frail to lift the service weapon she'd been handling since age 12. The bruises on her skin mirrored the ones on her soul. The shower cut off with a metallic groan. Lucy would emerge soon. Kimberly pressed her fingertips to the cold glass, tracing the outline of her battered shoulder, and suddenly she was 16 again, staring into her mother's worried face. Elizabeth Quincy's ivory blouse caught the light as she murmured, "I just want you to be happy, if only you weren't so much like your father." Kimberly's hand stayed on the mirror, but she shut her eyes. Some memories remained unbearable even after 6 years. The shower curtain rattled open. She jerked into motion, yanking on standard-issue nylon shorts and a faded blue tee. 6 p.m. dinner time for her classmates. For Kimberly, more training. She'd arrived at Quantico in May 2003 with NAC 305, the 5th new agent class of the year, living the dream she'd nurtured since childhood. But dreams, she was learning, had a way of leaving you bloodied. Kimberly wasn't just excited about her acceptance. She was downright euphoric. The Academy's acceptance rate of 6% made Harvard look generous by comparison, so her emotions had ricocheted between disbelief, exhilaration, and sheer terror. For a full day, she kept the news to herself, savoring it like a stolen moment of triumph. After years of relentless effort, she finally had her golden ticket. She took her acceptance letter to Central Park, sitting on a bench with an unshakable grin as New Yorkers bustled past, oblivious to her quiet victory. When she finally called her father, his measured response, "That's wonderful, Kimberly," sent her into an awkward ramble about how she didn't need anything, how she was completely prepared. She declined his dinner invitation with Rainey Connor, opting instead for something more symbolic. She chopped off her long, honey-blonde hair, trimmed her nails, and drove straight to Arlington National Cemetery. There, surrounded by endless rows of white crosses, she sat in silence, breathing in the scent of freshly cut grass, something few people noticed, but she always had. Arriving at the academy weeks later felt like stepping into an oddly regimented summer camp. The Jefferson dormitory buzzed with nervous energy as supervisors barked names and new recruits clutched their bags, trying to appear unfazed. Kimberly was handed a stack of scratchy linens, a threadbare towel, and a handbook thicker than some of her college textbooks. The rules were endless, the expectations brutal. At the PX, she shelled out $325 for her new uniform, tan cargo pants, a navy polo with the FBI logo, and the all-important lanyard for her ID badge. Lose the badge, and you risked being mistaken for an intruder, or worse, missing out on free cafeteria food. Weekdays meant uniforms from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., after which they could finally dress like civilians, though flip-flops and spaghetti straps were strictly forbidden. The real indignity, though, was the Crayola gun, a bright red plastic stand-in for her actual Glock. Kimberly hated the thing, finding it absurd, but the former accountants and psychologists in her class adored them. They fumbled, dropped, and even accidentally launched them across rooms without consequence. One guy, Gene Ives, managed to smack another trainee in the head with his during an overzealous hand gesture. Yeah, it was probably for the best that not everyone was armed just yet. Kimberly couldn't shake the thought of her missing Glock. The new recruits had just finished hauling their gear, stacks of linens, standard-issue uniforms, and deceptively realistic training pistols, back to their dorm rooms to meet their assigned roommates. Everyone began their training crammed into either Madison or Washington Hall, two to a room with a shared bathroom between pairs. The quarters were tight but efficient, twin beds, compact oak desks, and a single oversized bookshelf. The bathrooms, painted an inexplicably bright blue, offered a narrow sink and a shower stall, no tub in sight. By the fourth week, when every muscle ached and the collective craving for a hot bath became unbearable, a few desperate agents splurged on hotel rooms in nearby Stafford just for the luxury of a soaking tub. No joke. Kimberly's roommate, Lucy Daubers, was a 36-year-old ex-litigator who had traded her upscale Boston apartment for this minimalist setup. The moment she stepped inside on move-in day, she muttered, "What fresh hell is this?" Lucy clearly fantasized about unwinding with a chilled glass of Chardonnay after each grueling day. She also pined for her 5-year-old son, her voice catching whenever she mentioned him. On the bright side, especially for recruits like Kimberly who valued personal space, by week 12, trainees could upgrade to single rooms in Jefferson Dormitory, nicknamed the Hilton. These came with the Holy Grail, a private bathroom, absolute bliss. Assuming you lasted that long. 3 of Kimberly's classmates hadn't. Officially, the FBI Academy had softened its old boot camp brutality, shifting focus to molding recruits rather than breaking them. After all, recruiting top-tier agents wasn't cheap. In practice, the gauntlet started immediately, 2 miles in under 16 minutes, 50 push-ups in 60 seconds, 60 sit-ups without pause, a shuttle run in 24 seconds flat, scaling a 50-foot rope in 45. Trainees pushed through brutal workouts, endured humiliating body fat tests, and prayed to conquer their weakest skill. Whether it was the rope climb, the sprint, or those cursed push-ups, just to survive the 3-phase fitness trials. Then came the classroom grind: white-collar crime, criminal profiling, civil rights violations, counterintelligence, narcotics, organized crime. Hands-on drills in interrogation tactics, arrest procedures, high-speed driving, undercover ops, and digital forensics. Lectures on criminology, constitutional law, forensic science, ethics, and bureau history. Some sessions fascinated, others dragged like a root canal. All of it was tested, 3 times over 16 weeks with an 85% minimum to pass. Fall short once and you got a retake. Fail twice, you were recycled. Such a harmless word like returning a soda can, but in these halls it was the stuff of nightmares. The whispered threat that drove recruits to claw their way over the towering marine obstacle wall, even in week 9, when exhaustion blurred vision and every drill felt impossible. Firearms training should have been Kimberly's edge. She trained with a Glock .40 for a decade, steady hands, sharp aim. But the academy didn't care about static target practice. They demanded combat-ready precision under stress, and suddenly her confidence wavered. The training was relentless. They drilled in every imaginable position, sitting as if caught off guard at a desk, sprinting across open ground, belly crawling through dirt. Night exercises blurred into day, with endless reloads, right-handed shots, left-handed shots until their muscles screamed. Kimberly's first time with an M16 left her exhilarated, but the Remington shotgun nearly knocked her sideways, the recoil slamming into her cheek like a sledgehammer. The MP5 at least had a rhythm to it, a rapid-fire burst that almost felt like fun. Then came Hogan's Alley, where nothing was predictable. The staged scenarios twisted her nerves, turning her once mundane nightmares into technicolor horrors. Classrooms drenched in neon, streets glowing toxic yellow, endless tunnels exploding in violent hues. Some nights she jolted awake, teeth clenched against a scream. Other nights she just lay there, feeling the deep ache in her shoulder, listening to Lucy's quiet breathing in the next bunk. No words were needed. They both understood the unspoken rule: endure in silence. By dawn they were up again. 9 weeks down, 7 to go, no weakness, no mercy, just forward motion. Kimberly clung to that, her strength, her sharp mind, the degrees she'd earned young. She was more than the whispers in the halls, more than the tragedy they all gossiped about. You know who her father is, right? Heard she shot the killer point blank. She ignored the stares, skipped notes in profiling class, and pushed harder. Outside, the heat hit like a wall. She veered toward the shaded PT course, legs already burning. The trees mocked her with their signs: pain, agony, hurt. She gritted her teeth. Yeah, I love it, she panted, forcing herself faster. The old lesson echoed in her steps: keep moving, no matter what. She'd learned it years ago, standing in that Portland hotel with a gun pressed to her head. Some wounds never faded. Meanwhile, in Fredericksburg, the evening sun baked the pavement as Tina Cron stepped out, the apartment's stifling air clinging to her skin. The phone rang, sharp and insistent. Slicing through the heavy silence, Tina let out an exasperated sigh as she turned back toward the kitchen, pressing the phone to her ear with one hand while swiping at the dampness on her neck with the other. The sweltering summer heat had been relentless since Sunday, turning their apartment into a sauna. Even after her shower, her lightweight green sundress clung uncomfortably to her skin, and she could feel beads of sweat tracing a slow path down her chest. She and Betsy had vowed to escape to somewhere, anywhere, with functioning AC, but while her roommate had already made it to the car, Tina was stuck in the doorway, phone in hand. Of course, it had to be her mother calling. "Hey, Ma," Tina said, forcing cheer into her voice as she glanced longingly at the front door, willing Betsy to honk the horn or burst back in to rescue her. No such luck. She shifted her weight, tapping her foot impatiently. Thank goodness her mom was safely back in Minnesota and couldn't see the guilt written all over her face. "Actually, I'm kinda in a rush, heading out right now." "Yeah, I know it's Tuesday. Time zones don't change the days, Ma." The sharp retort on the other end made her wince. Grabbing a napkin from the table, she dabbed at her forehead, grimacing as the thin paper disintegrated instantly. "Of course I have class tomorrow," she muttered, blotting her upper lip. "We're not planning to turn into drunken messes, I swear." The truth was, Tina barely touched alcohol. Her drink of choice was iced tea. But in her mother's mind, college was a den of temptation, full of wayward souls and bad decisions. "We're just trying not to melt," Tina groaned, cutting off another lecture before it could gain momentum. "No, Ma, I didn't mean we're actually going to burst into flames. It's just unbearable in here." Her mother's voice sharpened, launching into the usual interrogation about her work hours, her grades, her non-existent love life. "We broke up, remember?" Tina said, her voice tightening. "I'm fine, really." At least that's what her friends kept telling her. But her mother wasn't done. Men were trouble. She was too young. She needed to focus on school, family, her roots. The guilt trip reached its peak with the inevitable plea: "Why don't you just come home?" Betsy's waiting in the car, Tina blurted, desperate for an exit. Love you, Ma, I'll call soon. The silence on the other end was worse than the nagging. She knew she wouldn't call tomorrow. Maybe by the weekend if she could muster the energy. Her mother sighed. Was she resigned or still upset? It was impossible to tell. Tina's dad had left when she was little and her mom had poured everything into raising her alone. Overbearing? Absolutely. But also relentless, fiercely loving, and determined to give Tina every opportunity she never had. And somehow that made the guilt even heavier. Tina could feel the weight of her mother's worry pressing through the phone, that unspoken fear that no matter what she did, it would never be enough. She held the receiver tighter, her ear damp from the summer heat, and for a split second she almost gave in. But then came that familiar sigh and the impulse faded. Love you, she murmured, the words slipping out softer than she meant. Gotta go, I'll call you later. She hung up before hesitation could take hold, snatched her slouchy canvas tote, and bolted out the door. Betsy was waiting in her cherry-red sob, the top down, her forehead glistening under the relentless sun. She raised an eyebrow as Tina tossed her bag into the back. Your mom again. Yep. And you still didn't. Nope. Chicken. Absolutely. Tina bypassed the door entirely, hoisting herself over the side and flopping into the buttery leather seat. Her legs dangled awkwardly, her ridiculous cork sandals pointing skyward, hot pink toenails flashing. A tiny ladybug tattoo, her little secret, peeked from her ankle. I'm officially a puddle, she groaned, draping her wrist over her forehead like a damsel in distress. Betsy finally cracked a grin and shifted into drive. Supposed to hit triple digits by Friday. Just bury me now, Tina muttered, adjusting the messy knot of her blonde ponytail before clicking her seatbelt. She tried to keep her tone breezy, but the shadows under her eyes betrayed her. 4 weeks of stress had snuffed out their usual sparkle. Betsy reached over, squeezing her hand. Hey, we've got this. Tina turned, gripping back. Buddy system. Always. The sunset blazed across the sky, a riot of amber and rose bleeding into the horizon. To him, it was pure magic, the way the light painted the clouds in streaks of gold and violet before surrendering to darkness. He'd loved these moments since childhood, back when his mother would shepherd him and his brother onto their creaky porch after supper. No talking aloud. Just silence as they leaned on the railing, watching the sun dip behind the mountains. It was her ritual, her quiet prayer. For those fleeting minutes, the tension drained from her face, her lips curving into something almost like peace. Then, just like that, it was over. The sun vanished, her shoulders stiffened, and the lines of worry returned. She'd chew them inside, and they'd tiptoe around, careful not to disturb her. Years later, he finally wondered, what did it say about her life that the only time she seemed at ease was when the day was ending? That her brief happiness came with the dying light? He never got to ask. She was gone before he could. Maybe some questions were better left unanswered. He stepped back into his hotel room, the sterile walls closing in. He'd paid for the night, but he wouldn't stay. Concrete boxes with single-pane windows felt like tombs, and the fact that people willingly slept in these prefab coffins baffled him. America's idea of comfort was just another kind of suffocation. The sterile artificiality of the motel room gnawed at him. The gaudy polyester bedspread, the cheap laminate furniture, the synthetic carpet that probably off-gassed toxic fumes. He could almost feel the manufactured emptiness seeping into his pores, threatening to rewrite his DNA until he'd start yearning for drive-through burgers and reality TV. The idea made his stomach twist. He forced himself to inhale, then immediately regretted it. The air reeked of industrial glue and the sad plastic ferns in the corner. Rubbing his forehead, he grabbed his duffel and moved faster. Only one thing left. Wrapping his hand in a scratchy bathroom towel, he crouched and dragged out the leather briefcase from under the bed. To any casual observer, it looked like a businessman's accessory, the kind stuffed with tax documents and stale granola bars. His wasn't. Inside lay a disassembled tranquilizer gun, 12 ketamine-loaded darts, 550 mg each, prepped at dawn, 2 industrial-strength duct tape rolls, and a paper bag of roofing nails. The glass vial of chloral hydrate glinted beside them, his emergency option still untouched. Then there was the real prize, a Walmart brand water bottle frosted over from its time in the minibar freezer. Ativan degraded fast if it got warm. He pressed the bottle to his cheek. Still icy. Good. Nerves prickled his skin. It had been too long since his last job, and lately his mind played cruel tricks, childhood memories sharp as broken glass, while yesterday blurred like a smudged fingerprint. Had he bought the saltines and gallon jugs at Walmart or Kmart? The receipt was ash now, at least. His father's voice growled in his skull, "Weakness gets you killed. Only idiots forget." He exhaled through his teeth. The flames flickered at the edges of his vision, but he shoved them down. Not yet. Duffel, briefcase. Van stocked and waiting, every surface wiped clean with ammonia. One final item remained, hidden under a sun-bleached sheet in the corner, a small, silent aquarium. The water inside was very, very cold. The man adjusted the straps of his duffel bag and briefcase before carefully lifting the bulky glass aquarium. A faint, unsettling sound echoed from within its murky yellow water. "Easy now," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Patience, my dear, your time will come." Stepping out into the oppressive evening air, the crimson sky seemed to press down on him as fragmented images flashed through his mind. Blonde hair, bound wrists, the glint of teeth. After loading everything into his van, he slid behind the wheel, then paused to check his breast pocket. The visitor badge was still there, its plain blue surface belying the far more intriguing message on the back, property of the FBI. He fastened it to his collar as darkness swallowed the last traces of twilight. "Time's running out," he muttered before pulling onto the road. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit Virginia bar, GBI Special Agent Mac McCormack wiped sweat from his brow while his companion, Jenny, a sharp-eyed redhead with a no-nonsense attitude, studied him over her cigarette. "You're jumpier than a cat in a room full of rocking chairs," she remarked, her Texan drawl cutting through the noisy crowd. Mac shrugged. "Blame the heat. Even a Georgia boy has his limits." Jenny smirked, crushing her cigarette into the ashtray. "Sugar, you've been here since birth. You ain't going nowhere." "Spoken like a true Texan," Mac shot back, though his attention kept drifting to the door, scanning for familiar faces or worse, potential threats. "Earth to Mac," Jenny teased, snapping her fingers. "You're worse than a distracted puppy today." He forced a grin. "Sorry, long day." "Let me guess, your meeting was a disaster." Mac blinked. "How'd you—" "Cop instincts, darlin'. Just 'cause I look good do mean I miss much." The bar buzzed around them, packed with off-duty officers and Quantico trainees seeking refuge from the sweltering night. Normally, they'd unwind at the boardroom, swapping stories until dawn, but tonight, even hardened law enforcement couldn't take the stifling air. The heat wave had settled in days ago, and rumors swirled it would only get worse. Mac exhaled, rubbing his temples. Some nights the job followed you home. Whether you wanted it to or not, stepping outside felt like wading through a swamp, the kind of humidity that clung to your skin the second you left the door. Within minutes, your shirt was soaked, and your shorts might as well have been painted on. Even indoors offered little relief, with the Academy's ancient AC wheezing like an asthmatic dragon, barely managing to drop the temperature below 90. By 6, most folks had bolted from Quantico, eager for any escape. Jenny and Mac weren't far behind. They'd hit it off during their first week of training 8 weeks ago now. "Southerners gotta stick together," Jenny had joked, eyeing his shoulders more than his face. Mac just smirked. At 36, he knew the drill, tall, dark-haired, with the kind of sun-baked complexion that came from years of outdoor chaos. Hunting, fishing, hiking, you name it, he'd done it, usually with his sister and a pack of cousins in tow. Growing up in Georgia meant learning life's lessons the hard way, and the McCormacks had a PhD in trouble. The upside? A build that turned heads, something he endured with mock solemnity. His mother, however, wasn't amused. "You're too fond of women," she'd scold, dreaming of grandkids. Maybe one day. Right now, though, his job owned him. His attention snapped back to the bar's entrance as a group of young women walked in, laughing. The sound grated. Would they leave smiling? Together? Alone? The uncertainty gnawed at him. You need to relax, Jenny said, blowing smoke. Relax what? Whatever's got you scowling like a thundercloud. Mac dragged his gaze from the door, spinning his beer bottle absently. Ever had a case that burrows under your skin, the kind that follows you into your dreams? She crushed her cigarette, fishing for another. Sugar, I wouldn't know a thing about that. He lit her next one, watching her blue eyes flicker in the flame. Liar. She exhaled sharply. Fine, spill it. Meeting got cancelled. Dr. Annunzio's too busy with terrorism threats. Ah, budget wars, she mused. 7 dead girls, Jenny, 7, but because some psycho isn't waving a flag they don't rate. His voice turned bitter. BSU's got 1 linguist and my case, just letters to the editor, no glory in that. You're not here for glory. No, he admitted, the weight settling in. But without Annunzio's input, I'm walking back empty-handed, and that's a problem. For the first time all night, the humor left his face. Mac leaned against the bar, swirling his drink. You think I haven't tried everyone in the BSU? I've practically begged for help from anyone who'd stop long enough to hear me out. Pride's got nothing to do with it. I just want this guy caught. Jenny exhaled a slow stream of smoke, studying him. Ever thought about going solo? Tried that already, led us straight into a dead end. Mac wasn't fooled by her easygoing demeanor. Jenny might look like she belonged on a magazine cover, but she was a sheriff who ran a tight ship in Texas. No small feat in a state where women were still expected to wave pom-poms or wear tiaras. She was sharp, seasoned, and no stranger to cases that kept detectives up at night. With the temperature climbing by the minute, Mac would take whatever wisdom she had to offer. 3 years is a long time for a predator like this, she mused. Could be he's rotting in a cell on some unrelated charge. Happens more than you'd think. Mac shrugged, maybe. His tone said he wasn't buying it. Jenny smirked, or maybe the bastard's pushing daisies. Praise Jesus, Mac deadpanned, though his heart wasn't in it. 6 months ago, he might have clung to that hope. Violent men usually met violent ends, saved the taxpayers a trial at least. But then that letter arrived, flipping his world upside down. One piece of mail had reignited a cold case, turning a sluggish investigation into a full-blown manhunt overnight. He couldn't share that with Jenny, though. Some details were need to know, like why he was really hunting down Dr. Annunzio, or why he'd suddenly appeared in Virginia. His beeper buzzed against his hip, sending a chill down his spine. Atlanta area code. The rest of the numbers made his stomach drop. I'm out, he said, standing abruptly. Jenny arched a brow. She that pretty? Wish I were that lucky. He tossed cash on the table, enough for both their tabs, then hesitated. You got a ride? The question came out harsher than he meant. Jenny's smile didn't reach her eyes. Sugar, no man's irreplaceable. You wound me. Not even close. Mac was already halfway to the door. The humid Virginia night hit him like a slap, wiping the smirk off his face. His playful expression hardened into something darker. 4 weeks since the last call, he'd almost convinced himself it was over. GBI agent Mac McCormack flipped open his phone, fingers flying over the keys. The line connected instantly. You're slacking, a distorted voice taunted. Impossible to tell if it was male, female, or a cartoon character. I'm here, aren't I? Mac scanned the empty parking lot, tension coiling in his shoulders. The caller id always said Atlanta, but lately he doubted that. A burner phone with a Georgia number could ping from anywhere. He's closer than you think. Then cut the cryptic crap and give me something real. Mac pivoted, searching the shadows. Nothing. I already sent you the truth. You sent me a puzzle. I work with facts, not games. The voice dropped lower. You work with death. And you're not exactly winning any awards. 6 months of this dance, time to put your cards on the table. What do you want? Silence stretched between them. Mac clenched his phone tighter, the plastic casing digging into his palm as he strained to hear any hint of movement on the other end of the line. For a second, he thought he'd gotten through. Maybe guilt had finally cracked the caller's resolve. But then the silence stretched, thick and suffocating, and he knew he'd only pushed them further away. His pulse hammered in his throat. This wasn't just another dead end, it was a ticking clock. 6 months ago, the first clue had arrived. Not even a proper letter, just a torn scrap from the Virginian pilot, a single paragraph screaming about dying planets and weeping rivers. The same frantic, poetic doom as the notes from 3 years back. Now the nightmare was back and Mac's team was scrambling blind. The voice on the line taunted him, sing-song and mocking. "It's getting hot." Mac spun in the empty parking lot, sweat trickling down his neck. "Cut the cryptic crap," he snapped. "Give me a name, and I'll make sure no one else gets hurt." The caller's laugh was brittle. He doesn't want to hurt them, but he can't stop. Mac's jaw tightened. 7 girls were dead, 7 families shattered, and this psycho was playing games. "You think this is funny?" he growled. "You call me, dangle scraps, then vanish, help me end this before another kid disappears." The line went dead. Mac swore, redialing until his thumb ached, but the ringing just echoed into the void. The rental car's interior was an oven when he finally slumped inside, the leather seat searing through his shirt. He slammed his forehead against the steering wheel, once, twice, like pain could knock loose an answer. Tomorrow he'd brief Atlanta. More reports, more theories, more waiting. But waiting meant bodies. Waiting meant another Nora Ray Watts, another family crumpling on the tarmac when they realized only one daughter had come home. The memory hit like a gut punch. Nora's smile fading as she scanned the crowd, her voice breaking when she asked for her sister. The way she'd curled into herself on the asphalt, as if she could fold small enough to escape the truth. Now the heat was rising again. The letters were back, and somewhere out there, a monster was picking his next victim. Mac exhaled, staring at the dashboard clock. 10:34 p.m., too late for warnings, too late for luck. Somewhere in Fredericksburg, a killer was laughing. The heat was unbearable, 89 degrees and sticky, the kind of night where the air felt like a damp blanket. Tina leaned in close, her lips nearly brushing Betsy's ear. "I'm ready," she yelled over the deafening roar of the bar. The tiny dive outside Fredericksburg was packed wall-to-wall with rowdy college kids, leather-clad bikers, and a twangy country band blasting through crackling speakers. Even midweek, the place was a madhouse, the bass thumping so hard Tina swore the walls were vibrating. "I said I'm ready," she tried again, louder this time. Betsy finally turned, her brows knitting in confusion. "What?" she shouted back. "Time to go home," Tina practically screamed. "Bathroom? Home." Betsy's expression shifted as she took in Tina's flushed face, the way her blonde hair clung to her neck in sweaty strands. "You okay?" she asked, concern flickering in her eyes. "Hot," Tina gasped. "No kidding," Betsy muttered. "Not feeling great," Tina admitted, though that was an understatement. Her stomach churned, her breath coming in shallow gasps like the air was too thick to swallow. The room spun, and she clenched her fists, willing herself not to lose it right there in the crowd. Betsy disappeared into the sea of bodies to round up Vive and Karen while Tina slumped against the wall, eyes squeezed shut. "Don't puke, don't puke, don't puke." 15 minutes later, they stumbled into the blessedly quiet parking lot. Tina pressed a clammy hand to her forehead, burning. "You gonna make it?" Betsy asked, her voice jarringly loud after the bar's chaos. Tina groaned. "I don't know." "Listen," Betsy said, deadly serious. "If you're gonna blow, give me a heads up. I'll hold your hair, but my car is a no-puke zone." Tina managed a weak smile. "Thanks." Karen offered to grab club soda, but Tina just shook her head. "Just wanna go home," she mumbled, collapsing into Betsy's sob. The second her head hit the seat, the world faded, but the reprieve didn't last. A sudden jolt snapped her awake, the car swerved violently. "What the?" Tina grabbed the dashboard as Betsy cursed. "Flat tire," she growled. Another lurch and Tina's stomach revolted. "Pull over now." The car barely stopped before Tina was out, sprinting into the woods. She barely made it before everything came up: the cranberry vodka, the pasta, probably her lunch from third grade. Knees in the dirt, she dry-heaved, tears or sweat dripping down her face. This is it. I'm dying. Mom was right, I should have stayed home. Eventually, the storm passed. She staggered up, wiping her mouth, craving an ice-cold shower. But they were stranded in the middle of nowhere, the only sound the chirping of crickets, until she heard something else. Something not Betsy, not the car, something. Wrong, the sound wasn't the usual chatter of women enjoying a night out. It was sharp, clipped, almost mechanical, like the bolt of a rifle snapping into place. Tina froze, her body tensing as she turned toward the road. The thick, muggy air pressed in around her, and suddenly she knew she wasn't alone. Kimberly, an FBI trainee with a sharp eye for danger, hadn't heard a thing. That was the irony, trained to anticipate threats, hyper-aware of every shadow, yet completely oblivious this time. She stood isolated at the Academy's sprawling outdoor range, swallowed by the vast darkness of the 385-acre training grounds. The only light came from the dim glow of her maglite, barely cutting through the oppressive black. In her hands, she gripped an unloaded shotgun, her muscles trembling from exhaustion. It was past midnight. The other recruits, new agents, Marines, even the National Academy students, had turned in hours ago. The floodlights were off, leaving only the skeletal outlines of towering steel barriers meant to contain stray bullets. Beyond them, the dense tree line loomed like a wall between her and safety. No rustling leaves, no distant hum of civilization. Just the suffocating stillness of a night too heavy for even the wildlife to stir. She was running on fumes. Hours of drills, weightlifting, studying and gulping down enough water and protein bars to fuel a small army had left her shaky. Still, she forced herself through the motions, shouldering the shotgun, planting her feet, leaning into the imaginary recoil. Over and over. Muscle memory was the goal. If she drilled it enough, maybe she'd stop flinching during live-fire tests. Maybe she'd stop bruising her shoulder or nearly knocking herself out with the stock. Then, just as she overbalanced on another practice shot, a voice cut through the dark. "You shouldn't be out here alone." Instinct took over. She spun, swinging the shotgun like a bat at the shadowy figure before bolting. A curse, a thud, she didn't stick around to see the damage. The academy was too far, the woods too close. Bad move. She needed to pivot toward the buildings, toward lights and people, but the footsteps behind her were already closing in. Her lungs burned, her legs threatened to give out, but fear was one hell of a motivator. She focused on the rhythm of his steps, matching them to her own ragged breathing. 1, 2. A hand grabbed for her wrist. She pivoted hard, letting him stumble past before launching herself toward the distant glow of the compound. "Damn it," he snarled. The sound of his frustration sent a fierce grin spreading across her face. Then she was running again, heart hammering. Was this what her mother had felt in those final moments? The articles she dug up from the Philadelphia Inquirer had spared no details. Her mother had fought, and Kimberly would to the headlines screamed, "Mansion of Madness" in bold letters, detailing the grisly crime scene where blood painted every room. Did her mother understand the killer had already taken Mandy? Had she sensed Kimberly would be next? Or in those final moments did she recognize the primal instinct beneath her designer clothes, that even the most refined creatures fight like cornered rats when death comes knocking? The footsteps grew louder as Kimberly realized the exit lights were impossibly far. Oddly calm, she acknowledged her grim reality. No stunt doubles, no blanks in the guns, just raw survival. She synced her breathing to his approach. Then, as his shadow engulfed her, she hit the deck like a combat veteran. The dim light caught his stunned expression as he tripped over her outstretched leg. Before he could react, she'd pinned him, her survival knife glinting at his jugular. "Identify yourself," she demanded. His sudden laughter infuriated her, until a wheezing southern drawl admitted, "Darlin', if my sister hears I got bested by a lady." Meanwhile, Tina's unease spiked when Betsy vanished without a trace. No car doors, no crickets, just suffocating silence. Then a snapped twig. A man in a bafflingly thick turtleneck raised his rifle, and Tina's legs moved before her brain could. Back with Kimberly, the stranger finally sobered up. Special Agent McCormack, Mac to friends. Her stomach dropped. Had she just assaulted law enforcement? GBI, sweetheart, we borrow FBI titles 'cause we're sentimental. Her knife trembled as he casually adjusted beneath her. Why the blade? He asked, as if discussing the weather. They confiscated my sidearm, she muttered. His approving nod made her want to scream. New academy recruit, obviously, she sneered. He just grinned. Knife still at my throat, ma'am. Stop calling me ma'am. The absurdity hit her. Here she was, straddling a smirking cop in the middle of a crime scene, arguing like they were at a damn barbecue. Mind if I ask something personal? His eyes traveled over her workout clothes, the snug nylon shorts and damp blue tee clinging to her frame. She could practically feel his gaze tracing the outline of the knife she'd strapped to her inner thigh. Where exactly do you keep your weapon? Her cheeks burned. Excuse me. The blade pressed harder against his neck as she snapped. Why were you chasing me, and why the hell did you run? When he just smirked, she switched tactics. What's your business out here? Saw a light, figured I'd check it out. Great, two paranoids in a field. Seems that way, ma'am. Though I draw the line at sweating through my shirt. What's your excuse? I don't owe you one. Fair, you're the one holding the knife. Silence stretched. New agent Kimberly Quincy suddenly realized the absurdity. Her first takedown was some higher-ranking Fed who now lounged beneath her blade like they were picnicking. Exhaustion hit like a truck. Her muscles gave out, dumping her into the grass beside him. Rough shift, he drawled, not bothering to move. Rough existence, she muttered, instantly regretting the vulnerability. But Special Agent McCormack just laced his hands behind his head, staring at the stars. Kimberly followed his gaze. The sky was stupidly perfect, crystalline, romantic. Normal girls probably strolled through nights like this, flirting with boyfriends, not her. She stole a glance at him, big guy, over 6 feet, built like he lived at the gym. Dark hair, sun-browned skin, she'd actually outmaneuvered him. Pride flickered through the fatigue. You scared the hell out of me, she admitted. Not my best move, he conceded. Nighttime lurking's a bad habit. Damn right. How far into training are you? Started in June, you. 9 weeks down, 7 to go. You'll survive, he said. How do you know? You outran me, and sweetheart, most pretty things I chase don't. Bullshit, she spat. His laugh rumbled like a contented predator. She decided she hated him, or maybe just envied his ease. The heat pressed down, thick and suffocating. You said you hate the heat, she pointed out. Yes, ma'am, a pause. Then he turned, voice dropping, heat kills. The shift jarred her. Branches clawed at her face in the sudden memory, shrubs snagging her ankles, humid air scorching her lungs as she'd crashed through the dark. No footsteps behind her, just silence. That was the worst part. Where was Betsy? The thought sliced deeper than any blade. The night had grown late, and in her panic she'd veered off the road, stumbling downhill without thinking. Now, as the shadows swallowed her whole, she knew she'd made a terrible mistake. No one would find her here. No rescue, no refuge. Maybe if she pushed harder, moved faster, she was strong after all. She could scale a tree, vanish into the branches. Or maybe she'd stumble upon a hidden ravine, tucking herself into the earth like a frightened animal. For a wild second, she even imagined swinging from a vine, escaping like some cartoon hero. Anything but this. Reality crashed back when her shins slammed into a fallen log, an ancient thing, rotted and forgotten. The pain ripped through her, and she barely stifled a scream as she tumbled forward. Thorns tore at her palms, and the impact of the hard ground knocked the air from her lungs. Behind her, the steady crunch of footsteps, deliberate, unhurried. Was this how death came, strolling through the woods like it had all the time in the world? Tina clutched her throbbing leg, forcing herself up despite her screaming lungs. Then a whisper in the dark, a sharp sting in her thigh. She glanced down, spotting the feathered dart. What the? She willed her legs to move, her mind screaming at her body to run. But her muscles melted, warmth flooding her veins, dragging her under. The fear slipped away. Her pulse slowed. The world spun, the trees blurring into nothing. Drugged, she realized dimly, I'm done for. The last thing she saw was his face, calm and patient, looming over her. Please, she slurred, hands curling protectively over her stomach. Don't, I'm pregnant. He didn't answer, just hoisted her limp body over his shoulder and carried her into the night. Nora Ray Watts dreamed in colors, soft blues, pinks, purples. The air was warm velvet, the stars glittering like scattered diamonds. She spun, laughing, her old dog Mumphrey weaving around her ankles. Even her weary parents smiled, but someone was missing, her sister. Then the door appeared, dark and yawning, pulling her in. She stepped forward without fear. She'd walked this path before. Some nights she chased sleep just to find it again. The shadows swallowed her. And then her mother's hand shook her awake. You were dreaming, her mother murmured in the dim room. I saw Mary Lynn, Nora Ray mumbled. She wasn't alone, her mother sighed. Let her go, sweetheart, it's just the heat talking. Chapter 6. Quantico, Virginia. 7:03 a.m. 83 degrees. Get up. No. Kimberly, it's 7. Not happening. The voice finally faded. Thank God. Kimberly sank back into the sweet oblivion of her pillow. Then ice water exploded across her face. She shot upright, gasping, wiping furiously at her eyes. Lucy stood there, empty pitcher in hand, utterly unapologetic. I raised a 5-year-old, she said flatly. You're not winning this. Kimberly's gaze darted to the clock. 7:10 a.m. She let out a strangled cry, launching from the bed in a frenzy. Clothes. She needed clothes. Lucy trailed her, smirking. Rough night, she drawled. Let me guess. Kimberly scrambled to get ready, tossing her khaki pants aside when she remembered the morning's physical training session. She swapped them for a pair of lightweight blue shorts, wincing as Lucy whistled at the bruises on her legs. You should see the masterpiece on my backside, Lucy joked, stretching. Looks like I lost a fight with a meat tenderizer, and to think, I used to wear power suits and drive a fancy car. Kimberly barely registered the comment as she tugged on a t-shirt and ducked into the bathroom. One glance in the mirror confirmed she looked like death, warmed over, dark circles under her eyes, skin pale. Lucy's voice carried from the doorway. My kid's telling his whole class I'm training to take down criminals. He made sure to clarify I'd only shoot the bad guys. That's adorable, Kimberly muttered, scrubbing toothpaste across her teeth before spitting and rinsing. Another glance in the mirror sent her fleeing. Wow, you could scare a ghost with that face, Lucy teased. Planning to win by intimidation alone. At least I can actually hit a target, Kimberly shot back, yanking on her sneakers. Lucy grinned, grabbing an empty water pitcher like a trophy. Yeah, but can you dodge a surprise attack? She checked the clock, set the pitcher down, and headed for the door, pausing just long enough to add, Seriously, Kim, maybe ease up on the late-night drills. You kinda need to be awake to pass this place. Have fun at the range, Kimberly called after her, lacing her shoes in a frenzy. The door clicked shut, and seconds later she was out too. She'd later realized that her entire career unraveled at exactly 8:23 a.m. that morning at the FBI Academy. 7 weeks left, and she was running on fumes, exhausted from sleepless nights and a bizarre midnight pursuit with a Georgia agent. Maybe Lucy had a point. Maybe she had pushed too hard. The PT session started predictably, push-ups, sit-ups, the kind of jumping jacks that brought back grade school memories. A sea of trainees in matching blue shorts moved in unison until they were released onto the 3-mile course. Kimberly knew the route. She'd jogged it just last night. The path wound through the woods, paved and marked with motivational signs urging them to push harder. At first, the group moved as one, then slowly scattered as each found their pace. Kimberly usually held her own, not the fastest, but never dead last. Today was different. Almost immediately, her breath turned ragged, her legs leaden. The world swayed as she stumbled off the path, clutching a tree for balance. Her side burned like a hot knife was lodged between her ribs, and the thick, humid air refused to fill her lungs. Staggering deeper into the shade, she shuddered as goosebumps prickled her skin despite the heat. The trees spun around her. Dehydration? Heat stroke? It didn't matter. All she knew was that her body had finally had enough. Kimberly, is this really the path you want to keep walking down, or are you determined to push yourself over the edge? The forest blurred around her as a dull roar filled her ears, her vision speckled with dark spots. Just breathe, Kimberly. Come on, you've got this. But her ribs felt like a vice, her lungs refusing to expand. She was seconds from collapsing onto the rough, leaf-covered earth, craving the chill of dirt against her overheated skin. Then, like a floodgate bursting, the memories crashed over her. Last night's paralyzing fear when she'd woken to a stranger looming beside her. Was it her time now? Had death only been biding its time after sparing her 6 years ago? Too many hours spent staring at crime scene photos had warped her mind. Sometimes, in the silence of her office, those images flickered to life, her own face replacing the victims, her body broken among the wreckage. Even her nightmares refused to let her off easy. No last-second wake-up, no merciful escape. She felt every impact, every shattering bone, and the worst part, she never screamed. Just a quiet, resigned finally. The air burned in her throat. Another wave of dizziness hit as she clutched a low-hanging branch, knuckles white. When had the woods become an oven? Panic clawed at her chest, her first anxiety attack in years. She stumbled forward, ignoring the branches whipping at her arms, her only goal to find cooler, deeper shade. Focus. Steady your hands, you're stronger than this. She burst into a small clearing, dropped her head between her knees, and fought for air until, with a ragged gasp, her lungs unlocked. Inhale. Exhale again. Her hands, now pressed to her stomach, had stopped shaking. Good. Another minute and she'd be ready to finish her run. No one would notice a thing, she'd mastered that illusion long ago. But as she straightened, her breath caught. 5 feet ahead, a well-trodden path cut through the trees, likely used for marine drills. And there, sprawled across it, lay a girl in a white shirt and a blue floral skirt, her blonde hair fanned out, sandals askew. Kimberly's pulse spiked. Then she saw the girl's face. Goosebumps prickled her skin as her fingers instinctively found the knife strapped to her thigh. Secure the scene. Call for backup. But her thoughts spiraled. What did it mean when even here at the academy, safety was an illusion? The woods, once stifling, now felt eerily still. Her grip tightened on the blade as she scanned the shadows, every instinct screaming that this was far from over. The girl was unmistakably dead, and from the looks of it, the end had come not long ago. Chapter 7. Quantico, Virginia. 10:03 a.m. Temperature 86 degrees F. Run it by me again, Kimberly. How exactly did you end up off the PT course? A cramp hit my side, so I stepped off the path to walk it off. I guess I didn't realize how far I'd gone. And then you spotted the body. I saw something ahead, Kimberly replied evenly. I went to check it out and, well, you know what happened next. Her supervisor, Mark Watson, studied her with a skeptical frown before leaning back in his chair. The morning sunlight streamed through the office windows, casting sharp rectangles of light across the floor. Outside, a lone monarch butterfly danced against the glass, a jarring contrast to the grim conversation unfolding inside. Kimberly had been the first to find the girl. By the time her classmates arrived, she'd already checked for a pulse, though she knew it was pointless. The girl's lifeless brown eyes told the story, but it was the crude black stitches sealing her lips that sent a chill down Kimberly's spine. Someone had made sure she'd never scream again. One of her classmates had immediately lost his breakfast, but Kimberly? She just stood there numb. Watson had been called in, and within minutes, the scene was swarming with NCIS agents in crisp white shirts and Marines in dark camo. While investigators combed the woods, photographing, sketching, collecting evidence, Kimberly sat in the sterile office, as far from the horror as possible. Her knee bounced restlessly before she forced herself to still it. "What happens now?" she asked quietly. Watson exhaled. "Honestly, I don't know, we've never dealt with anything like this." "Guess that's a good thing," she muttered. His smile was thin. A few years back, a student collapsed during firearms training, turned out to be a heart attack. Tragic, but not this, he rubbed his temple. A place like this depends on trust with the community. When word gets out a local girl was found dead on our doorstep. How do you know she's local? Process of elimination. Too young to work here, and if she were FBI or Marine, someone would have ID'd her. So, an outsider. Could be someone's girlfriend, Kimberly suggested. Maybe she talked back one too many times. Watson gave her a measured look. You don't buy that. No defensive wounds, she pointed out. No bruises, no struggle marks, just the mouth. Maybe he hit her where it wouldn't show. Maybe, she conceded, though her tone was skeptical. But that doesn't explain why he'd dump her on a Marine base. Watson's brow furrowed. What makes you think she was dumped? No signs of a struggle, Kimberly answered without hesitation. The scene was too clean. The dirt showed no signs of disturbance until I came barreling in, she muttered, her forehead creasing as she studied him. You think she was still breathing when he dragged her onto the property? Getting onto the base isn't exactly a walk in the park. Last I checked, the Marines were on high alert, guards posted at every entrance, IDs scrutinized. Dead or alive, nobody just waltzes onto academy grounds without authorization. Watson started to interject, but Kimberly plowed ahead, her skepticism growing. But that doesn't add up either. If she was alive, she'd need clearance too, and faking 2 passes is way trickier than 1. So maybe she was already gone, stuffed in the trunk. I've never seen them search a car thoroughly enough to catch something like that. But then that means the guy deliberately dumped a body right here at Quantico. She shook her head sharply. That's insane. If you lived here and killed someone, even by accident, you wouldn't leave the evidence in your own backyard. You debolt, putting as much distance between you and the crime scene as possible. Staying? That's just reckless. Watson exhaled, his voice low. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. Kimberly pressed on. You think this is some kind of message, against the Academy or the Marines? At that, Watson's expression darkened. She'd clearly stepped over some invisible boundary. Leaning forward, his tone left no room for argument. NCIS is taking over. You ever heard of the Naval Criminal Investigative Service? She hesitated. No. Then listen up. 800 special agents, global reach. Murder, fraud, terrorism, they've seen it all. Cold cases, forensics, their own labs. These are the people who investigated the USS. Coal bombing. They can handle one body in the woods, understood. I wasn't suggesting. You're a trainee, Kimberly, not an agent, remember the difference. Her spine stiffened. Yes, sir, she bit out, defiance flickering in her eyes despite the reprimand. Watson's voice softened slightly. NCIS will have questions, answer them honestly. Cooperation matters, then you're done, back to training, and keep your mouth shut, no chatter, no theories. Ah, the old don't ask, don't tell policy, she quipped dryly. He didn't laugh. Discretion is part of the job, agents who can't manage that don't last. Kimberly's confidence wavered. Staring at the floor, she felt the weight of his words, almost a warning. She'd stumbled onto this by accident, yet he was treating her like she'd caused it. The smart move? Walk away. But smart had never been her style. Lifting her chin, she met his gaze. Sir, I'd like to request permission to assist NCIS. Did anything I just say register? I have relevant experience. You have none, he snapped. This isn't personal, it's professional. Says who? Dead is dead. I helped my dad when they found my mom. I'm weeks away from my badge. What's the harm in stepping in early? I found her. Her voice held a stubborn edge, as if claiming ownership of the grim discovery. Kimberly instantly regretted her tone, but the words were already out. Watson's expression shifted from serious to thunderous, his jaw tightening as he studied her. Let's cut to the chase, he said, leaning forward. How would you honestly rate your performance as a new agent? Surviving, she muttered. His eyebrow arched. Is survival the standard you're aiming for? On bad days, yeah. A humorless smirk crossed his face before he folded his hands together, resting them against his lips. Your instructors have concerns, Kimberly. On paper, you're flawless, top exam scores, sharp shooting skills, but here's the problem. He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink in. You're a lone wolf, 9 weeks in, and you haven't connected with a single classmate. No partnerships, no trust built. Law enforcement isn't a solo act. Without allies, how far do you really think you'll go? Her pulse hammered in her throat. I'll adjust, she forced out. Watson's voice softened, which somehow made it worse. You're young, Kimberly. Getting older by the second, she shot back, nerves making her flippant. Maybe the timing isn't right for the Bureau. There's never a perfect time. He exhaled. A few more years could give you distance from everything. So I should just ignore what happened to my family, her voice cracked. That's not what I'm saying. Then what? Pretend I didn't stumble over a body on academy grounds. That I'm not the reason NCIS is swarming this place. Enough, his sharp command silenced her. The heat of shame flooded her face as she realized how far she'd spiraled. She stared at the floor, swallowing hard. I'd like to return to class, she whispered. I won't interfere. I understand the investigation comes first. Watson rubbed his temples, frustration etched into his features. Look at yourself. You're exhausted, underweight, go rest. There's no weakness in pacing yourself, you've got years ahead of you. The irony almost made her laugh. Another mentor, another plea to slow down, right before betrayal. She clenched her fists, refusing to let tears surface. We'll reconvene soon, Watson said finally. Dismissed. Kimberly strode out, the hallway buzzing with whispers. Were they dissecting her family tragedy or today's gruesome discovery? She dug her nails into her palms, pushing through the crowd until she hit the sweltering Virginia heat outside. Sweat slicked her skin instantly, her shirt clinging to her back, but she didn't head to her dorm. NCIS would come for her eventually, but not yet. They'd still be processing the scene. She had an hour. Turning sharply, she veered toward the dense tree line, her boots kicking up dust. Quantico, Virginia. 11:33 a.m. 89 degrees and climbing. Time of death. Too early to say. The medical examiner noted the victim's body temperature was 95 degrees, though the sweltering 89-degree heat outside made natural cooling unlikely. Rigor mortis is just beginning in the face and neck, he remarked, adjusting the body slightly to examine the mottled skin. His gloved finger pressed against a discolored patch which paled under pressure. Lividity isn't fixed yet. He straightened, then checked her eyes and ears with practiced efficiency. No blowfly activity, odd given the heat. Then again, without open wounds or access to the mouth, they wouldn't have much to work with. After a brief pause, he concluded, time of death, 4 to 6 hours ago. The NCIS agent glanced up from his notepad, eyebrows raised. That recent. Best estimate, we'll know more after the autopsy. Which is scheduled for? The me hesitated under the agent's unrelenting stare. Tomorrow morning. 6 a.m., the agent pressed. The me exhaled. Fine, this afternoon. The agent smirked and the me rubbed his temples. This case was already shaping up to be a headache. As for cause of death, nothing was straightforward. No gunshot or stab wounds, no signs of strangulation or cranial trauma. Just a fresh bruise blooming on her left hip, likely from a fall or impact shortly before death. Lifting the hem of her floral skirt, the me studied the discoloration again before shaking his head. Blood work might give us answers. Nearby, a second agent snapped photos while Marines stood rigid under the oppressive humidity, sweat darkening their uniforms. The younger agent scanned the wooded path. No drag marks, he observed. The me lifted one of the victim's sandals, inspecting the clean heel. She was carried here. Strong guy, the photographer muttered. The lead agent shot him a look. We're on a Marine base crawling with FBI trainees. Strong is the baseline. He nodded toward the victim's face. What's going on with her mouth? The me tilted her head, then recoiled suddenly. What? The older agent demanded. Nothing, just a trick of the light. But he didn't touch her again. There's thick thread like upholstery cord stitched crudely, probably post-mortem, minimal blood. A stray leaf clung to her tangled hair. The me absently plucked it free, watching it drift to the ground. Moving to her hands, he uncurled one stiffened fist, revealing a jagged green-gray rock nestled in her palm. "Get a shot of this," he called to the younger agent, who obliged before peering at the object. "What is it?" "No clue, bag it." As the agent sealed the rock into an evidence container, the me spotted a swollen puncture mark on her shoulder. "Injection site," he murmured, his voice tightening. This wasn't just another case. It was a puzzle with pieces deliberately scattered. The faintest bruising suggested the injury happened moments before death. "Overdose?" the senior agent asked, his brow furrowing. The medical examiner shook his head. "Unlikely. Intramuscular injections aren't typical for recreational drugs. Most users go straight for the veins." He lifted the girl's skirt once more, examining her inner thighs before checking between her toes and the webbing of her fingers. No needle marks. She wasn't a regular user, so whatever happened, it wasn't her usual scene. "Just bad luck," the agent muttered. "Maybe." The older agent exhaled sharply. "We need an id fast. Can you print her here?" "I'd rather wait until the morgue to preserve trace evidence," the me replied. "But if you're desperate, check her bag." "What bag?" The me grinned, amused by the agent's frustration. "Over by the rock just outside the tape. Black leather backpack, looks like something my daughter would carry. Trendy, you know." The agent cursed under his breath before snapping orders. A junior officer photographed the bag while two others widened the perimeter to secure it. Gloves on, the senior agent retrieved it. "Full inventory later," he instructed. "For now, just the wallet." His assistant flipped open the black leather wallet, listing its contents. Grocery cards, a Petco membership, Blockbuster, no driver's license, no credit cards, nothing with a name, just $33. "He doesn't want her identified," the junior agent said eagerly. "Yeah," the senior agent muttered. "And where are her keys?" He shook the bag, no jingle. "Who doesn't carry keys?" "Maybe he robbed her, took her license and house keys since she wouldn't be needing them." "Maybe," but the agent's gaze lingered on the victim's stitched lips. From her hiding spot behind a tree, Kimberly could almost hear his thoughts. What kind of thief sews a woman's mouth shut? And why dump a body on a Marine base? The me announced he needed evidence bags from his van, and the two agents followed, leaving the body under guard. Kimberly was about to slip away when a hand clamped around her wrist, another covering her mouth. She didn't scream. She bit down hard. "Damn," a familiar voice growled in her ear. "Ever think about talking before attacking? At this rate, I won't have any skin left." Kimberly recognized McCormack's voice and relaxed slightly. He released her. "What are you doing here?" she hissed, glancing at the crime scene. He frowned at her face. "What happened to you?" Before she could answer, he held up a hand. "Wait, I don't want to know." She touched her cheek, feeling the scratches and dried blood from her frantic dash through the woods. No wonder her boss had tried to bench her. McCormack's gaze flicked over her. "Heard a rookie found the body. Let me guess, that was you?" His tone was dry, but there was something sharper beneath it. Kimberly shot him a withering look as he casually dismissed her concerns about protocol. He merely shrugged and redirected their focus to the crime scene. "That leaf the me yanked from the victim's hair. I need it," he muttered, his voice low but insistent. "Not how things are done," she fired back. "Sweetheart, rules are flexible when evidence walks away," he countered with a smirk. "Since you're here, might as well make yourself useful." She recoiled, "Absolutely not. Just keep the guards busy. Flash those pretty eyes, chat them up, 60 seconds in and out." Kimberly crossed her arms. "How about you distract them and I'll take the leaf?" He gave her a look like she'd suggested juggling grenades. "Sugar," he drawled, "you've got a natural advantage here. I'm not exactly charming Marine material." He nodded toward the wooded path where the medical examiner and naval investigators had vanished. Clock's ticking, sweetheart. Chauvinist pig, she thought. Still, she relented. The Me's carelessness could cost them evidence and someone had to fix it. Mac gestured toward the guards, outlining his plan. She'd draw them forward while he slipped in from behind. Taking a steadying breath, Kimberly strode onto the dirt path with exaggerated purpose, veering straight toward the sentries. "Just need a quick look at the body," she announced breezily. "Restricted area, ma'am," the first Marine replied stiffly, eyes locked past her shoulder. She waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, I'm sure, but I've got clearance, first officer on scene, remember." The sentry shifted, blocking her path effortlessly. Behind them, Mac was already creeping toward the clearing, surprisingly light on his feet for a man his size. "Ma'am, you need to leave," the Marine insisted. "Where's the crime scene log?" she pressed, stepping closer. "Pull it up and I'll show you my authorization." A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. These guys were grunts, not investigators. Perfect. Meanwhile, Mac was crouched near the body, sifting through fallen leaves. Damn it, Kimberly realized, what color was that leaf? Red? Brown? The backup guards inched forward, hands resting on their rifles. She lifted her chin defiantly. "Go ahead, try me." The first sentry's voice was firm as he repeated, "You need to leave." Kimberly stood her ground, shaking her head. The Marine's tone hardened. "Ma'am, either you walk away now or we'll have to escort you out." Meanwhile, Mac was preoccupied with a leaf he'd picked up, turning it over in his fingers with a puzzled expression. Was he trying to recall what color it should be? Kimberly smirked as she shot back. "Touch me, and I'll have you in court for harassment before you can salute." The Marine froze, and even Kimberly blinked in surprise. That was a solid threat, one so unexpected that even Mac glanced at her, eyebrows raised in approval. The leaf in his hand was unmistakably green, a stark contrast to the dried brown ones scattered around. That detail clicked. Fresh leaves wouldn't be here naturally, someone had brought them. The realization settled over her like a weight lifting. The backup sentries had arrived, forming a tense semicircle around her, their expressions unreadable. "You need to leave," the first Marine repeated, though his voice had lost its edge. Kimberly softened her tone, letting exhaustion seep into her words. "I just want to do right by her." The shift in her demeanor caught the Marine off guard. His gaze dropped to the dirt path and she pressed on, her voice barely above a whisper. "I had a sister once, not much older than this girl. Some guy got her drunk, messed with her seatbelt, and sent her car into a pole. Then he ran, left her there, broken, bleeding, alone. She didn't die right away. I've always wondered. Did she feel the blood on her face? Did she know no one was coming?" Her throat tightened, but she forced the words out. "You Marines, you've got each other's backs, but women like my sister, like this girl here, we don't get that guarantee." The silence that followed was heavy. None of the Marines would meet her eyes now. Kimberly exhaled sharply, suddenly self-conscious. "You're right," she muttered. "I'll go, but I'll be back when there's someone here who will actually listen." The lead Marine nodded stiffly, still staring at the ground. "Appreciate your cooperation, ma'am." She hesitated, then added quietly, "Just take care of her." Before emotion could betray her further, she turned and strode down the path. 2 minutes later, Mac caught up, his hand gentle on her arm. His expression told her he'd heard everything. "Got the leaf?" she asked, forcing steadiness into her voice. "Yes, ma'am." She studied him, then cut to the chase. "Now tell me why you're really here." His reply was chilling. "Because after all these years, I've been waiting for him." Chapter 9. Quantico, Virginia. 12:33 p.m. Temperature 95 degrees. It started in 1998, June 4th. Mac leaned in, his voice low. 2 college roommates went to a bar in Atlanta and vanished. 3 days later, the first girl turned up near I-75 just south of the city. 4 months after that, the second was found in Tallulah Gorge State Park, 100 miles away. Both were fully dressed, purses untouched. No robbery, no assault. Kimberly frowned. "That's unusual." Mac nodded. Then in '99, first heat wave hits in July. Two high school girls sneak into a bar in Macon, gone without a trace. First body shows up 2 days later near US 441, close to the gorge. The second. Inside the gorge, Kimberly guessed. Wrong, a cotton field in Burke County, 150 miles off. The search focused on the gorge, so her body wasn't discovered until November during the cotton harvest. Kimberly raised a hand to stop him. Hold on, it takes until November to find a body in a field. Mac shrugged. You've never seen Burke County. 800 square miles of cotton fields, dirt roads stretching forever. It's the kind of place where you could disappear for months and no one would notice. Except when a body turns up, Kimberly muttered, leaning in. Both girls fully dressed, no signs of assault. As far as we can tell, Mac admitted. The second girl in each pair is harder to determine because of decomposition. But yeah, all four were found in their party clothes, almost like they were just sleeping. How did they die? Different methods, the ones left near roads. Benzodiazepine overdose, Ativan, injected into the left shoulder. And the others? Harder to say. Deanna Wilson might have died from the fall. Casey Cooper, exposure, dehydration, left out there alive until nature took over. Kimberly's stomach twisted, so he just left them. It's a working theory. Something in his tone unsettled her. You mentioned their purses, IDs. Mac hesitated, his frown deepening. Driver's licenses were there. Identifying them wasn't the problem, but no keys, no cars, not a single vehicle recovered in any of these cases. Seriously? Kimberly's skepticism sharpened, but curiosity won out. All right, keep going. Year 2000, Mac said, then sighed. Bad summer, scorching heat, no rain. By May 29th, temps were already in the mid-90s. 2 Augusta State students headed to Savannah for a weekend trip, never made it back. Tuesday morning, a driver spots the first girl's body near US Route 25 in Waynesboro. Know where that is? Kimberly pieced it together. Burke County, the Cottonfield place. Mac flashed a grin. Quick learner. Here's the pattern. The first body of a new pair is always left near where the second girl from the last pair was found. Maybe he likes the symmetry, or maybe he's giving us a hint. He studied her. So where's the second girl this time? Not Burke County. Cheating, Mac teased. Well, he hasn't repeated locations. So no gorge, no cotton field. What's left? Georgia's got 60,000 square miles of wilderness. Mountains, swamps, orchards, cities. You'll need more than process of elimination. Kimberly chewed her lip, conceding the point. You called it a game. Does he leave clues? Mac's grin turned sharp. Rule number 2, every game needs clues. Take the first victim found near Atlanta. No violence, no assault, no trace evidence. But here's the kicker, her body was clean. Legs, arms, shoes scrubbed down like she'd been prepped for display. No beer stains, no dirt, nothing. Like someone wiped her down with a sponge, erasing everything but the body itself. Kimberly's eyes narrowed. Just the exposed parts, then you can't rule out assault. Mac shook his head. Not internally, just the surfaces. It's like he's cleaning up after himself, making sure nothing's left behind. Kimberly's breath caught in her throat as the pieces clicked together. They're markers, Mac murmured, his voice heavy with realization. The first victim was never the point, she was just a signpost, left by the highway for a reason, killed clean because she was disposable, a breadcrumb leading to where the real horror waited. Kimberly's pulse quickened, her mind racing ahead. The puzzle was taking shape now, revealing a path darker than she'd imagined. What did they find on her? Mac exhaled sharply. A feather tangled in her hair, a pressed wildflower under her body, mineral traces on her shoes, and a business card in her wallet. The lab bagged it all by the book. And then, crickets. Crickets. Yeah, ever seen how most real crime labs work? Not the shiny FBI kind. I'm talking the underfunded grind most detectives deal with. Kimberly shook her head and Mac gave a humorless laugh. "Oh, we've got machines, lots of machines, but unless it's DNA or fingerprints, half that gear might as well be a paperweight. No magic databases, no instant matches. You collect dirt from a scene and pray it lines up with some suspect's backyard someday. That's the reality. So yeah, we gathered the evidence, rock, feather, flour, and shipped it off to specialists who might actually know what to do with it. Then we waited and waited." Kimberly's stomach dropped. 9 months. "Nobody saw it coming," Mac admitted quietly. "Nobody could have guessed a monster like this existed." The second girl, he left her in the gorge. With a jug of water, in stilettos, midday heat pushing triple digits. Her nails dug into her palms. "If you'd cracked the clues faster." "You mean if we'd known the flower was a rare trillium only found in one tiny stretch of Georgia? Or that the feather came from a falcon nesting in those same cliffs? Or that the granite dust matched the gorge walls? Or that the business card led straight to the power company controlling the park? Sure, with all that, maybe we save her. But those reports trickled in way too late. Deanna Wilson was long gone by then." Kimberly pictured it, a terrified girl stumbling through the wilderness, heels snapping on jagged rocks, silk dress snagging on thorns. Had she gulped the water down, trusting rescue was near? Or sipped it slowly, already knowing no one was coming? "And the next two," she whispered. Mac's jaw tightened. "We were still blind. When another body turned up outside the gorge, everyone fixated on the pattern. 'He hides them in the park,' they said. So Rabun County deputies combed every trail, every ravine, while the real killer was already 3 steps ahead." A new detail surfaced in Kimberly's mind. The way Deanna's makeup had been smudged, not from tears, but from frantic swipes at sweat and gnats. The kind of small, desperate act no report could capture. Mac's voice turned grim. "Turns out, the bastard was laughing at us the whole time. It took nearly a full week before they realized she was truly missing, and even then, doubts lingered. The evidence was subtle but telling. Josie Anders' red blouse had traces of white fibers, her shoes caked with dried mud, 4 strange seeds rattling in her purse, and a crumpled cocktail napkin with a hastily scribbled phone number jammed in her pocket. "Let me guess," Kimberly said. "The fibers and seeds point to cotton." Mac confirmed her suspicion. The white residue was linters from raw cottonseed, the kernels were indeed cotton, and the mud contained unusually high organic content. The phone number led them to Lyle Burke, a retired electrician in Savannah who'd never stepped foot in Roxy's bar, the last place the girls were seen alive. "Burke County," Kimberly muttered. Mac gave a tired nod. "Cotton alone wouldn't narrow it down. Georgia's got nearly 100 counties growing the stuff. But that phone number, that was his idea of playing fair. Suddenly, we only had 800 square miles to comb through." His fist clenched and unclenched in frustration. "If we'd put the pieces together sooner." Kimberly pressed. "When did it click?" 2 months after Casey Cooper turned up in that cotton field. The lab reports finally came in, and suddenly the pattern was obvious. 4 girls vanishing in pairs. First girl found near a highway, the second dumped somewhere remote. And every time the first victim carried clues pointing to where the second would be. "Oh, what a brilliant revelation." Mac's voice dripped with bitter sarcasm. "Maybe if we'd cracked that code earlier we could have saved them. Wouldn't that have been just peachy?" He exhaled sharply, shaking off the anger. Behind the scenes, they'd assembled a task force, botanists, geologists, entomologists, all analyzing the killer's patterns, trying to predict his next move. The plan was to stay ahead of him. Then came the year 2000. Everything fell apart, Max said flatly. 2 more kidnappings, 3 more bodies. He checked his watch abruptly, cutting himself off. Instead of finishing, he surprised her by gripping her hand. "But that's the past. Right now, if this is the eco-killer, we're out of time. The clock's running, Kimberly. Here's what you need to do." Quantico, Virginia. 2:03 p.m. 98 degrees F. Special Agent Mac McCormack was about to ruin her FBI Academy career. Kimberly considered this with detached annoyance as she navigated Quantico's twisting roads. After their talk, she'd showered, changed into regulation khakis and a Navy Academy shirt, then strapped on her training pistol and handcuffs. If she was going to play the rookie agent card, she might as well dress the part. She could have refused. The thought nagged at her as she drove. She barely knew Mac. Handsome as he was with those piercing blue eyes, he had no right to drag her into this. His story felt shaky. Sure, the eco-killer might have terrorized Georgia years ago, but why resurface now? Why leave a body at the FBI's doorstep? It reeked of desperation. Mac saw patterns where he wanted to. Or maybe he just needed someone to believe him. Kimberly wasn't the only officer who'd ever become fixated on an unsolved case, but that didn't justify skipping her afternoon classes, a move that could land her in serious trouble. It certainly didn't explain why she was now speeding toward the county medical examiner's office after her supervisor had explicitly ordered her to stay clear of the investigation. One wrong move, and she could be booted from the program entirely. Yet the second Mac had asked, she'd agreed without hesitation. She needed to see the me. She needed to find a way into that autopsy room to stand beside the body of a girl whose name she didn't even know. She wanted answers, real ones. What had this girl dreamed of before her life was stolen? Had she suffered or had death come swiftly? Most of all, Kimberly wanted to uncover the killer's mistakes, the tiny slip-ups that could lead her straight to him. Justice wasn't just a job, it was personal. And yeah, maybe she was projecting. As a psych major, she recognized the signs. But after losing her sister and mother to violence, she couldn't turn away, not even if she tried. She had been the one to find the girl in those shadowed woods. That made her responsible. The address from the Marine base led her to a bland, 5-story building that reeked of bureaucracy. She'd hoped to catch the NCIS investigator there, but he'd already left for the morgue. On the upside, Special Agent Kaplan's presence gave her an excuse to weasel her way in. She could play the eager student, just dropping by for a chat. Whoops, guess she'd stumbled into an autopsy. On the downside, Kaplan wasn't some overworked me who'd let a rookie slide. He'd see right through her. That's exactly why Mac had sent her, though. Cops would shut her out. A wide-eyed trainee? Less threatening. Play to your weaknesses, he'd told her. No one suspects the nervous newbie. Parking her car, she took a steadying breath. Did her father ever feel this jittery before a case? Then again, had he ever gone rogue for a victim? Risked his career for some nameless girl in a world full of dead blondes? The thought almost made her laugh. Her stoic, by-the-book father? Unlikely. Somehow, that gave her the push she needed. Inside, the air was sharp with antiseptic, the kind of sterile stench that masked darker secrets. The receptionist buzzed her through without question, and she followed a long, fluorescent-lit hallway, her footsteps echoing too loudly. Gurneys lined the walls, and steel doors demanded key codes she didn't have. The deeper she went, the colder it got, not just the temperature but the dread creeping up her spine. Sweat slicked her palms despite the chill. At the end of the hall, she pushed through a door into another lobby, me territory. She hit the buzzer, and sure enough, the door cracked open to reveal Kaplan's weathered face. His buzz cut had gone salt and pepper, his expression unreadable. "You here for the me?" he grunted. "He's busy." She met his gaze. "Actually, I'm here for you." Kaplan straightened, his sharp eyes sizing her up. Not cruel, but far from soft. This was a man who'd seen too much to be easily fooled. Kimberly Quincy stood face to face with the man responsible for keeping the entire Navy and Marine Corps in check, a task that clearly wasn't for the faint of heart. Extending her hand, she introduced herself with a firm, "New Agent Kimberly Quincy." His grip was solid, his eyes sharp with suspicion. "You've had quite the adventure," he remarked dryly. She didn't waste time. "I heard you had questions for me, figured I'd save you the trouble and come straight to you. The Marines pointed me here." "Did your supervisor approve this little field trip?" Kimberly kept her tone smooth. "He stressed full cooperation with NCIS. I assured him I'd do my part." Kaplan's silence stretched, thick and deliberate. If this guy had kids, they wouldn't dare breathe without permission. Kimberly fought the urge to fidget, shoving her hands into her pockets instead. She missed the weight of her Glock, hard to feel tough when you're packing nothing but a toy. Then Kaplan cut through the tension. Heard you dropped by my crime scene. Just a quick visit. Scared the hell out of my team. She smirked. With all due respect, sir, your team spooks easy. For a split second, Kaplan almost smiled. Told him the same thing. The camaraderie vanished as fast as it came. So why are you stepping on my case, Quincy? Daddy didn't teach you better. Her spine stiffened, but she forced herself to exhale. I didn't join the academy to take up knitting. This some kind of research project for you. No. His frown deepened. Then why are you here? Because I found her, and I don't walk away from what I start. That is something my father taught me. It's not your case to close. Never said it was, but I'd like to watch. Consider it a learning opportunity. Kindness isn't in my job description. She shrugged. Letting a rookie witness an autopsy won't ruin your reputation, though I can't promise I won't lose my lunch. That finally cracked him. His grin transformed him, suddenly human, almost likable. Ever seen an autopsy, Quincy? No, sir. It's not the blood, it's the stench, or the bone saw. Think you can handle it? I'll probably puke. Then welcome aboard. Gotta educate you Phoebes somehow, he muttered, shaking his head before leading her into the sterile chill of the autopsy room. Meanwhile, Tina fought against the bile rising in her throat. The duct tape sealing her mouth shut was a death sentence if she vomited now. Curled tight, she tried to ease the cramps in her gut. Every minute bought was a small victory. The darkness was absolute, the silence oppressive. Her wrists and ankles were bound, but the tape had some give, enough to squirm but not enough to matter. The real prison wasn't the restraints. It was the plastic walls surrounding her. The faint outline of a metal gate, the air holes near the top. She was trapped in what felt like an oversized dog crate. The realization hit harder than the fear. She'd sobbed at first, but now, exhaustion and dread had taken over. Her rage had boiled over until she was slamming her body against the plastic walls, throwing herself at the metal door with everything she had. The only reward for her outburst. A throbbing shoulder and scraped knees. Exhaustion eventually won, dragging her into a fitful sleep where fear and pain blurred together. When she came to, the duct tape was gone from her mouth, replaced by a jug of water and an energy bar crammed into the crate with her. Pride made her want to hurl them away. She wasn't some circus animal performing for scraps. But then she remembered the tiny life inside her, and she gulped the water down, devouring the bar in ragged bites. The water tasted off, though. Too sweet, too heavy. She barely had time to wonder before darkness swallowed her again. Next time she woke, the tape was back, the wrapper vanished. The realization hit like a punch drugged, again, and not just her baby. 6 weeks along, half an inch of fragile, perfect humanity with paddle hands and a heart already beating. 4 weeks ago, she'd been unsure, flipping through Betsy's Mayo Clinic book with detached curiosity. Now she'd fight hell itself to keep that lima bean safe. The irony wasn't lost on her. Her own mother would probably strangle her for getting knocked up in the first place. Mom, who'd scrubbed floors to give her a better life. Mom, who'd kill her for throwing it all away. The thought twisted her stomach, but she shoved it down, no time for self-pity. She strained against the darkness, ears pricked for any clue. The hum of tires, the occasional bump, definitely a vehicle. A van? A truck with a camper shell? No light seeped in, no sounds but her own panicked breathing. Just sterile blackness. Alone, maybe that was good, maybe the creep only wanted her, but her gut said otherwise. Slave trade? Some sicko's basement. She still had her clothes, her sandals, even her purse. Not the moe of a predator, unless he was the patient kind, the kind who liked the chase. A hysterical laugh bubbled up. Joke S on them. In a few months, their prize would be waddling around with a belly full of righteous fury. Try selling a pregnant girl on the black market. See how that worked out. Her throat burned. She swallowed hard. Listen up, she muttered to her churning stomach. We're a team now. You keep the food down, I'll get us out. Deal? Silence answered, but she clenched her fists. Calories were currency here, and she wasn't spending them on fear. Tina's situation was a cruel paradox. The emptier her stomach grew, the more violently her nausea churned. Hunger pangs twisted her insides, yet the mere thought of food made her gag. Just as she registered the van slowing to a stop, her muscles coiled tight. The faint screech of brakes gave way to silence, and she instinctively groped for her bag, clutching it like a lifeline even though her bound hands rendered it useless. Helplessness clawed at her, but she refused to just lie there waiting for whatever nightmare came next. Then the door slid open. Blinding sunlight seared her vision, followed by a suffocating wave of desert heat. She recoiled, but there was no escape from the furnace-like air. A silhouette loomed in the doorway, backlit by the sun, features obscured. Without a word, he tossed cellophane-wrapped rations between the bars of her crate. "Need water?" he asked. The duct tape muffled her response, but she shook her head anyway, better to play desperate. "You're terrible at rationing," he chided, and she barely resisted the urge to scream. Instead, she gave a defiant shrug. "Fine, one more jug, that's it." "That's it," the words echoed in her skull. Was this his idea of mercy before something worse? Before he decided to dump her body in the desert or hand her off to monsters? Her stomach lurched again, bile rising, but before she could choke it down, a sharp sting pierced her arm. The needle. No, no, not again. The drugs hit fast, dissolving her limbs into liquid. She slumped against the crate as the world blurred. Through the haze, she heard the kennel door unlatch. A water jug thudded beside her. Then came the rip of tape tearing from her mouth, the burn of raw skin, the metallic taste of blood. "Eat, drink," the man muttered. "You'll need your strength tonight." The door clanged shut, plunging her back into darkness. Tina collapsed onto the crate floor, curling into herself, arms wrapped around her middle. The drugs dragged her under before she could even wonder what fresh hell awaited her. Quantico, Virginia. 3:14 p.m. 98 degrees F and climbing. Kimberly hadn't expected much from the rushed autopsy. Most bodies got days, not hours, before the knife. Either the NCIS badge carried serious pull or the morgue was just that slow. Special Agent Kaplan made quick introductions, Dr. Corbin, the lead examiner, and his no-nonsense assistant, Gina Nitsch. "First time?" Nitsch asked, wheeling the body in with practiced ease. Kimberly nodded. "Puke now or puke later, but do it outside," Nitsch said brightly. "I've got enough mess to deal with." She unzipped the bag with a brisk yank. "Normally, we'd log the body, tag it, inventory belongings, but thanks to your urgent timeline," she shot Kaplan a look, "we're cutting corners. Gloves are on the table, gowns and caps in the cupboard. Grab whatever." Kimberly hesitated and Nitsch smirked. "Trust me, you'll want the gear. Things get messy." Swallowing hard, Kimberly grabbed a cap and gown. Behind her, Kaplan did the same, though he'd brought his own gloves, veteran move. The air smelled like antiseptic and something darker, metallic. She took a steadying breath. This was just the beginning. She grabbed a spare pair of gloves from the medical examiner's stash. Nitsch had just finished peeling back the layers encasing the body, first the thick plastic, then a plain white sheet, and finally the thin inner layer that clung to the skin like a dry-cleaning bag. Each piece was folded neatly around the gurney's base as she cataloged the girl's clothing and jewelry. Meanwhile, Dr. Corbin prepped the autopsy table. "Already went through her purse," Nitsch remarked casually. "Found brochures for a Hawaiian vacation. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Was she planning a romantic getaway? If so, her boyfriend's suddenly single. And let's be honest, I could use a tropical escape myself." She sighed before rolling the gurney toward the table. The transfer was seamless, a well-practiced routine. Dr. Corbin took position at the head, Nitsch at the feet, and on cue they shifted the unclothed body onto the cold metal slab. With the gurney wheeled aside, Dr. Corbin checked his recorder, muttering, "Testing," before launching into his clinical assessment. He rattled off the basics: sex, age, height, then paused at the small rose tattoo on her upper left breast. Victim, deceased. The terms rolled off his tongue, impersonal and detached. Kimberly couldn't help but bristle. To her, this wasn't just a case number. It was a young, vibrant blonde whose life had been cut short. Dr. Corbin moved on to the injuries, prodding a massive bruise on her thigh. "Significant ecchymosis, about 4 inches wide," he noted. Central puncture site shows swelling unusual for a standard injection, sloppy technique, or an oversized needle. Special Agent Kaplan's frown deepened. Define oversized, he interrupted. Dr. Corbin clicked off the recorder. Medical needles come in gauges. Smaller numbers mean bigger needles. An 18 gauge is standard, slides in clean. This looks like someone either forced it in or used something thicker, maybe to deliver a larger dose fast. Kaplan's mind raced. Why switch needles? Dr. Corbin rubbed his temple. Different purposes, mixing drugs, rapid delivery. But here's the kicker, the arm injection was clean, barely any bruising, professional work. So why botch the thigh? The contrast hung in the air, sharp as the scent of antiseptic. One precise, the other brutal. Like two different hands at play the marks, suggested two distinct injection methods. Either different needles or drastically different techniques for intramuscular shots. Kaplan rubbed his chin, piecing it together. First, a rough injection in the hip may be forced, maybe a thicker needle. Then later, a more precise one in the arm. How much time passed between them? Dr. Corbin studied the bruising, pressing lightly. The hip mark had time to darken, but there's no yellowing yet, just deep purples and blues. I'd estimate 12 to 24 hours between the two. Ambush, Kimberly muttered. Kaplan's sharp gaze snapped to her. Say that again. Ambush, she repeated, louder this time. The first injection, if it was rougher, maybe it was how he overpowered her. Once she was subdued, he could take his time with the second. Her mind flashed to Mac's notes on the Georgia cases, bruised hips, lethal arm injections. The same pattern here? Two killers, two states, identical methods, unlikely. Corbin reactivated the recorder, rolling the body onto its back. No other bruises. He noted the mouth's condition while Nitch handed him a form to sketch the injuries. Next, the hands, still bagged from the scene. Nitch removed the paper covers and both men leaned in. Corbin scraped under the nails, swabbed the beds. No blood, no skin. Kaplan exhaled, slumping against the wall. Just my luck, he muttered. Fingerprinting came next, but rigor mortis had set in hard. Corbin bent the stiff fingers one by one, each pop making Kimberly's stomach lurch. She clenched her fists, swallowing back nausea. This is just the start. Then came the pelvic exam. No bruising, no tears. Corbin combed through the pubic hair, collecting loose strands. Kimberly turned away, her breath shallow. Even Kaplan seemed fixated on the floor. No signs of assault, Corbin concluded. Now let's prep for the internal exam. Kimberly blinked as Nitch grabbed a hose. Water sprayed over the body, washing away debris. Corbin noticed her confusion. Standard procedure, he said over the rush of water. We clean before the first cut. The last thing you want is external contaminants, dirt, fibers, stray particles, interfering with the examination of internal organs and muddying your conclusions. The exterior had already revealed its secrets. Now it was time to delve deeper. Dr. Corbin shut off the water hose with practiced ease, handed out protective goggles, and reached for his scalpel. Kimberly felt her stomach lurch. She wasn't some rookie. She'd seen autopsy reports, crime scene photos, the whole grim catalog. But this was different. Her legs wobbled and she gripped the edge of the table for balance. Then she saw it, the girl's mouth. Oh God, she choked out. What the hell is in there? The unnatural swelling Dr. Corbin had noticed earlier was undeniable now. First, the left cheek distended, the skin stretched taut like wax. Then in a sickening rush, the right side followed, distorting the girl's face into a grotesque parody of life. Kaplan's fingers fumbled at his holster. Kimberly's hands weren't any steadier. Instead of a weapon, she pulled out a child's toy from her pocket. Perfect. She dropped into a crouch, eyes locked on the corpse. Back up, Kaplan ordered, but Dr. Corbin and his assistant were already retreating. Nitch's expression was equal parts horror and fascination. The doctor's face had gone ashen. Could be decomposition gases, he offered weakly. She was exposed to extreme heat. Kaplan shook his head. Full rigor just set in, that's not decomp. The cheeks pulsed again, shifting unnaturally. Kimberly swallowed hard, forcing her voice steady. There's something inside her mouth. That's why it was sewn shut. Nitch exhaled a stunned curse. Kaplan muttered something under his breath. Kimberly kept her focus on Dr. Corbin, whose trembling hands betrayed his shock. Whatever was happening, it was clear this was a first for him and probably a last. "Doctor," she said, fighting to keep her tone level, "you've got the scalpel. You need to open it." "Absolutely not. If there's something in there, we control when it comes out, not the other way around." Kaplan gave a slow nod. "She's right, we finished the autopsy. That means dealing with whatever this is." Dr. Corbin's jaw clenched, his instinct for self-preservation warring with professional duty. Then reluctantly he relented. "Goggles on, masks, gloves, whatever this is, we're not taking chances." He hesitated before adding, "Gina, stay close to the agent." Nitch practically vaulted behind Kaplan's broad frame. Kimberly steadied herself, knees bent, ready to move. The toy was forgotten on the floor, now her hunting knife was in hand. Dr. Corbin edged forward, scalpel extended, careful to stay out of Kaplan's line of fire. "On three," he said tightly. "1, 2, 3. The blade flashed twice. Dr. Corbin stumbled back as something dark and mottled erupted from the corpse's mouth, skidding across the tiles. One heartbeat, Kimberly was alone in her corner. The next, she was staring at the unmistakable coiled form of a rattlesnake, its hiss slicing through the air. Kaplan's gun roared. Her knife left her hand in the same instant. Chapter 12. Quantico, Virginia. 5:14 p.m. Temperature 97 degrees F. Mac was mid-conversation with Jenny, asking if she knew any reputable botanists in Virginia, when a blur of blue uniform came barreling down the hallway the moment the sharp pain shot through his left shoulder. He barely had time to register what was happening before Kimberly Quincy's fist came swinging at him again. "You never mentioned snakes," she snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. He barely sidestepped her next punch, but her jab to his ribs sent him stumbling back. For someone so small, she packed a serious punch. "You deceitful, scheming, heartless jerk," she seethed, winding up for another swing. This time he caught her wrist just in time, twisting her arm behind her back and pinning her against him. She struggled, trying to flip him, classic move, but he leaned in close. "Sweetheart," he murmured, his breath warm against her ear, "I admire the passion, but maybe save it for when we're not in the middle of a hallway." The tension in her body was electric, but his words must have finally registered. She froze, suddenly aware of the dozen pairs of eyes locked on them. Jenny, in particular, looked downright entertained, her smirk practically screaming, "This is better than reality TV." Mac cleared his throat, flashing a lazy grin. "Just running through some defensive drills," he announced, loosening his grip on Kimberly's arm. Miraculously, she didn't retaliate progress. "Now, darlin', how 'bout we take this outside? Maybe discuss better ways to ambush a suspect without causing a scene." He didn't wait for an answer, bolting for the exit. After a beat, Kimberly stormed after him, catching up near a secluded flagstone patio before launching back into her tirade. "You could have warned me about the stitched-up mouth," she shouted, fists clenched. He threw his hands up in mock surrender. "Warn you about what? I'm still lost here." "A rattlesnake," she spat. "A live one stuffed in her mouth." "Well, that's one way to make an impression," he drawled. "Tell me you at least punched the snake as hard as you punched me." "I threw a knife at it." "Naturally." Her scowl deepened. "I missed, Kaplan had to shoot it." Ah, that explained the fury, her big heroic moment, and she'd fumbled it. The girl had standards, he'd give her that. "I want my damn Glock back," she fumed. Yeah, I hear you," he muttered, rubbing his jaw. "A live rattler, huh? That's new. Last time it was an alligator egg, before that a snail, but a live snake," he exhaled sharply. 3 years and the guy upped his game. That's unsettling. And it was. The thought sent a chill straight through him, deeper than the Georgia heat ever could. Kimberly, meanwhile, was rubbing her arms like she was freezing, her posture rigid, like she was holding herself together by sheer will. Shock. He pulled out a chair from the patio set. "Sit, breathe, autopsy's done, you're safe now." Tell that to the dead girl, she muttered, but she sat anyway, the fight draining out of her. For a long moment neither spoke. What Kimberly didn't know was that Mac had spent the afternoon digging into her background. And boy, had it been enlightening. On the plus side, she came from law enforcement royalty. Her father was some legendary profiler, sharp as a tack. The downside, the apple didn't fall far from the tree, but it had a few bruises. She had a reputation, brilliant, yes, but also a loose cannon. Didn't play well with authority, didn't play well with anyone, really. And now here they were, partnered up. This was gonna be fun. Mac couldn't recall a single person Kimberly genuinely liked, which might explain why every encounter with her felt like dodging bullets. Then again, losing nearly her entire family to a psychopath would leave anyone with trust issues. Maybe he should count himself lucky she hadn't taken a swing at him yet. Peeking through half-closed eyes, he studied her. Kimberly's stare was distant, unfocused, her face etched with exhaustion. Dark circles framed her bloodshot eyes, and angry red scratches marred her skin. Clearly, sleep had been a stranger long before he'd entered the picture. Overdose? Mac finally broke the silence. She blinked, snapping back to reality. Tox screen S still pending, but she took a brutal hit to the upper left thigh first. Then, a day later, someone jabbed a needle into her arm. That's what killed her. Intramuscular. Yeah. Clothes untouched, no signs of assault. Clean on both counts. Defensive wounds, blood under her nails. Nothing. Mac exhaled sharply. Damn. Kimberly nodded. No id yet either. Prints are in the system, but it'll take time. We need to know who she was, Mac muttered, rubbing his temples. Friends, family, where she went last night, what car she was in. Hell. His thoughts spiraled. 12 hours gone already. Who's handling the case? Special Agent Kaplan. Guess I'm paying him a visit. Kimberly smirked. Good luck. He only let you near the autopsy because you swore you'd puke. Did you? Almost, she admitted. Then the rattlesnake stole the show. Kaplan blew its head off, and suddenly we were debating whether snake guts counted as evidence. Mac raised a brow. Quite the first autopsy. Yeah, she sighed, almost amused. Doubt the next one'll top that. Silence settled between them again. Kimberly lost in thoughts of the snake she'd failed to kill, Mac wrestling with old cases that never really faded. The stifling heat pressed down, turning their clothes into a second skin. There was a time when Mac loved summers like this. Lazy afternoons by his parents' pool, Alan Jackson on the stereo, lemonade in hand. Fireflies would dance at dusk, painting the air with flickering light. But those memories felt foreign now. Summer had become something darker, a season when girls vanished, even in pairs. He needed to call Atlanta, needed a strategy for dealing with Kaplan, and they'd need experts fast. A botanist, a forensic geologist, an entomologist, hell, maybe even a snake specialist, who knew rattlers well enough to explain why one would erupt from a corpse. Then there was the rock he hadn't examined, the leaf from this morning that led nowhere. And that was just the obvious evidence. The body was key. The clothes, the purse, the sandals. This killer had a habit of leaving twisted breadcrumbs, and he was only getting better. A live rattlesnake stuffed inside a victim. Unbelievable. Nearby, a door creaked open. The sound of approaching footsteps made Mac glance up just as a shadow stretched across the patio. A stranger stood before them, tall, distinguished, wearing a charcoal suit that screamed authority. Though Mac didn't know the man, the way Kimberly stiffened told him everything. Kimberly, the stranger said, his voice calm but deliberate. Dad, she replied, her tone clipped. Mac barely had time to process the shock before the man turned to him with an assessing gaze. You must be Special Agent McCormack. Pierce Quincy, a pleasure. Mac shook his hand, and in that instant it clicked. His stomach lurched, a cold realization settling in. He'd spent hours frustrated with NCIS's inaction, but they hadn't been idle at all. The fact that Pierce Quincy, a former FBI legend, knew his name wasn't a coincidence. It meant only one thing: they were being watched. If you'd both follow me, Quincy said smoothly, We have matters to discuss. Kimberly's jaw tightened. You shouldn't be here. I was invited. Not by me. I wouldn't assume you had. Did they tell you about the body? She snapped. Kimberly. I don't need your help, her voice cracked, raw with anger. If you care about me at all, just leave. Quincy exhaled, his expression pained. For a moment he hesitated, then reached out, fingertips brushing her bruised cheek. She jerked away and his hand felt like he'd been burned. This isn't optional, he said quietly, turning toward the building. Follow me. Mac stood, sliding an arm around Kimberly's waist as she reluctantly pushed back her chair. We're in deep, he muttered. She shot him a bitter look. You don't even know the half of it. Chapter 13. Quantico, Virginia. 5:44 p.m. 97 degrees F. Quincy led them to an office marked Supervisor Mark Watson, where two unfamiliar faces waited. The NCIS agent from the crime scene stood stiffly, but it was the woman beside him who caught Mac's attention. Chestnut hair, sharp features, and an impatient glare fixed on Watson. Kimberly, she greeted, pulling her into a quick embrace. Rainey, Kimberly acknowledged, though her guarded expression returned as Watson stepped forward. The supervisor wasted no time. Rainey was Lorraine Connor, Quincy's investigative partner from New York. The NCIS agent was Thomas Kaplan. Their firm had been brought in as consultants, a political move, Mac realized. No one wanted accusations of a cover-up if the killer turned out to be one of their own. Mac lingered near the door, watching the dynamics unfold. Kaplan hovered by Watson, Quincy sat beside Rainey, and Kimberly had positioned herself as far from her father as possible. The air was thick with tension, and Mac had the sinking feeling this was only the beginning. Kimberly stood rigid in the corner of the room, arms folded defensively across her chest, her jaw set with quiet defiance. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone had chosen sides, or worse, chosen no side at all. Now the real battle was about to begin. Mark Watson wasted no time, zeroing in on Kimberly with his opening salvo. So, new Agent Quincy, I hear you had a little chat with Special Agent Kaplan earlier today. His tone was deceptively calm, like a snake coiling before the strike. Yes, sir, Kimberly replied, keeping her voice steady. I thought we had an agreement this morning. This is NCIS's investigation. You were to stay out of it. Kimberly didn't flinch. As part of my commitment to cooperation, I sought out the lead investigator to provide my statement. Coincidentally, he was heading to the autopsy. I asked to observe and he allowed it. She shot Kaplan a tight, humorless smile. Much appreciated, Special Agent. Kaplan shrugged, his broad shoulders rolling in a gesture that screamed what was I supposed to do. She introduced herself, asked nicely. I didn't see the harm. I didn't lie, Kimberly cut in, her voice sharpening. And I didn't hide my intentions, though I did miss the damn snake. My bad on that one. Watson's eyes narrowed. And what about earlier, when you blatantly ignored my orders and tried to revisit the crime scene? Was that also in the spirit of cooperation? I was looking for Kaplan. Don't insult my intelligence. Fine, she snapped. I was curious, but it didn't matter. Your Marines made sure I didn't get far. Watson wasn't done. And after you harassed those Marines in the woods, what about the hour you spent chatting with Special Agent McCormack? After being explicitly told not to discuss the case with anyone at the academy? Care to explain that? Kimberly's confidence flickered. Her eyes darted to Mac, who barely suppressed a groan. Of course. Their meeting at the Crossroads Lounge had been anything but discreet. Stupid, so stupid. Watson didn't wait for her answer. He was on a roll now, maybe sensing the way Quincy's posture had gone rigid. Imagine my surprise, he drawled, when I found out that instead of returning to her room like a good little agent, my student first wandered into the woods, then had a very animated conversation with a National Academy student who just happens to have worked a case eerily similar to today's homicide. Were you swapping notes, Kimberly? Actually, she shot back, I was getting information from him. Watson's eyebrows shot up. Really? How fascinating, especially since, as of 10 minutes ago, he's Kaplan's top suspect. Mac let out a frustrated growl. I'm trying to help with a case that's about to turn into a full-blown disaster. Do you even realize what you're stepping into? Where were you last night? Kaplan interrupted, his voice clipped. I started at Carlos Kelly's in Stafford, came back to Quantico, ran into new agent Quincy at the firing range. But that's irrelevant. Kaplan's gaze snapped to Kimberly. What time was that? Around 11, I didn't check my watch. Did you see him return to the dorms? No. Where was he going? I don't know, I was heading back myself. I wasn't tracking his every move. Kaplan turned back to Mac, triumphant. So no one can account for you after 11:30. Watson jumped in, his voice dripping with skepticism. Funny how we just happened to get a homicide that mirrors one of your old cases, while you're conveniently here at the academy. Don't you think that's a little too perfect? Mac's expression darkened. It's not a coincidence, it was orchestrated. That stopped Watson cold. He exchanged a glance with Kaplan, both men thrown off balance. Clearly, they'd been banking on the easy answer, pin it on the Georgia cop, wrap it up by dinner. Real professional. Idiot Quincy leaned in with a quiet suggestion. Maybe we should hear him out. Just a thought from your friendly neighborhood consultant. Rainey nodded in agreement, her tone laced with anticipation. Seriously, let the man talk. Things are finally getting interesting. Mac gave them both a quick glance of appreciation, though he deliberately avoided meeting Kimberly's eyes. He could only imagine what she was thinking, hurt, maybe even betrayed. None of this had been his intention, but here they were. Everything I'm about to say can be confirmed by my supervisor, Sack Lee Grosjean from the Atlanta field office, he began. Back in '98, we had a series of murders just like the one you found today. After the third victim, we formed a task force to handle the investigation. 7 more bodies later, our suspect, dubbed the eco-killer, just disappeared. No new crimes, no leads. We started with over 1,000 tips, but 3 years in, the trail had gone cold. Then, 6 months ago, things flared up again. He paused, recalling the unsettling moment. We got a letter in the mail, just a newspaper clipping of a letter to the editor, the kind our guy used to send to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Only this time, it wasn't a Georgia paper. It was the Virginian pilot. And then the calls started, not to the task force, but to me, personally. 6 calls, each one with that same electronically scrambled voice telling me the eco-killer was getting restless. He was going to strike again, but this time, Virginia was his new hunting ground. Watson cut in, skepticism sharp in his voice. So your solution was to show up here unannounced? No warning, no coordination, just you playing lone wolf. Mac clenched his jaw. For the record, I tried to warn people. But let's be real, every cop's got a cold case haunting them. The best I could do was get a meeting with Dr. Annunzio in behavioral analysis to review the letters. Except now he's ghosting me, and here we are, another girl dead while you all stand around questioning my methods. Congrats, you're wasting time like pros. Rainey smirked. Well, that's one way to put it. Watson's face flushed above his regulation tie, but Mac held his glare. He knew he was burning bridges, but right now, he didn't care. Another life was gone, and these guys were too busy nitpicking to see the urgency. Kaplan finally broke the tension with a dismissive sigh. I still don't see the connection. Did your mystery caller give you a timeline? A location? Any reason this guy would switch states after 3 years of silence? Nope, Mac admitted. Just vague threats and dead ends. 5 years in and we're still chasing shadows. So unless you've got something better, maybe we should stop talking and start doing something. Kaplan turned to the others, unimpressed. All we've got is a letter mailed 6 months before today's body turned up. That's not evidence, it's coincidence. A Georgia killer suddenly dumping a victim at Quantico, notifying a single trainee? It doesn't add up. Mac shook his head in frustration. None of this adds up. Rainey arched an eyebrow, her tone laced with just enough dry humor to make him smirk despite himself. What, you wanted a personal phone call from the killer? Maybe a handwritten apology for the inconvenience. That's not the point. Or maybe he forgot to leave his usual bragging note this time, she pressed. Seems odd, considering how much he loves taking credit. Mac clenched his jaw. 3 years of waiting, and now they were wasting precious minutes debating semantics. The bureaucratic wheels turned at a glacial pace. Endless forms, approvals, jurisdictional squabbles, while somewhere out there, a terrified girl in party clothes was stumbling through unforgiving terrain with nothing but a jug of water and sheer desperation. The eco-killer doesn't just leave notes, Max snapped. He follows patterns, rules, and this murder checks every damn box. He held up a finger. First, he only strikes during extreme heat waves. Watson scoffed. It's July, heat waves are a given. Mac ignored him. Second, the first victim is always found fully dressed, no signs of robbery or assault. Just a single bruise on the thigh or backside, and death by Ativan overdose injected in the left arm. Watson shot Kimberly a sharp look. Guess you gave him the full briefing, huh? I saw it with my own eyes, Mac cut in, voice tight. 3 years I've waited for this. You think I'd sit back and let some rookie agents trample the scene? You had no authorization. I had every right, Mac's patience snapped. I know this monster better than anyone, and right now another girl is out there because rule number 3, he always takes 2. The first victim is just a breadcrumb trail. The real nightmare is wherever he's taken the second one. Rainey leaned forward, intrigued. What do you mean, the real nightmare? He picks locations, remote, dangerous, environmentally significant but forgotten. Granite gorges, riverbanks, marshlands, places crawling with predators where help is miles away. He dumps them there, drugged, disoriented, and watches. His voice darkened. Some die fast, the strong ones last days, a week if they're lucky, starving, thirsty, hoping someone's coming. Rainey's eyes gleamed with morbid curiosity. How many times has he done this? 4 cycles, 8 girls, 7 dead. Quincy finally spoke. You saved one. Mac exhaled, tension coiling in his shoulders. Nora Ray Watts, we got to her just in time. How? Quincy pressed. Mac's fists tightened. The memory alone was enough to make his pulse spike. Mac clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stay calm. The killer plants clues on the first victim, details that, if analyzed right, point to where the second girl is being held. What sort of details? Someone asked. Anything from plant life to soil composition, rocks, even tiny creatures like insects or shells. At first we missed the pattern. We followed procedure, sent evidence to the lab, and by the time results came back it was too late. But we learned. By the 4th set of abductions we had experts on standby, botanists, forensic geologists, biologists, the works. He paused. Nora Ray was traveling with her sister, Mary Lynn. When we found Mary Lynn's body, her shirt had salt residue, her shoes carried traces of cord grass, and lodged in her throat was a marsh periwinkle shell. In her throat, Kaplan cut in, suddenly alert. Mac nodded. The salt and vegetation matched a coastal marsh environment. The shell confirmed it. Search teams scoured the coastline, and 56 hours later, a Coast Guard helicopter spotted Nora Ray waving a bright red shirt like her life depended on it. She couldn't id the killer, Rainey pressed. Last thing she remembered was a flat tire. Next thing she knew, she woke up in the middle of a marsh, dehydrated and terrified. Drugged, Watson interjected. Definitely. Fading bruise on her thigh suggested a dart gun, like something a big-game hunter would use. The room went still. Mac's voice turned icy. Think we're just guessing? We've tracked this guy for 5 years. We know his methods. He scouts bars, targets pairs of young women, no specific type, just opportunity. He follows them, slips tacks under their tires, waits for the blowout. When they pull over, he plays the Good Samaritan, then strikes. Watson frowned. A dart gun, seriously. Dead serious. Ketamine, fast-acting, used by vets. Also popular in raves under names like Special K. We chased every lead. Veterinarians, hunting clubs, even bird-watching groups. Nothing, and he's escalating. Used to be once a year. Now, twice in 3 months. Kimberly leaned forward. But you found Nora Ray. Mac's expression darkened. She survived because she fought. The killer's clues are getting vaguer. First time, a rare herb found in a 5-mile radius. Last time, 400,000 acres of marshland. Nora was pure luck. Quincy watched him, silent and calculating. 400,000 acres is an impossible search area. No helicopter could spot a single girl in that vast wilderness. You must have had another lead. I had a theory, Mac admitted. Call it geographic profiling. Quincy's eyes sharpened. The victims shared some connection, overlapping locations. No, Mac said, but the bodies did. Plot them on a map, note the direction they faced. He used them as compass points, Quincy murmured, realization dawning. They weren't victims to him, just tools. Maps. So of course he'd position Mary Lynn's body to point toward her sister, all part of his twisted game. A heavy silence settled over the room. Rainey exhaled sharply, while Kaplan shifted uncomfortably before speaking up. The latest victim wasn't aligned like the others. Arms and legs splayed in different directions. I know, Max said flatly. Kaplan frowned. It doesn't fit the pattern. I know. But she had a rock clutched in her hand, Kaplan added, studying Mac. And a snake stuffed in her mouth, that's new. Mac's jaw tightened. There was also a leaf in her hair. The medical examiner removed it at the scene. I recovered it later. I'll bring it in when we're finished. Watson cut in, voice sharp. You broke chain of custody. Mac shot him a dry look. Cry me a river, you want the evidence or not. Kaplan rubbed his temples. The snake suggests something outside his usual pattern, but the only solid link is a 6-month-old letter to the editor. 3 years between killings, wrong state. This could be unrelated, or your caller might just be some sicko wasting your time. Around the table, hesitant nods followed. Watson, Quincy, Rainey. Only Kimberly held back, and Mac felt a flicker of pride. Then he leaned forward, voice cutting through the doubt. Here's what I think. In '98, his clues were obvious. Then he escalated, harder puzzles, harsher conditions, shorter intervals. He matched our progress, always staying ahead. Until 2000. 7 bodies later, we saved a girl, and he quit because we won. Quincy's brow furrowed. Serial killers don't quit. Max smirked. They don't always know that, do they? Quincy nodded slowly. Bundy swore he'd stop after escaping prison, but the urge only grew stronger. By the end, he attacked 5 women in one night. This guy tried to stop, Max said, watching Rainey and Kaplan tense. But the hunger consumed him. Now he's back, but this isn't the same game. We beat the old rules, so he made new ones. No more compass points. Now it's rattlesnakes and leaves. A body dumped outside the FBI Academy because where's the fun if the best players don't join in? His voice turned razor sharp. In 2000, he killed 3 girls in 12 weeks. If this is him again, whatever comes next will be worse. So forgive me if I don't have patience for reports and timelines. We're not here to talk. We're here to stop him. The moment that first victim is discovered, the race against time begins. If there's any hope of saving the next girl, you'd better move fast. No hesitation, no delays. Because somewhere out there, another life hangs in the balance, and every second wasted could mean the difference between life and death. Chapter 14. Virginia. 7:52 p.m. Temperature 92 degrees F. Exhaustion weighed on him like a lead blanket. 48 hours without sleep, 16 straight behind the wheel, his body screamed for rest. The blazing sun had kept him alert most of the day, but now, as dusk settled in, the light was slipping away. Behind him, the sky burned with streaks of pink and orange, while ahead, the dense forest swallowed what little daylight remained. Shadows stretched long and twisted, turning the trees into grotesque silhouettes. The road cut through a wasteland of abandoned trailers, rusted car frames, and broken appliances. No kids played here. No neighbors sat on porches. Only a few gaunt bloodhounds, ribs visible beneath patchy fur, slumped on crumbling steps. The air reeked, a nauseating mix of sulfur and burning trash, so thick it made outsiders cough and locals wonder why cancer rates were so high. This wasn't the Virginia from postcards, with its rolling mountains and pristine beaches. No, this was the part the state pretended didn't exist. He turned onto a dirt road, the van lurching over ruts as dust billowed behind him. His grip on the wheel stayed firm, though his arms ached. Coffee would help. A quick stretch. Then back to work. No room for weakness. The trees thinned suddenly, revealing a nightmare in the fading light. Towers of sawdust loomed, still warm and coated in a sickly white fungus. To his left, collapsing sheds barely held together rusted conveyor belts and massive saw blades, their teeth dark, maybe stained with blood, maybe just grease. This place had been shut down years too late after decades of poisoning the land. He remembered it in its prime, workers in flannel shirts, reckless with chainsaws, no safety gear in sight. Coffee cups tossed aside like trash. And now here he was, back where it all began. The abandoned sawmill was a graveyard of industrial neglect. Crushed soda cans littered the ground like metallic tumbleweeds, while rusted saw blades jutted from the dirt at dangerous angles. One wrong step could shred your jeans or worse. The towering piles of sawdust hadn't caught fire yet, but when they did, this whole place would go up like a tinderbox. Typical corporate bullshit. Rape the land, walk away, and pretend that counts as closure. The man slammed his van door shut, adrenaline sharpening his anger, only to be ambushed by a cloud of insects. Mosquitoes dive-bombed his forehead, gnats swarmed his ears, and horseflies buzzed like tiny helicopters. Swatting was pointless. Dusk belonged to the bloodsuckers and the bats circling overhead. In the backseat, the girl lay motionless. 5 milligrams of Ativan guaranteed she wouldn't wake for hours. Perfect timing. He yanked on synthetic coveralls, the material slick and unnatural against his skin. Normally, he'd never wear this plastic crap, but the latest water tests didn't lie. pH 2.5. Acid strong enough to dissolve fabric and flesh. Next came canvas boots, thick gloves, and his utility belt stocked with crackers, rope, and a knife. Efficiency was key. The girl was lean, athletic, probably a track star or something. Her sundress was laughably impractical, all flimsy yellow fabric and exposed limbs. He hauled her over his shoulder, muscles protesting. Not heavy, but exhaustion weighed him down like concrete. Dressing her was methodical, almost ritualistic. Limbs arranged, suit zipped, straps tightened. He hesitated. Her face. One slip and the acidic sludge would eat her alive. He yanked the hood tighter, then froze. Darkness swallowed his vision. Where was he? The van, the sawmill, panic clawed at his throat as the world tilted. Focus. Blue coveralls, survival pack, girl strapped to the board. It was all there, so why couldn't he remember doing it? The gaps were widening. Time slipped through his fingers like smoke. He'd always been in control, sharp, calculated. But now, nature didn't care about pride. Everything burned eventually, even him. Lately, his dreams were full of fire. The man crouched low, securing his rope to the body board before heaving it over his shoulder with a grunt. 17 minutes of steady pulling brought him to the mouth of an unremarkable sinkhole, just one of countless scattered across Virginia's porous limestone landscape. But this wasn't just any hole. He'd known its secrets since childhood, understood its hidden depths long before today. After anchoring the rope around a gnarled oak, he braced himself and began lowering the board into the abyss. The distant splash echoed up minutes later, signaling it was his turn. Tying off the rope, he descended into the damp darkness, boots sinking into knee-deep water the moment he landed. The faintest hint of daylight lingered 40 feet above, but down here, the world was swallowed by shadows. Most folks never thought twice about what lay beneath Virginia's surface, but he knew better. Whole forgotten worlds thrived in the underground. Flicking on his headlamp, he spotted the narrow passage to his right and dropped to all fours, dragging the floating board behind him. The tunnel tightened fast, forcing him to slither through a slick, oily stream that reeked of decay. His protective suit did little to mask the sensation of filth seeping into his pores, as if the water itself was peeling him apart layer by layer. The stench was overwhelming. Bat guano melted into sludge, sewage, and something far worse, something primal. He inched forward, careful not to disturb the few remaining creatures clinging to life in this hellhole. Bats, raccoons, most had long since succumbed to the rot. Just as the ceiling pressed dangerously close, threatening to dunk his face into the muck, the tunnel spat him out into a cavern vast enough to stand in. He lurched upright, gasping like a drowning man, his trembling hands betraying his exhaustion. 48 hours without sleep was taking its toll. Shaking it off, he untied the girl and laid her on a dry ledge, peeling away the coveralls with practiced efficiency. He left her purse and a water bottle within reach. Above, a narrow pipe in the ceiling promised a sliver of daylight come morning, enough to give her a fighting chance. With the board reattached to his belt, he cast one last look at the brunette. She rested near a small, clear pool, still untouched by the filth surrounding them. Rainwater kept it pure for now. Then he turned, ready to face the rancid tunnel once more. Time wasn't just ticking. It was screaming the dark water churned with unseen life, its inky surface hiding creatures that thrived in the shadows, some with teeth, others with coils, all fiercely protective of their domain. The girl whimpered softly, her distress pulling the man's attention. He leaned close, his voice a hushed warning. "Not yet," he murmured before straightening and walking away, leaving her to the restless tide. Meanwhile, in Quantico, Virginia, the humid night clung to the air at 91 degrees. Rainey studied the woman in question, her concern sharpening. "She looks like she's been through a war," she muttered. Quincy barely glanced up from the case file in his hands, old homicide notes from Georgia, condensed into a frustratingly thin summary. The real reports would have filled a storage unit, but tonight they had to work with scraps. His fingers lingered on a page labeled Profile, Atlanta Case 832, and Rainey's curiosity prickled. She knew exactly what that was, the infamous eco-killer profile. She'd give anything to snatch it from him, but Quincy had already claimed it, likely planning to dissect it until dawn, rubbing his temples like he always did when overthinking. "If I say anything, she'll just shut me out," Quincy admitted. Rainey scoffed, perched cross-legged on the stiff hotel bed. The academy's rigid formality still unnerved her, even after all these years. Separate rooms, the unspoken judgment, she got it. She'd clawed her way into this world, same as Kimberly. "She's your kid," Rainey shot back. "Of course she'll fight you, that's her job." Quincy exhaled, rolling up his sleeves in a rare moment of informality. It didn't help. He still looked every inch the polished FBI profiler, and it drove Rainey crazy. "She won't make it," she said bluntly. "She's running on fumes. The training's designed to push limits." "Oh, spare me the bureau line," Rainey snapped. "Kimberly survived hell long before this. She doesn't need some pencil pusher in a suit questioning her grit." Quincy's mouth twitched. Watson might object to being called a pencil pusher. "Now you're just trying to annoy me." Clearly, he tossed his hands up, the movement loosening his tie just enough to make him look slightly less untouchable. Rainey smirked. "Progress." "What do you want me to do?" he asked, exasperated. "Stop being such an agent." "I'm retired." "Please, you've got FBI stamped on your soul. I bet your pajamas have little badges sewn on them." Quincy groaned, but the corner of his mouth lifted. Some battles, he knew, were meant to be lost. Rainey leaned against the bedpost, arms crossed. When they bury you, your tombstone might as well say property of the Bureau. Quincy raised an eyebrow. Did you come up with that on the spot? Absolutely, and don't try to dodge the issue. Kimberly's in deep trouble. You've seen how Watson's riding her. It's only a matter of time before this blows up. Rainey, Quincy hesitated, rubbing his temple. I know you won't like hearing this, but Watson's been training agents for years. Maybe he's not entirely wrong. She scoffed, Are you serious right now? Quincy exhaled, his voice measured. She broke protocol. No matter her reasons, she crossed a line. The Bureau isn't built for lone wolves, especially rookies. If she can't follow orders, she won't last. She found a body. How many did you dig up during training? Exactly. She's allowed to be shaken. Quincy tapped the crime scene photos spread across the bed. Look at these. Tell me who she resembles. Rainey barely glanced before answering. Mandy. Exactly, and yet Kimberly hasn't said a word about it. If she even hints the victim looks like her sister, they'll ship her off for a psych eval before she can blink. But that's the whole point, isn't it? The resemblance has to be messing with her head. Rainey bristled. He was steering her into therapist territory and she hated it. You're on the case. I've worked hundreds of homicides, I know when to detach. You still saw it. Yeah. Does it get to you, Quincy? His jaw tightened. Which part, that a dead girl looks like Mandy or that I failed Mandy when she needed me most? The rawness in his voice made Rainey step closer. He flinched when her fingers brushed his shoulders. Old habits died hard. Lately, those walls between them felt heavier, sadder. You're hurting for her, she murmured. For Kimberly, of course. She's chosen a brutal road, but sometimes, he trailed off, shaking his head. Say it. She thinks becoming an agent will make her untouchable. Like if she masters firearms, endurance, combat, none of it will matter. God, Rainey, watching your kid repeat your mistakes. His voice cracked. She wrapped her arms around him, resting her head against his chest. Words wouldn't fix this, so she defaulted to the one thing that always grounded them: work. So, do you buy the Georgian hunk's theory? Quincy blinked. The what? Pure professional concern here, she deadpanned. You snatched the case file, what's your take? Is the eco-killer really hunting in Virginia now? Too soon to tell, he admitted grudgingly. His hand settled at the nape of her neck, fingers threading through her hair. For a fleeting second, she let herself believe things could be okay. The eco-killer's fascinating precisely because we know so little. The gaps in the profile are as telling as the facts. After 7 brutal killings, investigators still haven't found the murder weapon, pinpointed a primary crime scene, or collected any trace evidence. No hair, fibers, blood, or DNA. The killer barely spends any time with his victims, striking fast and vanishing without a trace. Efficiency is his obsession, Quincy remarked. Most killers revel in the violence, feeding off their victims' terror. But this guy? He's detached, methodical, like he's ticking off items on a checklist. Rainey leaned forward. It's not about the kill for him. It's the setup, the staging, the way he leaves his little puzzles behind. The notes, just another layer of the game. Quincy nodded. The environmental angle, do we really think he cares, or is it just another prop? He's orchestrating everything, pulling strings like some twisted puppet master. But why? What's the endgame? Rainey shifted gears. What connects this to the Georgia case? Method of death, Quincy said. Prescription tranquilizers are exactly a go-to for male serial killers. Poison's more a woman's weapon, Rainey mused. Exactly. But here's the thing, the Georgia killer always dumped his first victim near a major road like a breadcrumb trail. This one? A jogging path doesn't fit, and the stitched mouth, that's new. More violent, more personal. Either he's escalating or he's playing a different game entirely. Rainey frowned. The location's off too. The Georgia profile suggests he's a local, someone who knows the area inside out. Uprooting to Virginia doesn't track unless he felt the heat. Or he did his homework, Quincy countered. Then there were the phone calls, anonymous tips right before the body turned up. Too convenient. Quincy rubbed his temples. We've got reasons to link the cases and reasons to doubt them. What we need is a victim id if we can tie two missing girls together. Rainey finished his thought. Then it's definitely the eco-killer. Kaplan had been digging through missing persons files, but nothing fresh had popped up in the last day. How sad, Rainey murmured, the weight of it settling between them. The clock was ticking, and the killer wasn't waiting. The chilling thought lingered in the air, vanishing without a trace, murdered before anyone even realized you were missing. Quincy shrugged, his tone pragmatic. Most universities are on break right now. If our victim's a student, the irregular schedule means it could take days before someone notices her absence. Rainey turned the idea over in her mind. No id means no missing person report. The eco-killer just bought himself breathing room. Quincy studied her, a slow realization dawning. Unless that's exactly what someone wants us to think. She exhaled sharply. Either the killer's playing games, or someone's done their research, setting up a distraction to keep us chasing shadows. So where do we begin? Rainey asked. Same as always, right here. His arms slid around her waist, pulling her close. His voice dropped to a murmur. Admit it, Rainey. Haven't you ever wanted to turn the FBI Academy upside down? A smirk tugged at her lips. You have no idea. Then quieter, I'm trying, he whispered. She swallowed hard, blinking back tears. I know. Quantico, Virginia. 9:46 p.m. Temperature 91 degrees F. Kimberly sat alone in her dorm, the silence pressing in. Lucy breezed in, dumping books with a clatter. You look even worse than this morning, she remarked. Kimberly forced a dry laugh. Finding a corpse does that to you. Ah, so you heard. Everyone's heard, first time seeing a dead body. Unless you count my mother and sister. Lucy froze, the air thickened. Study group's meeting, she said finally, softer now. You could come. Kimberly's answer was flat, no. Alone again, exhaustion clawed at her. Sleep would bring nightmares, Mandy's face, her mother's voice. She could seek out her father, but she already knew the look he'd give her, distracted, half his mind still dissecting case files. He loved her, but the dead always came first. The dorm hallway buzzed with laughter, sharp against her isolation. She grabbed her knife and slipped out. Outside, the heat hit like a fist. 10 p.m. and the air was thick enough to choke on. Sweat soaked her shirt as she trudged toward the firing range. No one came here at night. Almost no one. A shadow detached from the darkness. Been waitin' for you, Mac McCormack drawled. Her grip tightened on the knife. You shouldn't have. His grin flashed. Can't resist a pretty girl. Did you bring a shotgun? Too bad for you, she muttered, but his grin only widened, teeth gleaming in the dim light. Figured you'd be glued to your dad's side, he remarked. Not happening. He's buried in casework and I'm benched, no access. No special privileges for the detective's kid. You mean like a front row seat to crime scene gore? Hard pass. My father's by the book, doesn't play favorites. Damn, how many therapy sessions did it take to say that without flinching? More than you guess, she admitted, rolling her eyes. He chuckled and motioned toward the open field. Come on, let's sit. Without waiting, he strode ahead and she followed, surprised by how natural it felt. The grass cushioned her tired body, cool against her bare legs. She stretched out, knees bent toward the sky, her hunting knife secure against her thigh. Max settled beside her, close enough that his shoulder brushed hers. The contact startled her, but she didn't pull away. He smelled clean, soap and something woodsy, like sandalwood aftershave. His hair was probably still damp from the shower. Come to think of it, his jaw had looked freshly shaved under the streetlight earlier. Had he made an effort? Did it even matter? She decided she liked the scent and left it at that. Stars are out, he mused. Wow, you do look up from paperwork, she teased. Spend enough time flat on your back in combat training, you notice things. His fingers brushed her cheek and she tensed. Just grass, he said smoothly. Relax, I know you're packing. And if I was, then I'd have you pinned in 2 seconds flat. Testosterone's a hell of a drug. She exhaled sharply. That's not what I meant. You don't like being touched, do you? Unless it involves throwing me across a mat. Her voice softened. It's not that, my family was affectionate. He studied her. Your dad seems like he's wound tighter than a Rolex. Try tourniquet, she deadpanned. And my mom? Picture old money etiquette meets military precision. Holidays were a riot, if by riot you mean silent dinners with perfect silverware placement. My folks are the opposite, he offered. Loud, handsy, dad still tries to sneak mom into closets. As a kid, I learned to cough before rounding corners. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Big family. Nah, just me and my sister. Spent years tormenting her until she started ambushing me with makeup and a camera. Now she teaches kindergarten. Those kids don't stand a chance. Only cop in the family. Got a firefighter cousin, close enough. She laughed. They sound fun. They are, he agreed, warmth in his voice, though they'd benefit from some tactical training. The breeze carried the scent of cut grass, and for the first time in hours she felt her shoulders relax. Mac's presence was oddly comforting, like the quiet hum of a familiar song. She stole a glance at him, wondering when she'd stopped seeing him as just another colleague. The night stretched above them, a vast canvas of stars that somehow made the conversation feel both heavier and lighter. They're good people, your family, Mac said suddenly, shifting the topic. Do you ever think about your mom and sister? Kimberly exhaled, the warm night air clinging to her skin. Yeah, I do. Should I stop asking? You wouldn't listen even if I told you to, she shot back, but there was no bite to it. Besides, isn't there some unwritten rule that you have to talk when you're under the stars? First I've heard of it, Kimberly muttered, but she tilted her head back anyway, letting the sky swallow her thoughts. We weren't exactly the picture-perfect family, but we tried. That counts for something, right? We wanted to make it work. Divorce, Mac guessed. Yeah, eventually. By the time my sister and I were teenagers, but the cracks were there long before. Classic cop family drama. My dad was an FBI profiler, long hours, brutal cases. My mom, she expected something different. A banker, maybe, or a surgeon. Someone with prestige, not a man who came home smelling like crime scenes. She never adjusted to it, never stopped flinching. Mac stayed quiet, but his silence felt like an invitation. I admired him, though, Kimberly admitted. Even when he missed birthdays or left halfway through dinner. To me, he was a hero, stopping bad guys, saving lives. My sister, not so much. Mandy was older, sensitive, reckless. My first memory of her is her getting scolded for shattering a vase. She never fit in. My parents were rule followers. She was chaos in human form, and life hit her harder. One harsh word could wreck her for days. Nightmares, meltdowns. She felt everything too deeply. The divorce broke her. Adulthood didn't fix it. Sounds like she had a rough go, Mac said. Kimberly's throat tightened. Here's the kicker, though. She was exactly the kind of person my dad and I are trained to protect. Fragile, trusting the wrong people, making terrible choices, and we failed her. I spent years rolling my eyes at her drama. Now, I just wonder how we missed it. She was right there, screaming for help in her own way, and we didn't listen. Mac didn't offer empty comfort. Instead, his thumb brushed her cheek, rough from years of field work. The touch sent a shiver down her spine, left her pulse unsteady. Another blade of grass? She teased, voice barely above a whisper. No, he murmured. His fingers traced her jaw, lingered near her ear. She knew her expression gave too much away, but she couldn't hide it now. They don't believe you, she said softly. I know. His hand drifted lower, fingertips grazing her neck. My dad's thorough. He'll retrace every step before he gets to your theory. Normally, it wouldn't matter, but if you're right and there's another girl out there. Time's running out, Mac whispered. His touch was feather-light, but it left her breathless, her heart pounding against her ribs. The sensation of sprinting through dense forest returned to her. Was she chasing something now or still fleeing? "You're awfully calm about everything," she snapped. "The case? Hardly." His hands stilled against her skin, fingertips pressing lightly where her collarbone met the rapid flutter of her pulse. That unreadable stare of his could have meant anything: a man leaning in for a kiss, or an agent consumed by an unsolved investigation. Romance had never been the Quincy family's strong suit. Her mother and Mandy's last great loves had literally been the death of them. Some intuition. A bitter laugh rose in her throat as she imagined shedding her history like a second skin. Who would she be without that blood-stained legacy? Someone warm, open, the type who'd actually let herself be swept away by a moonlit moment with a compelling stranger. She twisted away before the fantasy could take root, putting distance between them. "You're not dropping this, are you?" she muttered, refusing to meet his eyes. He launched into an oddly cheerful monologue about Virginia's geography as if she hadn't just recoiled. 40,000 acres of wilderness, mountain ranges with endless trails, even flooded ghost towns. "Perfect hunting ground for our eco-killer," he concluded, voice sharpening. "So damn right I'm pursuing it. Jurisdictional lines exist for a reason." "Since when did rules stop you?" His grin faded. "Your father's moving at bureaucratic speed while another girl's clock ticks down. I won't watch the seconds run out again." Her nails dug into her palms. "What's your play?" "Botanist at dawn, then we improvise." "The leaf evidence is gone." "Original's gone," he corrected too casually. "Scans live forever." Her spine straightened. "You doctored federal evidence." "Copied, there's a difference." "Anything else I should know?" "Gonna tattle." "Go to hell." His chuckle held no warmth. "Working on it." The intensity returned as he leaned forward. "Obsessed? Maybe, but dead girls don't care about motives, stopping killers does." The brutal simplicity of it left her winded. Before she could stop herself, the words tumbled out. "I'm coming with you." Mac barked a laugh. "Watson will bench you before you finish the sentence." "Personal leave, counselor's note post-corpse trauma." "Oh, sweetheart," he drawled, brushing grass from his jeans. "Mention trauma here and they'll medically discharge you before lunch. This isn't some community college, it's Quantico." The smirk didn't reach his eyes. Somewhere in the trees an owl called, the sound slicing through the tension like a blade. Kimberly squared her shoulders, meeting the older agent's skeptical gaze. "If corpses make you queasy, maybe law enforcement isn't your calling." "The decision isn't his to make," she countered. "When the counselor clears me, that's all the authorization I need." Mac's expression darkened. "And when Watson finds out what you're actually up to?" "Personal leave means personal business," Kimberly shot back, though her pulse betrayed her confidence. She knew exactly what was at stake, burning bridges before her career even took off. 26 years of waiting for this badge, and here she stood ready to toss it aside. The irony wasn't lost on her. "Listen, kid," Mac cut in, sharp as a blade. "No amount of justice will resurrect your family. You could bag every killer on the East Coast and it won't undo what happened." "I visit their graves every month," she replied flatly. "Trust me, I'm aware." He pressed on, merciless. "You're green, Kimberly. No field experience, barely out of Quantico. You really think you can take on some seasoned predator? This isn't some damn training exercise." Her lips twisted into a humorless smile. There were a dozen reasons she could have given: the isolation from her classmates, the way survivors guilt gnawed at her during memorial services, the chilling familiarity of victims who looked like Mandy. But in the end, she kept it simple. "Because I need to." A long silence stretched between them before Mac finally exhaled. "Fine, 6 sharp at Jefferson Trailhead, pack for rough terrain." As they stood, he added with grim emphasis, "And for God's sake, bring your sidearm." The humid Georgia night clung to Nora Ray as she watched her mother's vacant stare, fixed on the flickering TV screen. Abigail Watts hadn't changed out of that tattered pink robe in years, not since the world had shrunk to the confines of their sagging couch. The roots of her dark hair had gone silver, untouched since Grandma's last intervention. Nora Ray could still picture her before the collapse, waking at dawn, rolling her hair with military precision, humming as she flipped pancakes in her Sunday-best dress. Back then, Abigail had been the proud secretary at Dalton and Pierce, the kind of woman who carried a briefcase through their working-class neighborhood like a badge of honor. Now, the law firm might as well have been another lifetime. The only thing her mother answered to these days was the laugh track of old sitcoms, her body slumped in the same indentation on the couch cushions. Nora Ray wasn't even sure if anyone had bothered to file her resignation. Abigail had probably walked out after receiving that fateful call from the police, vanishing without a trace. The attorneys handling the case had been surprisingly kind, offering pro bono services for a trial that never materialized since the person responsible was never found. They kept her on the payroll longer than necessary, then shifted her to an indefinite leave. Nora Ray couldn't fathom how her mother still technically had a job after 3 years, who stayed that patient, who let life stand still like that. But then again, her entire family existed in a suspended state. Mary Lynn's bedroom was a shrine frozen in time, sunny yellow walls, blue ribbons from horse shows, trophies gathering dust. The jeans she'd tossed carelessly in the corner still lay there, waiting for a girl who would never return to toss them into the laundry. Her hairbrush, tangled with dark strands, sat untouched on the dresser. A half-used tube of lip gloss and dried-out mascara lingered nearby. Taped to the mirror was the acceptance letter from Albany State, proudly announcing Mary Lynn's admission to the freshman class of 2000. She dreamed of becoming a vet, saving the horses she adored, while Nora Ray had planned to be a lawyer. They'd even joked about buying neighboring farms, riding together at dawn before heading off to their glamorous, high-paying careers. That last summer, they'd laughed about it all, especially on that sweltering night when they dashed out for ice cream, not knowing it would be their final moment of normalcy. In the early days after Mary Lynn disappeared, the house had buzzed with activity. Neighbors arrived with casseroles, cookies, and pies, while men quietly mowed the lawn or fixed loose boards on the porch. Her mother had still gone through the motions, showering, dressing, rolling her hair, but her father had been the hardest to watch. Big Joe, the neighborhood handyman who could build a deck in a weekend and repaint the house like clockwork, wandered aimlessly, his calloused hands flexing helplessly. The man who could fix anything couldn't fix this. Then slowly the world moved on. The casseroles stopped coming. The lawn grew wild. Her mother gave up on getting dressed, and her father retreated into the numbing glow of sitcom reruns, sitting beside her on the couch like a ghost of himself. Nora Ray took over cooking, her law school dreams fading as she stirred her mother's old recipes. Now they were the neighborhood cautionary tale. The tragic family in the crumbling house on the corner. Did you hear about their daughter? The whispers followed her everywhere. Sometimes she imagined stitching a scarlet letter to her shirt. Yes, we're the ones who lost a girl. Yes, this is what happens when violence shatters a family. It could easily happen to anyone, so go ahead, look away when we pass by, mutter under your breath. Maybe violence spreads like a virus. It infected our home. Yours might be next. She never voiced these thoughts aloud, though. She couldn't afford to. As the only one left holding the pieces of her family together, she had to keep up appearances, had to convince herself that one surviving daughter was somehow enough. Her mother's head dipped forward in that familiar pre-sleep nod, while her father had already retreated to bed, clinging to the mundane rhythm of an early workday, the closest thing they had to normalcy in their fractured lives. Abigail finally gave in, her body melting into the worn cushions of their once cheerful sofa, a relic from brighter days. Then Nora Ray slipped into the room. She left the television murmuring. Experience had taught her that silence startled her mother awake faster than any noise. Instead, she carefully plucked the remote from her mother's tattered robe pocket and dialed the volume down until the only sound was the faint, uneven snoring of a woman who hadn't left the house in months, yet carried the weariness of decades. Nora's fists tightened at her sides. Part of her longed to brush her mother's cheek, to whisper empty promises that things would get better. She wanted to beg for the woman she remembered to return, because some nights she was sick of being the pillar holding everything up. Some nights she just wanted to collapse and sob. Leaving the remote on the coffee table, she crept back to her room where the AC hummed at a frigid 58 degrees and a pitcher of water stood guard beside her bed. She burrowed beneath the heavy blankets but didn't sleep. Her mind kept circling back to Marilyn, their last drive home from TGI. Fridays, her sister's cheerful voice filling the car. "Oh," Marilyn had teased. "Flat tire? Wait, never mind, some guy just stopped to help. See, Nora Ray, the world's still full of good people." Exhaustion weighed on him like a lead blanket. By 2 a.m., he'd finished his final task and dragged himself to bed, but not before returning the van, scrubbing it inside and out under the dim glow of a lantern. He even hosed the undercarriage. Dirt had a way of whispering secrets, and he knew better than to leave loose ends. Next came the dog crate, doused in ammonia until the chemical bite cleared his fogged mind and erased any traces of himself. He surveyed his work. The aquarium needed cleaning too, though what would it prove? That he'd owned a snake, not a crime. But his father's voice hissed in his ear, "Don't be the idiot who gets caught because he's too lazy to cover his tracks." The world tilted. Fatigue always made the darkness in his mind swell, swallowing time in gulps. He couldn't afford that now. He needed focus. A memory flickered, his mother's face, watching sunsets with a sadness he never understood. Did she know even then that nothing beautiful lasted, or was she just stalling, dreading the moment she'd have to face his father's temper again? The thought made his skin crawl. He didn't want to dwell on it. Snatching the aquarium from the van, he dumped its contents into the woods, grass and twigs scattering like evidence he refused to leave behind. He poured half a bottle of ammonia into the mix and plunged his bare hands into the toxic solution, wincing as the chemicals seared his flesh. The runoff would eventually trickle into a nearby creek, poisoning algae, bacteria, and whatever small fish dared to swim there. But what did it matter? He was no saint. He drove a gas-guzzling car, owned an energy-hogging fridge, and had once dated a woman who sprayed her hair with ozone-depleting aerosol. That's just how men were, destroyers by nature. Wives beaten, children broken, an entire planet twisted into something ugly and unrecognizable. Tears streamed down his face now, his nose running freely as his chest heaved with ragged, choking breaths. The ammonia stung his eyes, sure, but deep down he knew the truth. His mind kept drifting back to his mother's hollow, sorrowful expression. He and his brother should have gone back inside with her that day. They could have faced their father head-on, endured whatever punishment came their way like real men. Instead, they'd bolted into the woods, living off wild berries and fiddlehead ferns like feral children, pretending not to hear the muffled cries echoing from that lonely cabin. The van was spotless now, scrubbed raw under the relentless spray of the hose. The aquarium gleamed, every trace of the past 48 hours erased. Exhaustion settled into his bones, the kind of weariness only those who have taken a life could truly understand. But it was finished. Finally. He stashed his kill kit under the mattress before collapsing onto the bed. As his head hit the pillow, flashes of the night played behind his eyelids, blonde hair, blue eyes, the glint of teeth. For the first time in years, he slept soundly. Chapter 18. Quantico, Virginia. 5:36 a.m. Temperature 84 degrees F. The phone's shrill ring jolted Quincy awake. Years of late-night calls had trained him to reach blindly for the nightstand, but this time his hand met empty air. Right, FBI Academy dorm. The phone was across the room. By the time he snatched it up on the third ring, Rainey was already sitting up, her chestnut hair a wild halo around her face. Even half asleep, she was breathtaking, her sharp cheekbones and slender neck illuminated by the dim light. A familiar ache tightened in his chest. He turned away, pressing the receiver to his ear. "Pierce Quincy." A pause, then frustration creeping into his voice. "Are you sure? That's not what Kimberly, if that's your decision, fine, you're an adult. I respect that." It was useless. His last remaining daughter had gone to bed furious and woken up even angrier. The line went dead with a violent click. Quincy set the phone down gently, ignoring the tremor in his hands. 6 years of trying to fix things with Kimberly, 6 years of hitting the same wall. At first, he'd told himself she just needed time. After everything their family had endured, her rage made sense. But time hadn't softened her. If anything, the distance between them had only grown. As a former FBI agent with years of training under his belt, Quincy knew he should have been able to protect Bethy and Amanda. Yet he'd failed them both. He understood why Kimberly resented him. He'd spent years drowning in that same resentment himself. But time had dulled the sharp edges of his guilt, leaving behind a quieter, more unsettling realization. Maybe it wasn't just about failure. The ordeal they'd survived had bound them together in ways most families never experience. They'd outmaneuvered a predator who'd hunted them like prey, and that kind of trauma reshaped people. Maybe Kimberly no longer saw him as a father, just a reminder that danger didn't lurk in shadows. It wore charming smiles, walked among them, and sometimes, even the most capable protectors couldn't stop it. The bitter truth still haunted him. Failing those you loved was terrifyingly easy. Behind him, Rainey's voice cut through his thoughts. Was that Kimberly? What'd she say? She's taking a leave of absence from the academy. Counselor approved it for emotional distress. Rainey let out a disbelieving laugh. Kimberly, the same girl who'd rather chew glass than admit she needed help, no chance. Quincy stayed silent, letting her piece it together. It didn't take long. Rainey had always been sharp. She's going after the case, she burst out, grinning. Well, I'll be damned, told you that Georgia boy was trouble. Quincy's expression darkened. If Watson finds out, her career's finished. Watson will just be pissed he didn't crack the case first, Rainey shot back, already out of bed. So what's the plan? Work, Quincy said flatly. I want the victim id. On it. He hesitated, then added, and we should pay a visit to Dr. Annunzio, the forensic linguist. Rainey raised an eyebrow. You starting to buy into this eco-killer theory? I don't know, but I do know my daughter's in too deep. Let's move fast. Meanwhile, Kimberly and Mac rolled toward Richmond in near silence. The hum of country music from the radio filled the car, Mac's choice, not hers. She sipped lukewarm gas station coffee, her one non-negotiable morning ritual. His rented Camry was a step up from her battered Mazda, and the trunk held his backpack of supplies alongside her hiking boots and a half-filled duffel. This morning she'd turned in her plastic training gun, signed the paperwork, and surrendered her id just like that. She was on leave, no longer an FBI trainee. For the first time in decades, she wasn't chasing the badge. She should have been panicking. Instead, beneath the exhaustion, she felt light, almost reckless. The GPS led them to an office park north of Richmond, home to the U.S. Geological Survey team. Mac handed her a crumpled email printout, and she guided them in, her pulse steady. No anxiety, no second-guessing. Just the quiet certainty that, for once, she was exactly where she needed to be. Kimberly's first impression of the USC's office was nothing like she'd imagined. Instead of some drab government building, she found herself staring at a sleek, modern structure nestled in a surprisingly pleasant suburban setting. The drive there had taken them past a bustling community college, rows of neatly kept houses, and a cheerful elementary school with kids playing outside. The sidewalks were lined with towering trees, their branches swaying gently over manicured lawns dotted with vibrant crepe myrtles in full bloom. The office itself was a single-story brick-and-glass affair, surrounded by well-tended shrubs and more of those eye-catching pink and white flowers. It was almost too nice, definitely not the kind of place she associated with bureaucratic drudgery. As they stepped inside, the cool air hit her, and the receptionist, a woman with an overly enthusiastic smile, immediately ushered them toward their destination. Ray Lee Chi, Mac announced, as if that explained everything. Kimberly shot him a skeptical look. A geographer? She muttered under her breath. You're bringing a leaf to a map guy. Mac just shrugged. Jenny vouched for him. Apparently he knows his plants. The receptionist stopped at a half-open door, gestured vaguely, then vanished down the hall, leaving them to their fate. Mac knocked lightly before pushing inside, where they were met by a whirlwind of energy in the form of Ray. The man practically launched himself out of his chair, grinning like they were old friends. "Please, call me Ray," he insisted, shaking Mac's hand with enough force to rattle bones before turning to Kimberly with the same vigor. She took in his appearance, khaki shorts, a high-tech hiking shirt, biceps that suggested he spent more time outdoors than behind a desk. His office was a controlled chaos of papers, maps, and what looked like half a dozen unfinished projects. He plopped back into his chair, fingers drumming impatiently. "So, Jenny said you needed help with a leaf." Mac pulled out a scanned image from his folder. Ray's eyebrows shot up. "That's it, a picture." "Best we've got," Mac admitted. Ray sighed dramatically. "You know, a real leaf would have been ideal, but hey, I'll work with what I've got." He leaned in, suddenly intrigued. "Wait, is this for a case, like a crime scene thing? Am I about to help catch a killer?" Mac nodded solemnly. "If you can it, yeah, could be a big break." Ray's grin widened. "Man, I love it when my hobbies pay off." He snatched the paper, already muttering to himself about venation patterns and leaf margins. Meanwhile, Kimberly exchanged a glance with Mac. This guy was either going to solve their case or give them both a caffeine-induced heart attack. She wasn't sure which was more likely. Ray snatched the paper with an eager grin. "A photo makes it trickier, but hey, I live for puzzles. Let's check out your mystery leaf." He whipped out a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the image. "First things first, it's a broadleaf tree, angiosperm to us science nerds. Oval shape, pointed tip, jagged edges, classic birch family vibes." He glanced up sharply. "Where'd you dig this up again?" "Can't say," came the tight-lipped reply. Ray exhaled, tapping the photo. "Seriously? No bark samples, no buds, just this lone leaf? You're killing me here." His chair wheels squeaked as he launched toward the bookshelf, snagging a hefty tome, Gray's Manual of Botany. Fun fact, Virginia's crawling with birches. Back in the day, Appalachian folks brewed birch beer from black birch sap, tasted like wintergreen candy. Nearly wiped out the species before synthetic flavoring saved the trees. Then they switched to moonshine. Priorities, right? He zoomed back to his desk, flipping pages like a blackjack dealer. Kimberly peered over his shoulder at the dizzying Latin terms and glossy leaf photos. Option 1, Bichillalenta black birch. Leaves run 3 to 4 inches, but yours is undersized. Maybe it's a sapling. Mac cut in, "Where do these grow?" "Mountains, Chesapeake wetlands, take your pick." "Too vague." Ray didn't wait for an answer. "Next up, Bichillalludia, yellow birch, towering 80-foot giants with 5-inch leaves, way too big for your little clue." He riffled further. "Paper birch, 3-inch leaves, loves post-fire clearings, or river birch, smaller, hugs waterways, but without catkins, those funky flower clusters, or bark samples were shooting in the dark." Mac muttered, "Our guy's playing hardball," as Kimberly leaned in. "He wouldn't pick something obvious. Think regional, somewhere specific." Ray's eyes lit up. "Ah, you want the weirdos. Virginia's got a few rare birches like the dwarf birch clinging to alpine zones, endangered, finicky, perfect for a twisted game." His grin turned razor sharp. "Now we're talking." Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he sighed. "Fair question, but no, this isn't cutting it." Snapping the book closed, he hesitated briefly before spinning toward his computer and hammering out a rapid-fire sequence of keystrokes. "Look, what you actually need is a dendrologist. I'm just a humble geographer who occasionally plays with plants. A real tree specialist, though." Kimberly arched an eyebrow. "Fancier title." "Bigger expertise," he corrected. "I'm a jack of all trades. Ask me about wildflowers or ferns and I'm your guy. But a dendrologist, they'll recite a tree's life story down to its root system." "Of course there's an ologist for that," Kimberly muttered under her breath. Ray grinned. "Oh, you haven't even scratched the surface. Here in the Richmond office, we're heavy on geographers and water experts. Most of us dabble in other sciences too. But up in Reston, that's where the real specialists camp out, Botanists, pollen detectives, rock whisperers, you name it. Where S. Reston, Mac cut in. 2 hours north, tight schedule. Extremely. Ray's fingers flew across the keyboard. Then let's embrace modern miracles. Behold the internet where every obscure science has a fan page. Nerds and their tech, right? With a flourish, he pulled up a USDA page titled Virginia's Dendrology Guide. Kimberly smirked. Well, I'll be damned. And here's your prime suspect, Ray announced dramatically. Meet Bichela populifolia, the gray birch, petite at 30 feet, leaves about 3 inches long, bark that tricks you into thinking it's brown when it's really gray. Unlike its cousins, the yellow and paper birch, which look permanently disheveled, this one keeps it sleek. Used mostly for firewood and cheap lumber. Oh, and it grows in exactly one spot statewide, except. He squinted at the screen. The site conveniently leaves out where. Mac leaned in, eyes sharp. You're saying this could be our tree, exclusive to one Virginia location? According to the tree nerds, yeah. Then I need coordinates, yesterday. Ray tapped the monitor with his pencil. Here's a clue. Its usual hangouts are up north, New York, Pennsylvania, so if it's slumming it in Virginia. The mountains, Kimberly finished. Bingo, now which range? Blue Ridge, Shenandoah? His chair wheels screeched as he launched toward a cluttered bookcase, yanked down a directory, and dialed a number. Kathy Levine, please, out. Tell her Ray Leachy from USCS needs urgent tree intel, very Sherlockian. Hanging up, he shrugged. She's the Shenandoah National Park botanist. We play the waiting game now. Added detail, Ray's theatrical reveal of the Birch's bad hair day cousins. Tone shift, playful sarcasm during the internet search. She knows those woods better than anyone, especially when it comes to gray birch trees. But of course, she's out doing fieldwork right now, typical timing. How long before she's back? Max snapped impatiently. 4 days, came the reply. Mac's jaw tightened. We don't have 4 days. Ray raised a hand to cut him off. Yeah, I got that loud and clear, but check this, she usually checks her messages around lunch. Give it till noon and I'll call you the second I hear from her. That's just 4 hours. 4 hours can feel like forever, Mac muttered darkly. Ray shrugged. Not much I can do when all we've got is a photo of a leaf. Kimberly stepped in. I've got a question. From everything you've studied, is there any link between Virginia and Hawaii? Ray blinked. Virginia and Hawaii. Yeah. He scratched his head. Beats me, plants. No way, Hawaii's all tropical and Virginia, well, unless you count this freak heat wave, not so much. Nothing else connecting them, she pressed. Ray wiggled his nose, thinking. Maybe a geologist could help. Both have mountains, barrier islands, but flora and fauna? Nope. Kimberly didn't miss a beat. Where do we find a geologist here? Ray caught her urgency and threw up his hands. We don't have any, you'd have to go to Reston. Wait, hold on. He saw her expression and backtracked. Okay, Jennifer York. She's a core sampler, but she's got geology training. Office is on the other side, third door left. Kimberly turned to Mac, who was staring at her like she'd grown a second head. You heard him, she said briskly. Let's go. Richmond, Virginia. 8:31 a.m. Temperature 87 degrees. 30 seconds later, in the echoing halls of the USCS building, Mac grabbed her arm. Why the hell are we asking about Hawaii? Kimberly yanked free, her glare sharp enough to cut glass. Because the Me's assistant found a Hawaii travel brochure in the victim's purse. Mac's grip loosened, but his voice turned dangerous. You didn't mention that yesterday. It didn't seem important at the time, but then I remembered what you said, how he plants things in their purses. Business cards, napkins with names, got me thinking. Mac studied her, then smirked. Anything else you remembered last night? Yeah, she shot back, to strap on my knife. His grin widened. Ankle, thigh. I swear the first thing I thought when I saw you this morning was, where's she hiding it this time? You've got a real talent for making a man paranoid, sweetheart." He leaned in, the scent of soap and something undeniably him filling the space between them. Kimberly stepped back, suddenly lightheaded. Mac's voice dropped to a murmur. "If I behave, do I get to frisk you later, or should I misbehave?" "Enough," she shoved her hands between them, heat rising in her cheeks. "I am not flirting with you." "Of course not," he said, far too innocently. Her eyes narrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You casual, nah, with you it'd be dead serious." His blue eyes locked onto hers, all teasing gone, and damn if that didn't hit harder than the jokes. Then he straightened, nodding down the hall. "So, geologist." He strode off before she could reply, leaving her scrambling to catch up. 5 minutes later, they stood outside Jennifer York's office. Mac rapped sharply on the door. The door swung open almost instantly, revealing a young woman dressed in khaki shorts, a fitted white top with a scoop neck, and sturdy hiking boots, clearly ready for field work. Mac flashed his most disarming grin and launched into his introduction. "Jennifer York, I assume." "Special Agent Mac McCormack, and this is my partner, Investigator Quincy. We just finished speaking with your colleague Ray Lee Chi, and he insisted you're the go-to expert on all things geological." Jennifer blinked rapidly, her gaze lingering a little too long on Mac's broad shoulders before flickering toward Kimberly, who stood with arms crossed. "Special agent, like FBI." "Close enough," Mac replied smoothly. "We're working a kidnapping case and need help identifying some environmental evidence, rocks, foliage, that sort of thing. Think you could spare a few minutes? It'd be a huge help." The moment he flashed another smile, Jennifer practically stumbled over herself to usher them inside, barely registering Kimberly's presence. The office was a carbon copy of Ray's, overcrowded bookshelves, sagging file cabinets, and a no-nonsense desk. Jennifer leaned against it, arching her back just enough to be noticeable. Kimberly cleared her throat sharply. "We're trying to figure out if there's a geological link between Hawaii and Virginia." Jennifer's flirtatious demeanor evaporated. "You mean the states?" "Yes, the states," Kimberly deadpanned. "Is there a connection or not?" With a huff, Jennifer dropped into her chair, suddenly all business. "Actually, there is. The Blue Ridge Mountains and the Hawaiian Islands share volcanic origins, both formed from basaltic lava flows. 1 billion years ago, the Grenville Mountains stretched across the continent, possibly as tall as the Himalayas today. Erosion wore them down, but then, boom, the Catoctin volcanics erupted." Mac's eyebrows shot up. "Wait, Virginia had volcanoes." "Technically, a massive rift opened, flooding the valley with magma. That's how we got the Catoctin Formation, still visible in Shenandoah today." Mac shot Kimberly a look. Was the rock the victim held green? She couldn't recall, NCIS had snatched it up too fast. "So these metabasalts," he pressed, "are they common in the park?" Jennifer smirked. "Oh, they're everywhere. The difference is Hawaii's basalt stays black, while ours turns green thanks to minerals like chlorite, nature's little makeover." Kimberly rolled her eyes. "Of course, the rocks had to be complicated too as you drive through Shenandoah National Park from the northern entrance down to Thornton Gap. You'll notice rocky formations lining the route. The same goes for the stretch between Stony Man and Swift Run Gap, with even more geological features appearing as you head toward the park's southern end." Kimberly raised a question. "Are there any particularly rare rocks here?" York paused, considering. "Shenandoah is built on 3 main bedrock types. The northern and southern sections have metabasalts, while siliciclasts, sedimentary rocks rich in silica, are mostly found near Thornton Gap and the southern region. Then there's granite, concentrated in the park's central area. The siliciclasts cover the smallest area, while the granite is the most clearly defined. Of course, within each type, there are variations, different mineral compositions depending on location." Mac grinned. "So not all rocks are created equal?" York rewarded him with an approving smile. "Exactly. Geologists study rock samples under polarizing microscopes to identify mineral makeup and trace their origins. Sometimes, a rock's range is incredibly specific. I don't have that equipment here, but if you brought me a sample, I could make some calls. Mac hesitated. We don't exactly have a rock. York's eyebrow shot up. No rock, he shrugged. Just a Hawaii travel brochure. She blinked, momentarily thrown, then sighed. Without a sample, I can't narrow it down. Shenandoah spans 80,000 acres, plenty of rocks, some similar to Hawaii's, but that's not exactly helpful. Kimberly tried another angle. Do you have a field guide we could borrow? York shook her head. Even then, you'd only distinguish broad categories: basalt, granite, siliciclast. That still leaves 40,000 acres to search. Proper analysis requires a microscope. Kimberly half-joked, got one we could borrow, York chuckled. Those aren't exactly cheap, the government might notice. Mac muttered, darn bureaucracy. Bring me a rock, York insisted, her gaze lingering on Mac. He nodded politely, though Kimberly knew they'd never get their hands on the evidence they needed. Before leaving, she asked, one last thing, are there rattlesnakes here? York looked surprised. Plenty. Why? Kimberly adjusted her boots. Just making sure I'm prepared. Watch where you step, York warned. They love hiding between boulders or sunbathing on warm rocks at dusk. Noted. As they left, York flashed Mac another bright smile, standing just a little taller. Kimberly's handshake was firm, almost rigid. Clearly, she wasn't the type to soften her grip just because she lacked a southern accent or Mac's broad shoulders. As they stepped toward the exit, the sunlight blazed through the glass door, promising another scorching day. That could have gone better, Mac muttered, hesitating at the threshold like a man steeling himself to walk into an oven. But we've got a lead, Kimberly countered, her voice steady. Everything points to Shenandoah National Park. Mac scoffed, running a hand through his hair. Oh sure, just 80,000 acres of wilderness, piece of cake. What we really need is a fleet of helicopters, a search and rescue team, and a pack of bloodhounds. But no, this poor woman gets us. His jaw tightened, frustration radiating off him in waves. Kimberly felt an unexpected urge to reach out to offer some small comfort, but she held back. Would he even welcome it? We'll find her, she said instead, forcing conviction into her words. We just need more intel. Damn it, I should have grabbed that rock when I had the chance. Mac's laugh was bitter. Because tampering with evidence is totally your style. The leaf was already compromised, but that rock, probably sitting in some lab collecting dust. We'll find her, Kimberly repeated, locking eyes with him. For a fleeting second, the hard edge in his gaze softened. Stubborn Kimberly, he murmured, almost fondly. She nodded, damn right. He checked his watch. 10 a.m., he announced, then shoved the door open with a grunt. And it's only getting hotter. Meanwhile, Tina stirred awake, her mouth dry as sandpaper, her head throbbing. The buzzing, the buzzing was relentless. She clawed the sticky blonde hair from her face, only to be met with a cloud of black specks. Mosquitoes, hundreds of them feasting on her skin like she was an all-you-can-eat buffet. She lurched to her feet, shrieking as her designer sandals sank into the swampy muck. The cool mud between her toes was a brief relief, until she spotted the sleek black snake gliding past her ankle. With a yelp, she scrambled back onto the rock, but the insects followed, swarming her exposed skin. Gnats, yellow flies, creatures she couldn't even name, they attacked her eyelids, her lips, the tender spots behind her ears. Her arms flailed, smacking at her own body in a frenzy. Die, you little vampires, she gasped, feeling the sickening pop of engorged bugs beneath her palms. Blood smeared her skin, but the swarm only grew thicker. Desperation clawed at her throat. This wasn't just hell. It was a nightmare with wings. The air erupted with a fresh onslaught of insects, their tiny bodies descending upon her like a living storm. Each bite seared into her exposed skin, leaving behind angry red welts that throbbed in unison. Tears streamed down her face as she choked on ragged breaths, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Then, with a violent heave, her stomach revolted. She barely had time to drop to her knees before vomiting over the rocky ledge. The meager contents of her stomach splattered into the murky swamp below, a pathetic mix of bile and water. Even after her stomach emptied, her body continued to spasm, dry heaves racking her frame while mosquitoes feasted on her defenseless skin. Minutes crawled by before the nausea finally loosened its grip. Weak and trembling, she pushed herself upright, swiping at the sweat-drenched hair clinging to her face. Fresh bites already dotted her ears and neck, the insects relentless in their assault. She swatted half-heartedly at the cloud buzzing around her movements sluggish with defeat. What was the point? For everyone she killed, 100 more would take its place. Her throat burned, her skin felt like it had been set ablaze, and when she lifted her hands, they were a patchwork of swollen, angry marks. She tilted her head back, squinting against the blinding sun that scorched the sky. The dog crate was gone. Instead, she was trapped in this godforsaken swamp, nothing more than prey for whatever creatures lurked in the muck. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "Good news," Tina muttered, her voice hoarse. "At least he's not some sick pervert." The absurdity of it all hit her, and she dissolved into laughter until it twisted into sobs. "I'm sorry, Ma," she whispered, her words swallowed by the oppressive heat. "Someone please get me out of here." Quantico, Virginia. 10:08 a.m. Temperature 91 degrees F. Special Agent Kaplan had led Rainey and Quincy to the crime scene at 8 sharp, only to leave them to their work 10 minutes later. Quincy preferred it that way, no distractions, no chatter, just the quiet aftermath of violence. Death had a way of speaking when everything else fell silent. Rainey moved like a shadow along the forest's edge, her steps soundless. They'd been at this for hours, meticulously combing through the roped-off area before venturing beyond, searching for what others might have missed. The kind of clue that could crack a case wide open, if such a thing even existed. Beneath the dense canopy of oaks, the heat was suffocating. They drained 2 water bottles already, and the third was nearly gone, warm and tasteless. Quincy's once crisp dress shirt clung to his chest, sweat trickling down his temples. His pencil slipped in his damp grip, leaving smudged notes on the page. A brutal morning, a brutal case. Was this the killer's game? Watching law enforcement suffer in the sweltering heat, uniforms sticking to their skin, breath coming in shallow gasps. Some murderers chose grotesque dumping grounds just to savor the thought of detectives wading through filth. First, they degraded the victim. Then they toyed with the living Quincy, paused, letting the weight of the moment settle over him. The dense forest around them seemed to hum with unspoken secrets, the thick canopy overhead blocking out most of the sunlight, casting eerie shadows across the ground. He couldn't shake the feeling that this place held answers, if only he could see them. Why here? Of all the sprawling acres on this military base, why had the killer chosen this exact spot? The isolation made sense, hidden from view, shielded by towering trees, but the logistics didn't add up. Hauling a 110-pound body half a mile in the dead of night, avoiding the easier, more accessible dumping grounds. There had to be a reason. Kaplan's cheerful voice snapped him back to reality. The NCIS agent strolled toward them, annoyingly crisp in his pressed shirt, as if he'd just stepped out of an air-conditioned office. He tossed Quincy a can of bug spray with a grin. "Thought you might need this." Quincy caught it with a dry smirk. "You're a real hero, now turn around." Kaplan blinked but obeyed, scanning the area behind him. "What am I supposed to be seeing?" "Nothing," Quincy said flatly. "That's the point." Rainey, her dark hair now a frizzy mess from the relentless humidity, stalked closer. "Look at the ground, genius. No footprints." Kaplan frowned. "So, the path's packed dirt, it's solid." Quincy exhaled, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. 5 days ago, this place got 2 inches of rain. Step off this path and you'll sink into mud. But here? This dirt's been trampled by hundreds of boots, Marines, FBI trainees, until it's hard as concrete. Even a 300-pound load wouldn't leave a mark. Kaplan still looked lost. "Okay, but if the killer wanted to hide, wouldn't he take the less traveled route?" Rainey scoffed. You're missing it. The unsub didn't just pick this spot randomly. He knew this path, knew it wouldn't leave traces, knew exactly where to step. Quincy nodded, his gaze drifting toward the nearby paved PT course. If you were lugging a body, wouldn't you take the paved route? Better footing, no risk of sinking into mud. But no, our guy chose the dirt path, because he wasn't just hiding, he was following a plan. Kaplan's expression shifted as the realization hit him. He's been here before. Exactly, Quincy said quietly. And that changes everything. Kaplan knew the terrain was unforgiving, hard-packed earth that wouldn't betray footprints, and open enough to avoid snagging evidence on low branches. Whoever did this wasn't some amateur. They'd scouted the area, maybe even rehearsed the route. Hell, they might have walked it themselves within the past week. The walk back to the academy was heavy with frustration. Kaplan rubbed his temple as he recounted his dead-end interviews with the Marines on duty. Nothing unusual, he muttered. Just a steady stream of cars, students fleeing the heat for bars, IDs checked, nothing out of place. Rainey kept pace beside Quincy, her badge swaying with each step. No visitor logs, she asked. Kaplan shook his head. Just security passes. Different colors, different clearance levels. Guests need escorts or they're not getting back in. Rainey flicked her own badge with a finger. Seems easy enough to fake. Kaplan's jaw tightened. Try it. The FBI doesn't just hand these out. There's sign-ins, sign-outs, accountability. You think we'd let some rando waltz in here? Rainey shrugged. Just saying, if it's an insider, that's your answer. Kaplan exhaled sharply. Yeah, and that's the depressing part. Guess I still want to believe the good guys are actually good. Not exactly a comforting worldview, Rainey remarked. Comforting, Kaplan scoffed. It's terrifying. He turned to Quincy. But here's the thing, no sexual assault, just poison. Shouldn't we consider women? Quincy didn't hesitate. No. But poison's their mo and no assault. That's not how male predators operate. Quincy stopped walking. The victim's clothing is irrelevant. Short skirts don't invite violence. Predators aren't driven by lust, they're after control. Look at Berkowitz, Kaczynski, the Beltway snipers. Their methods varied, but the motive didn't. Power and drugs, perfect for domination. Rainey cut in. Also, no woman's hauling a body that far. Physics doesn't work that way. The trees thinned, sunlight breaking through as they stepped onto the open path. The case weighed on them, no closer to answers than when they'd started the sun hit them with brutal force, like a blacksmith slamming down on an anvil, while heat waves rippled across the asphalt. Sweet Jesus, Kaplan muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. And we're not even at the worst of it yet. Quincy nodded grimly, but Rainey had already made up her mind. Forget protocol, she announced, yanking off her pants right there in the parking lot. If the academy wants me to melt into a puddle, they can write me up later. Kaplan held up a hand, his expression turning serious. Hold on, there's something you both need to hear. Rainey paused mid-motion, irritation flashing in her eyes while Quincy felt the weight of the moment settle over him. The tox report came back, Kaplan continued. Victim had ketamine in her system, trace amounts, but the real killer was Ativan, enough to stop her heart. And here's the kicker. Quincy's jaw tightened. McCormack called both drugs last night. Kaplan gave a slow, deliberate nod. Yeah, he knew. Now what does that tell you? Quantico, Virginia. 11:48 a.m. Temperature 95 degrees F. Mac drove until Richmond's skyline vanished in the rearview, then merged onto I-64, where the Blue Ridge Mountains loomed ahead like a fortress of dark green against the endless sky. A quick pit stop at a gas station, then a detour to Walmart for supplies, bug spray, bandages, snacks, and enough bottled water to survive a desert trek. Kimberly grabbed an extra backpack, stuffing it with essentials while Mac checked his phone. A message from Ray Lee Chi confirmed their meeting with botanist Kathy Levine at Big Meadows Lodge. Back on the road, the landscape shifted. Suburbs gave way to sprawling farmland, red barns standing sentinel over fields of gold and green. Horses grazed lazily, and tiny towns flashed by, each one a snapshot of fading Americana with its peeling gas stations and white-steepled churches. Then, just as suddenly, the open land surrendered to the mountains, their shadows swallowing the road whole. Kimberly had been silent since their last stop. The visor shaded her face, but Mac didn't need to see her eyes to know she was exhausted. She'd arrived that morning looking like she'd fought a war, pale, sharp-edged, her crisp linen outfit hiding more than just professionalism. The knife strapped to her thigh, the Glock at her hip, she was dressed for battle. And Mac wondered, not for the first time, how much of her life had been spent fighting since losing her family. He cleared his throat. Pretty incredible, huh? She stirred, stretching her legs. Yeah. Mountains grow on you, or are you strictly concrete and skyscrapers? A faint smirk. Alexandria's technically close, but it's just DC's quieter cousin. Never really felt like home. The road climbed higher, the air thickening with the scent of pine. Somewhere ahead, answers waited. And maybe, if they were lucky, a moment's peace. My mom was more into museums like the Smithsonian than outdoor adventures in the Shenandoah Mountains. After that, I headed off to school in New York. What about you? I've always been drawn to nature. Mountains, rivers, open fields, you name it. Growing up, my grandparents owned a massive peach orchard, and when their kids got married, they gave each one a few acres to build a home. So my sister and I grew up in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by cousins and endless space. Mom would shove us out the door every morning with just two rules: don't die and be back by dinner. And somehow we always managed. You must have been close with your cousins. Close, more like constantly at war. But that was part of the fun, making up ridiculous games, getting into trouble, acting like wild animals until the sun went down. Then, believe it or not, we'd all gather for board games. Every single night. Yep, we rotated houses, but the tradition never stopped. My mom banned TV when I was 12, called it the boob tube, so we had to find other ways to entertain ourselves. Monopoly, Scrabble, Risk, you name it, we played it. And I'm guessing you won most of them. Obviously. Kimberly smirked. You can pretend to be this easygoing Southern guy, but I see right through you. You hate losing, whether it's a board game or a case. The guy who said winning doesn't matter was definitely a loser. No argument here. My family wasn't big on games, she admitted. We read serious books, at least when my mom was around. But after bedtime, my sister and I would sneak Sweet Valley High under the covers with a flashlight. Sweet Valley High, I pegged you for more of a Nancy Drew type. Nancy was fine, but my sister had better taste in contraband. And liquor, but that's a different story. Rebel. Everyone has their moments. She turned to him. So, Mr. Charming, ever been in love? Oh. She didn't let up until he sighed, once. My sister set me up with her friend. Rachel was great, funny, kind, amazing with kids. Things were good for a while. What went wrong? I don't know. That's not an answer. For a guy, it's the only answer. He exhaled. Maybe I was an idiot. She was the kind of woman you marry, but I wasn't ready. This job, you never know when you'll be home. I didn't want her waiting around, resenting me. Do you miss her? Haven't thought about her in years. Why not? She sounds perfect. Nobody's perfect, Kimberly. We never fought, not once, and that's a problem. People should argue now and then make up spectacularly. At least that's how I see it. Your turn, who was he? There's no he. Come on, there's always a name, the boy from math class, the guy who made your heart race. Spill it, the football star who slipped through your fingers. That guy your sister dated who you secretly pined for. Admit it, sometimes the truth sets you free. Kimberly shook her head. Still nothing. Honestly, I've never been in love, maybe I'm just not wired that way. Max studied her skeptically. Come on, everyone falls eventually. Not true, she shot back. Some people thrive on their own. Love means surrendering part of yourself, letting someone see your weak spots. That's not exactly my strong suit. A slow grin spread across Mac's face. Sweetheart, you just haven't met someone who makes it worth the risk. Heat rushed to Kimberly's cheeks. She turned toward the window as the car climbed higher into the Blue Ridge Mountains, navigating the twisting roads of Swift Run Gap. Around every curve, breathtaking vistas unfolded, emerald valleys plunging below jagged granite peaks, the sky stretching endlessly above. At 2,400 feet, the world spread out beneath them like a rumpled quilt of forest and stone. Incredible, she breathed, and Mac could only nod in agreement. They entered Shenandoah National Park, grabbing a map before heading north on Skyline Drive toward Big Meadows. The scenic route forced them to slow down, just as well, with so much beauty demanding attention. Wildflowers dotted the roadside, while deeper in the woods, ferns created a lush undergrowth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of oaks and beeches, scattering golden light across the pavement. A butterfly flitted past, followed by the sudden appearance of a doe and her fawn crossing the road. At the first overlook, Mac pulled over. Even as an experienced outdoorsman, the view stole his breath. Endless forest broken by rocky outcrops, the vibrant colors of nature on full display. Do you think he really cares about the environment? Kimberly asked quietly. Mac didn't need clarification. Hard to say, he's got good taste in locations, I'll give him that. She gestured toward a stand of dead hemlocks. Woolly adelgids killing the trees, and how long before developers carve up these valleys? Most of the country used to look like this. Now we preserve scraps of wilderness like museum pieces. Progress, Mac offered. That's just an excuse. He exhaled sharply. Yeah and no, the world changes, our kids might inherit a mess, but none of that explains why some guy butchers women. Maybe he convinces himself he's different, pretends he's got a moral compass. All that eco-terrorist rhetoric, just noise. A way to justify what he really wants, to hunt and kill. Kimberly's voice turned clinical. In psychology, we study the many motivations behind human behavior. Killers are no exception. Some murderers are fueled by sheer arrogance, their inflated sense of self drowning out any moral restraint. Take the serial killer who gets off on the rush of dominance, or the Wall Street hotshot who silences his mistress to protect his reputation, convinced his comfort outweighs her right to exist. Then there's the reckless teenager who fires a gun just to see what happens. But there's a darker breed, the crusader. These killers don't act for personal thrills, they genuinely believe they're serving justice. The extremist who guns down worshippers in a temple, the militant who assassinates physicians over ideology, they see themselves as righteous. And our so-called eco-killer, he might just fit the mold. Mac scoffed. So our options are self-absorbed lunatics or holier-than-thou lunatics. Charming. Technically, yes. All right, let's play shrink. Freud claimed every choice reveals something, your tie, your coffee order, even your socks. Nothing's random, so what's this guy telling us? He snatches pairs of young women always outside bars, not random. A zealot targets beliefs, not demographics. A crusader hunts by principle, not gender. But our guy? 8 victims in Georgia, maybe 10 now, all college girls leaving nightlife. What's that scream about him? Kimberly's voice dropped. He despises women, especially those who drink. Loathes them, Max snapped. Sluts, party girls, whatever label he slaps on them. Maybe he's convinced it's about saving trees, but if that were true, we'd see hikers, activists, anyone. Nope. Just women. That doesn't make him an eco-warrior, it makes him a delusional predator with a grudge. You don't trust behavioral analysis. Kimberly, we've had a profile for years. Ask the latest victim in the morgue how much it's helped. Cynical. Practical, he shot back. This won't be cracked in some air-conditioned office. It'll happen out here, baking under this sun, scrambling over rocks, praying not to step on a rattler, because that's his game. He hates women, but he's also hunting us, cops, rescue teams. We're the ones bleeding in these woods, and he knows it. Any casualties among searchers? Damn right. Broken bones in Tallulah Gorge, heatstroke in the cotton fields. One guy fought an alligator near the Savannah River, 2 others got nailed by cottonmouths. Deaths, she pressed. Mac stared at the jagged horizon. His reply was barely audible. Not so far. Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. 1:44 p.m. 97 degrees. Kathy Levine was all business, compact, fiery-haired with a sprinkle of freckles. She barely nodded at Mac and Kimberly before ushering them past the lodge's soaring windows. Ray mentioned you have a leaf photo, back here. Her tone left no room for small talk. Added detail, emphasized Kathy's no-nonsense demeanor with specific mannerisms. Adjusted Mac's dialogue to heighten tension. Sharpened the contrast between Crusader killers and the eco-killers pattern. Maintained the original's grit while tightening pacing. Mac handed over a digital scan instead of an actual leaf. Kathy barely glanced at it before slapping it onto her desk and flicking on an intense lamp, though the room was already flooded with sunlight from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Might be gray birch, she mused after a moment, squinting, but you'd have better luck with the real thing. Kimberly tilted her head. You a tree expert or something? Nope, Kathy replied, killing the light with a sharp click. Just know my park. Ever heard of refugia? Mac blinked. Refugee what? Exactly, Kathy smirked. Refugia plants that got stuck here after the last ice age like bad house guests. They should have died out, but instead they hauled themselves up the mountains to stay cool. Balsam fir, red cedar, and yeah, your gray birch, all relics hiding in plain sight. Mac leaned in. Our source said it only grows in one spot. Pretty much. Kathy shoved back from her chair and yanked a massive, ice-searing map from the shelf. A geologic rainbow of purples and neon oranges labeled Shenandoah County. She thumped it onto the cluttered desk, jabbing a lime-green blotch near the edge. Swampy Plateau near Big Meadows is your best bet, but it's scattered across this whole mile. Congrats, you're standing in Virginia's only gray birch hotspot. Fantastic, Mac muttered. Assuming we're even after the right tree, how many people are crawling around here lately? Campers, maybe 30. Heat scared off the usual crowd, plus day hikers and the geniuses who experience nature from their subs. Any check-ins, patrols? Kathy snorted. We've got rangers if things go sideways, but we don't babysit. So someone could vanish here, and you'd never notice. People vanish here every day. We just call it hiking. Mac exhaled sharply as Kathy's gaze flicked to Kimberly's hip. She's packing, might as well spill the rest. Kimberly held her breath as Mac hesitated. 6 hours ago she'd had a badge. Now, nothing. We're tracking a missing girl, Mac said finally. This leaf might lead us to her. Kathy's arms folded. You're telling me a kid's lost out there, in this heat? Maybe. For a long second the room hummed with tension. Then Kathy's voice turned razor-sharp. Id now. Mac flashed his credentials. Kimberly stayed frozen, the weight of her choices crashing down. She'd spent her life chasing an identity, and here she was empty-handed. Turning away, she let the sunlight scorch her eyelids, clinging to the burn like an Anchorage young woman was out there somewhere, alone and terrified. She needed help, Kimberly's help. But no matter what she did, the past wouldn't change. Her mother was gone. Her sister was gone. Mac had been right all along. Some wounds never healed, no matter how hard you fought. So what was she really trying to accomplish? Was she just chasing her own destruction like Mandy had? Or was this her desperate attempt to finally do something right? To save one life, just one, because maybe that would dull the pain of 6 years of failure. Levine held up the badge, her expression sharp. This says Georgia Bureau of Investigation, she said, eyeing Mac. Last I checked, we're standing in Virginia. Mac didn't flinch. Yes, ma'am. Levine's gaze shifted to Kimberly, suspicion tightening her voice. And I'm guessing you don't have any it at all. Kimberly met her stare. No, I don't. Levine exhaled. wiping sweat from her brow. Listen, it's 100 degrees out here, and I didn't sign up to babysit rogue investigators playing cowboy. You've got about 30 seconds to explain why I shouldn't kick you both out of my park. Max stepped forward, his voice cutting through the heat. A predator started in Georgia targeting women. 8 victims so far, only 1 survived. I've got photos that'll turn your stomach if you need proof. Now he's here in Virginia, and I have reason to believe he dumped another girl in these woods. The FBI's dragging their feet with paperwork while she's out there, baking in this heat with nothing but a purse and a cocktail dress. So yeah, we're out of our jurisdiction. But I'm not waiting for permission to save a life. Levine hesitated, then sighed. You got any references? My supervisor in Georgia can vouch for me. And if I help you, what exactly does that mean? Officially, nothing. I can't ask you to do a damn thing. Levine chewed her lip. How long has she been out there? Since yesterday. In this heat with no supplies? Levine's face paled. Jesus, and this guy S done this before. 8 times. Today, I want to make sure there's a second survivor. For a long moment, Levine studied them. Then, abruptly, she said, We've got a search and rescue team. If hypothetically someone reported a lost hiker in Big Meadows, I could call them in. Mac went still. This was it, their first real shot. You sure? I could be wrong. Levine arched a brow. Are you? Not about this. Then I guess I'm making a call. Quantico, Virginia. 2:23 p.m. Temperature 99 degrees. Kaplan had scheduled a meeting with Dr. Annunzio, hoping to dig deeper into Mac's conversations with the forensic linguist. Rainey doubted Kaplan actually believed the doctor was connected to George's eco-killer. He just wanted another angle to scrutinize McCormack's every move. Rainey and Quincy trailed behind Kaplan without complaint. They had their own questions to ask, and the behavioral science unit offices would at least offer some relief from the sweltering heat they'd endured all morning. Nestled in the basement beneath the indoor shooting range, the BSU headquarters had an ironic charm. Not only were gunshots echoing overhead, but the elevators leading to the prestigious department were tucked away near the laundry room, past stacks of dirty linens and discarded bulletproof vests. The basement lobby greeted them with wood-paneled walls and branching hallways. A leather sofa sat beneath an array of grimly titled seminar posters: Domestic Violence by Police Officers, Suicide and Law Enforcement, and Futuristics and Law Enforcement, the Millennium Conference. Rainey smirked. 7 years ago, Quincy had been deep in research here, crafting profiles for juvenile mass murderers. Clearly, the BSU didn't shy away from heavy topics. And yet, someone had a sense of humor. The wall of agent headshots ended with a framed alien, its bulbous head and oversized eyes outshining the rest. Kaplan led them down the center corridor. Miss this place, Rainey whispered. Quincy gave a dry chuckle, not even a little. It's not as depressing as I remembered. Give it time. A week without sunlight does wonders for morale. You're such a complainer. Behave, or I'll leave you in the fallout shelter. Ooh, threats, Rainey teased, just as Quincy's fingers brushed hers, the first touch since morning. The basement sprawled in a grid of tight offices and narrow halls. Kaplan stopped at the last door, knocked twice, and a man swung it open like he'd been waiting. Special Agent Kaplan? He asked. Rainey stifled a laugh. The resemblance was uncanny, another Quincy in a crisp navy suit and power-red tie. Dr. Annunzio had the sharp posture of a marathoner and the focused stare of someone who never clocked out. His dark hair was graying at the temples, his expression politely impatient, as if this meeting was already cutting into his precious research time. After quick introductions, Annunzio's grip lingered on Quincy's hand. Clearly, he knew the former agent's reputation. Rainey glanced between them, amused. Maybe the FBI had a dress code. Suit required, piercing stare mandatory. Annunzio led them to a cramped conference room, explaining, This was the director's office back in your day. Now it's just overflow space. The real power players. Their offices are down the hall, marked by all the silence of the Lamb's memorabilia. Quincy smirked. Nothing like a little Hollywood inspiration. Annunzio settled into his chair, sliding a manila folder across the desk. I hear you have questions about GBI Special Agent McCormack. Kaplan leaned forward. That's right, we were told you had a scheduled meeting with him. Supposed to be Tuesday afternoon, Annunzio admitted. But I got stuck at a forensic linguistics conference in Washington. The Forensic Linguistics Institute hosted it, way more interesting than it sounds. Rainey arched an eyebrow. A room full of word nerds sounds like a real party. Actually, it was, Annunzio countered, unfazed. One presentation dissected the anthrax letters sent to Senator Daschle and Tom Brokaw. The big question? Whether the sender was a native English speaker or someone faking an Arabic background. Rainey couldn't help but bite, and definitely an English speaker playing dress-up, he said. We call it trick mail when the writer deliberately misleads, the sloppy mix of uppercase and lowercase letters. That wasn't incompetence, it was calculated. Only someone fluent in the Roman alphabet could manipulate it that precisely. And those short, badly written messages? Total act. Concise phrasing and deliberate errors point to someone educated, not illiterate. Kaplan steered them back on track. So you never met with McCormack? No, Annunzio confirmed. But he did swing by my office when he first arrived at the National Academy. Wanted my take on some old letters tied to a homicide case, editorial submissions, supposedly from the same guy. Quincy cut in. Did he leave copies? Just what he had. Problem is, newspapers edit submissions before printing, so the originals are key. The GBI only recovered one intact, hardly enough for deep analysis. Rainey smirked. Let me guess, you were checking for sneaky capitalization tricks. Close, Annunzio said. Look, forensic linguistics covers a lot. My specialty, authorship. Give me 2 samples and I'll tell you if they're from the same hand. Word choice, sentence patterns, pet phrases, people leave fingerprints in their writing. Rainey crossed her arms. How's that work? Think of it like The Simpsons, he said. If Springfield's police chief got a ransom note full of dough, Homer's getting cuffed first. Everyone has verbal tics, they're dead giveaways. Kaplan exhaled sharply. So what did you tell McCormack about his letters? Annunzio spread his hands. Same as I'm telling you, without originals it's guesswork. But if he'd brought me coffee instead of just questions, I might have tried harder. The dry remark hung in the air. A rare flash of humor from a man who usually spoke in data. On the flip side, if the note had said something like, "Eat my shorts," you'd probably suspect Bart Simpson before anyone else. Everyone has their go-to phrases, and when they write, those signature lines tend to pop up more often, along with the same old grammar slip-ups and typos. Quincy leaned forward. What about the eco-killer? There's just not enough to go on. Special Agent McCormack handed me 3 photocopies and 1 original letter. With only a single original, I can't analyze handwriting, ink, or paper quality. And the content? Identical in all 4, clock ticking, planet dying, animals weeping, rivers screaming, can't you hear it, heat kills. He shook his head. To make any real comparison, I'd need more samples. Maybe another letter we suspect is his or something longer. Ever hear of Ted Kaczynski? The Unabomber, obviously. That case cracked open because of his writing. We had notes on his bomb packages, letters to the media, even his manifesto. And even then, it wasn't a linguist who connected the dots. It was his own brother, recognizing phrases from personal letters. Without that mountain of material, who knows if we'd have ever caught him. Rainey crossed her arms. But this guy's barely said a word. Doesn't that seem off? If he's so passionate about the environment, why isn't he ranting about it? Most of these types can't shut up once they start. Annunzio's eyes flicked to Quincy. That's the odd part. Normally, after initial contact, these guys escalate, more words, more demands, more grandstanding. But here, 4 identical clipped messages. No elaboration, no theatrics, feels restrained. Quincy nodded. Most killers communicate for control. They love seeing their words in headlines, getting that rush of power. They start small, then spiral into bragging, taunting, it's all ego. But this, he tapped the letter. Different. He's removed himself. Heat kills, not I kill, like he's just a bystander. Smart but guilty, Enunzio mused. He doesn't want to do this, but something's pushing him. Maybe the letters aren't about dominance, they're confessions, a plea for someone to stop him. Quincy's voice turned sharp. Or consider Berkowitz. He wrote endlessly to justify himself, but he was delusional, disorganized. If our guy's mentally ill, paranoid, schizophrenic, repetition fits. So do fragmented thoughts. Ever seen a stroke victim fixate on a phrase? It's like that. The room fell silent, the weight of the words settling. Somewhere outside, a car alarm blared, brief, jarring, then gone. Just another noise in a city full of them. The conversation took a sharp turn as Rainey cut in, her voice edged with skepticism. So you're telling me this guy's completely lost it, just muttering some creepy mantra to himself? Could be, Quincy replied calmly. But insanity doesn't mean incompetence. He might function well enough to stay under the radar. People around him would sense something off, though. He's likely a loner, uncomfortable in social settings. That's probably why he sticks to the wilderness and ambushes his victims. Unlike someone like Ted Bundy, who charmed his way in, this guy knows he can't pull that off. Rainey scoffed. Oh, please. He crafts intricate puzzles, hunts strangers, taunts the media, and toys with law enforcement. Sounds like your classic organized psychopath to me. Kaplan raised a hand, cutting through the tension. All right, let's refocus. The eco-killer is George's headache. We're here about McCormack. Dr. Enunzio frowned. Wait, you think McCormack wrote those notes? Hard to say without a sample of his writing, Quincy admitted. But why are you even looking at him? You seriously haven't heard? Kaplan's tone was clipped. I was at a conference, haven't even checked my voicemails yet. A girl's body was found yesterday, Kaplan said bluntly. On the Marine PT course. McCormack might be involved. Rainey ignored Kaplan's glare and added, there are similarities to the eco-killer cases. McCormack thinks it's him, resurfacing in Virginia. Kaplan thinks McCormack staged it to mimic the old crimes. Enunzio paled. A body here at Quantico. You really need to step out of your bunker more, Rainey muttered. Enunzio's hands trembled as he flipped through his notes. I had a theory, something I meant to tell McCormack. A long shot, but... Quincy leaned in, spit it out. McCormack mentioned anonymous calls, someone feeding him tips. He assumed it was a relative of the killer, but given how the letters started short and likely escalated. Quincy's eyes shut as the realization hit. If the unsub is wrestling with guilt, dissociating. Enunzio nodded grimly. I wanted McCormack to record those calls or transcribe them immediately. The language patterns, what if it's not a relative? What if the killer is talking to him directly? A Virginia. 3:13 p.m. 98 degrees. Tina's nightmare was a living hell. Flames coiled around her, licking at her skin as she screamed for mercy. The crowd roared with delight, deaf to her pleas for her unborn child. The fire devoured her, first her legs, then her fingers crawling up her arms like a ravenous beast. Her hair ignited, the heat searing her face, her breath turning to ash in her throat. Even her tears evaporated before they could fall. The last thing she felt was her own eyes dissolving, streaming down her cheeks like molten wax. Tina's nightmare erupted in flames, her eyes searing, skin peeling away as her mind screamed in agony. Then she jerked awake, her face slamming back against the unforgiving rock beneath her. Reality crashed in. Her eyelids were swollen shut, her skin on fire from countless bites. Mosquitoes and yellow flies swarmed her, relentless, as if her sweat-drenched body was a five-star buffet. The midday sun scorched her exposed skin, tightening it like leather left to dry. Every breath scraped her parched throat raw. She was human jerky in the making. That stubborn voice in her head, the one that had once whispered hope, now taunted her with demands. Move, do something, but how? She was trapped in this hellhole, a sun-baked pit with walls too steep to climb. Her inventory was pathetic, a rock, a purse, and a single jug of water tossed in like a cruel joke. The slime oozing below her perch, no thanks. She'd glimpsed things slithering in the muck, things with teeth. Her fingers trembled as she fought the water jug's cap. When it finally flew off, lost to the swamp, she didn't care. The water was hot, tainted with plastic, but she gulped it down like salvation. For a few glorious seconds, her body forgot it was dying. Then the thirst roared back, sharper than ever. Crackers, salt would help. Fumbling with her purse, she imagined the baby inside her, the one supposed to thrive on kale smoothies and prenatal vitamins, not sweat and desperation. The irony almost made her laugh. Almost. Her swollen fingers finally pried the zipper open. Survival, it turned out, was a game of stubbornness. And Tina was done playing nice. The air was thick with the relentless hum of insects drawn to the dampness around her. Yellow flies swarmed her face, their tiny legs skittering across her lips as if they could steal the last traces of moisture from her breath. She swatted at them with a furious desperation, crushing a few between her fingers before more took their place. The bites burned, the noise maddening, but she knew fighting was pointless. She had to endure it. With a grimace, she dug through her purse, fingers closing around a crinkling baggie of saltines. 6 crackers. She devoured them in seconds, the dry crumbs only making her throat ache worse. Just one sip of water, that's all she needed. To wash down the salt, to ease the sting of the flies crawling into her ears, her eyelids, everywhere. But no, she clenched her fists. She'd already rationed water earlier. Screaming for help had gotten her nowhere, just a raw throat and the sinking realization that whoever had dumped her here wasn't coming back. The heat was unbearable, her sundress sticking to her like a second skin. She remembered a trip to a sauna years ago, how she'd lasted barely 5 minutes before bolting for the door. Now, no escape. Just sweat, flies, and the slow, suffocating dread of being trapped. She forced herself to think. Shade, night, movement. The forecast had promised scorching temperatures, and she could already feel her strength waning. If she didn't act soon, she'd be nothing but a dried-out husk in this pit. Gritting her teeth, she pried open her swollen eyelids, blinking through the thick fluid that oozed down her cheeks. The world blurred, then sharpened, a cruel, sun-blasted landscape. Below, a murky sludge. Above, a distant rim of sky. No trees, no signs of life, just walls. Steeling herself, she pressed her palms against the pit's side. The surface was slick, coated in something slimy that made her stomach turn. Not rock concrete. Rough, unyielding but climbable, she exhaled sharply. This was it. No more waiting, no more flies, just up. Or die trying. The realization hit her like a freight train. She was trapped in a pit, some sicko's twisted DIY project. Was this some suburban nightmare, a hidden dungeon tucked behind a picket fence? Her mind spun with possibilities. If she could just scale the walls, maybe she'd find civilization. But then again, why hadn't anyone heard her screams? And that sludge, thick, reeking, alive with things she'd rather not imagine. No, this had to be remote. Some backwoods hideout, miles from the nearest neighbor. Exactly the kind of place a predator would choose. Yet hope flickered. If she could reach the top, she could run, follow a creek, flag down a car, anything. Up there she stood a chance. Down here, nothing but despair. Her fingers clawed at the uneven walls, desperation fueling her. Then a breakthrough. Vines, thick tangled, clinging to the pit like nature's ladder. Tina seized them, testing their strength. They held. A wild, reckless plan took shape. Climb. She'd seen it in movies. How hard could it be? She scrambled back to her rocky ledge, inventorying her meager supplies. Her purse held snacks, maybe something useful. She slung it over her shoulder, biting back a hiss as the strap dug into her sun-scorched skin. The water jug was trickier, too bulky to carry while climbing. For a reckless second, she considered chugging it all. The relief would be heavenly, but no, she might need it later. Think. Her dress, flimsy, useless. She tried tearing it into strips, but her swollen fingers betrayed her. The fabric just laughed at her efforts. Defeat crept in until inspiration struck her bra. Nylon straps could secure the jug, leave her hands free. She wrestled the sweat-soaked garment off, the humid air a cruel contrast against her bare skin. The bugs swarmed, drawn to fresh territory. She ignored them, focused. One wrong step sent her heart into her throat. Her foot slipped, the mud below gaping like a hungry mouth. She caught herself, clinging to the rock, pulse roaring. Home. She just wanted to go home. Tina longed for her mother's embrace and the crisp winters of Minnesota, where she used to sprint into powdery snowbanks, catching flakes on her tongue like edible stars. The memory of icy crystals dissolving on her lips and snowflakes dusting her lashes made her chest ache. Was she crying? It was impossible to tell, with sweat stinging her eyes and flies clustering at their corners. "Love you, Ma," she rasped, cutting the thought short before grief swallowed her whole. She secured her bra strap around the water jug's handle, knotting it to her purse before slinging it across her back. The weight threw her off balance, water sloshing perilously near the open rim, but it was her only option. Supplies? Check. Next hurdle. Bracing against the sun-baked rock, she launched herself at the cliff face, palms scraping against rough stone. Her fingers closed around 6 brittle vines, 3 per hand, their fibers biting into her blistered skin. With a grimace, she kicked off her useless sandals, one steadying breath. The sun hammered her skull, sweat carved salty trails down her neck. Insects droned like a deranged orchestra. Gripping the vines, she hurled her right foot at the wall, toes clawing for purchase on slimy algae. A dry patch, yes. On 3 she yanked upward, just as the vines snapped. The world tilted. Her leg flailed for the ledge as the water jug pendulumed wildly, dragging her backward. She was going to plummet into the swampy filth below. In a last-ditch effort, she shoved off the wall, releasing the vines. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs as she crashed onto the rock, limbs splayed. Miraculously, the jug stood upright, its contents intact. Safe, for now. Below her, the severed vines sank into the muck, their frayed ends too clean for nature's work. Then, a flutter. A scrap of white paper spiraled down. Tina caught it with trembling fingers. "Heat kills." "You bastard," she croaked, voice crumbling to dust. Her tongue stuck to her parched mouth. Defeated, she slumped, energy bleeding away. Food, water, shelter from this inferno. The bugs returned with a vengeance, mosquitoes and horseflies feasting on her exposed skin. "Not dying here," she growled, rallying. "Hell no." But if the cliff was impassable, her eyes slid to the oozing pit. Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. 4:25 p.m. 99 degrees F. "Listen up," the search coordinator unfolded a map. "We've split the area into 10 sectors. Each team takes one grid search standard protocol. Good news, our hiker's only been missing a day, so she's likely within a 30-mile radius. Bad news," he jabbed at the topography. "This 30 miles includes the nastiest slopes in the park. Remember, lost hikers always descend. Exhaustion overrides logic, they'll bypass rescue to stumble downhill. And water, they'll follow its sound like a siren's call. Water is absolutely essential, especially when you're lost and disoriented. If your assigned search area has any streams or creeks, comb the surrounding banks thoroughly and track them as far as possible. Once you leave the marked trails, you're in rugged terrain, thick undergrowth, unstable footing, and hidden hazards. Look for signs like disturbed rocks, snapped branches, or crushed vegetation. If the missing woman were still on the main paths, she'd likely have been spotted by now. That means we're dealing with the wilderness, and this search just got a whole lot tougher." Kathy Levine scanned the 20 search and rescue volunteers assembled at Big Meadows Lodge, her expression serious. "It's scorching out there," she said, wiping sweat from her brow. Yeah, I know, obvious, right? But hear me out. With heat like this, dehydration sneaks up fast. The old saying is 2 quarts a day keeps dehydration at bay, but in this heat, your body can lose a quart an hour just from sweating and breathing. 2 gallons per person would be ideal, but hauling that much weight isn't practical. So instead, every team gets water purification tablets or a filter. Refill at streams, but never drink straight from them. Sure, the water looks pristine, but it's often crawling with giardia, a nasty little parasite that'll have you regretting every life choice for a solid week. Hydrate smart, not just often. She shifted gears, her tone turning wry. Now, assuming you don't faceplant down a ravine or accidentally cuddle a grizzly, here's the fun stuff. Rattlesnakes, we've got M. That picturesque rock pile in the meadow, that snake real estate, don't sit there unless you enjoy surprise roommates. Hornets, they're the introverts of the insect world, ignore them and they'll ignore you. Step on a nest, though, and for the love of all that's holy, don't sprint toward your partner. You'll just drag them into your personal disaster. And stinging nettles, think of them as nature's passive-aggressive housewarming gift. Touch one, and you'll spend the next hour questioning your entire existence. Her voice softened slightly. This park is breathtaking. I've explored nearly every corner of it, but it demands respect. Stay sharp, move quickly, but never turn off your brain. Our mission is to bring one person home, not add to the casualty list. Any questions? Silence. Good, she said, snapping into action. Let's move, daylight's burning. The team dispersed, pairing up and heading out. Mac and Kimberly fell into step, the least experienced of the group. Mac had some field experience, but Kimberly was clearly out of her element. She had the gear and the stamina, but as she'd admitted earlier, the woods weren't her usual domain. After Kathy's briefing, it was clear this wasn't just a search. It was a crash course in survival. Kimberly wiped the sweat from her brow as they stepped out of the lodge's cool refuge into the oppressive midday heat. What exactly did she mean about the hornets? She asked, squinting against the sun. If their nests are underground and we're walking right over them, how are we supposed to stay clear? Mac adjusted the map in his hands, aligning it with the terrain ahead. Watch your step, he said, though his tone suggested it wasn't that simple. As part of Search Team D, their mission was to comb through 3 square miles of rugged wilderness. Aptly labeled Search Area D, Kimberly frowned. If I'm staring at the ground to avoid hornets, how am I supposed to spot signs of a missing woman or snapped branches? Think of it like driving, Mac replied. Scan ahead, check your surroundings, then scan again. Rinse and repeat. He pointed toward a narrow trailhead. That's our starting point. Kimberly scoffed. I thought we were going off-trail. Didn't Levine call this the rough country? Mac nodded. First part's easy, then we dive into the real mess. How do we even know where to go? Compass and landmarks, slow but precise. Kimberly swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the dense forest ahead, a tangle of shadows and shifting greens. To Mac, it was nature's raw beauty. To her, it looked like something far more sinister. How many of these searches have you actually done? She asked, voice tight. 2 in Georgia, he admitted. And people got hurt. Yep. And this guy, he sets these things up just to mess with us. Pretty much. She exhaled sharply, total bastard. Max smirked, no argument here. Kimberly squared her shoulders, jaw set. Fine, we find this girl, save the day, then walk out of here and nail the son of a bitch. Deal. Mac gave her an approving nod. You're my kind of partner. The trail started off manageable, packed dirt, scattered roots forming natural steps, the thick canopy offering shade, but the humidity clung to them like a second skin. Within minutes, Mac's shirt was soaked, his breath coming harder. The mountain air, thick and heavy, turned every step into a battle. Kimberly's cotton tee was already sticking to her, and he knew the chafing would start soon. Still, she kept pace without complaint. Do you think she's alive? Kimberly asked between breaths. Mac wiped his forehead. Most search victims who don't make it die in the first 2 days. If she was dumped here yesterday, we've got about 24 hours left. Kimberly's steps faltered slightly. What usually, she gasped, kills them? Exposure, hypothermia, heatstroke. Nature doesn't play nice. The woods swallowed their voices as they pressed deeper. The heat pressing down like a weight. Here's something you might not know. Kids under 6 actually have the best shot at making it out alive if they get lost in the wilderness. Kimberly gave a skeptical look and Mac continued. Little ones trust their gut. If they're exhausted, they nap. If they're scared, they hunker down. But adults, they're convinced they can outsmart nature. Instead of finding shelter from the rain or cold, they push forward, certain salvation is just ahead. That's the worst move possible. Staying put and keeping cool, that's how you survive. A person can go 5 days without water, a month without food. But exhaust yourself wandering and you're a goner. Hypothermia, a nasty fall, or worse, stumbling into a bear's dinner plans. Next thing you know, some poor hikers dead in 2 days when they should have lasted a week. Max suddenly paused, checking his map and compass. Hold up, yeah, we go this way. Kimberly froze beside him, tension spiking. There was no trail, just a steep drop choked with boulders, tangled brush, and fallen trees draped in moss. The forest was a wall of shadows and secrets, just like Kathy Levine had warned, equal parts breathtaking and lethal. If we get split up, Mac murmured, stay where you are and blow the whistle. I'll come for you. Every search team had been issued piercing plastic whistles, 1 blast for communication, 2 for finding the girl, 3 for SOS. Kimberly's eyes darted to the ground, scanning for rattlesnakes or hornet nests. Her hand hovered near her thigh, where Mac guessed she kept her knife. The thought sent a jolt of heat through him. He couldn't explain why an armed woman revved him up, but damn, this one did. We'll be fine, he said. Kimberly met his gaze. Don't promise what you can't deliver. Then she plunged into the undergrowth. The terrain turned brutal. Kimberly slipped twice, skidding down slopes where the thick grass offered no grip. Rocks and roots lurked everywhere. Look down and a branch snagged her. Look up and a log smashed her shin. Trying to watch everything at once only meant more falls, leaving her legs crisscrossed with fresh cuts. She dodged hornets but brushed poison ivy. Missed logs but twisted her ankles on slick stones. The woods should have been majestic, but to her they were just oppressive. The silence swallowed even Mac's footsteps, and despite knowing other searchers were nearby, she heard nothing. The towering trees blocked the sun, warping her sense of direction. The land rolled unpredictably, descending only to climb again. Which way was north? She had no idea, and the disorientation gnawed at her. The forest felt vast and indifferent, an ocean of green that could swallow her whole. Kimberly found herself overwhelmed by the dense wilderness, completely disoriented in the sea of towering trees and tangled undergrowth. As a city girl, she was hopelessly out of her element. One wrong move here and she could vanish without a trace. To steady herself, she forced her thoughts back to the missing woman. If the girl had been at a bar, she'd likely been in flimsy sandals. Had she kicked them off early, realizing they were useless? Even in sturdy hiking boots, Kimberly had stumbled more than once. Sandals would have been a death sentence. Bare feet? Still brutal, but at least more practical. Kathy Levine's advice echoed in her mind. Lost hikers instinctively take the path of least resistance. But this so-called easy route was anything but. Every step demanded careful placement, turning the descent into a grueling test of endurance. Her thighs burned, her calves screamed, and her heart pounded like a drum. Would the missing girl have looked for shelter? Somewhere shaded where she could conserve energy? Mac had insisted staying put was the smart move. Panic only made things worse. Kimberly scanned the shadowy forest, the gnarled branches stretching overhead like skeletal fingers. She could picture the girl bolting blindly through the underbrush, screaming until her voice gave out. Then night would have fallen, amplifying every rustle and snap, the woods alive with unseen predators. The girl would have run again, stumbling, maybe crashing into poison ivy or disturbing a hornet's nest. Stung, terrified, half-naked, she'd have searched for water, anything to soothe her wounds. Because surely whatever slithered in the creek couldn't be worse than what lurked in the trees. Kimberly froze, raising a hand. "You hear that?" she hissed. Mac nodded, pulling out a map. "Stream to the west." "Let's follow it." Levine said hikers gravitate toward water. "Works for me." She took a step, and suddenly the ground vanished beneath her. 1 second she was upright, the next she was skidding downhill, her body bouncing off rocks and logs. She flailed, trying to catch herself, barely registering Mac's shouts. "Kimberly!" Then thud, she collided with a fallen tree, stars exploding behind her eyelids. The coppery tang of blood filled her mouth, and then fire. "Son of a..." She scrambled up, slapping at her skin like a madwoman. every inch burned as if she'd rolled in a bed of needles. She clawed her way back up the slope, but the pain only intensified, her skin erupting in angry red welts. Mac crashed through the brush, eyes wide. "Don't scratch." "What is this?" she shrieked. He grimaced. "Welcome to stinging nettles, rookie." Quantico, Virginia. 8:05 p.m. 98 degrees F. The makeshift command center hummed with tension. Quincy, Rainey, Kaplan, and Watson had commandeered an empty classroom, the air thick with exhaustion. "So," Quincy said, rubbing his temples, "what's our next move?" Nobody looked optimistic. The team was exhausted, both from the grueling crime scene work in the sweltering heat and the frustration of coming up empty-handed after 14 brutal hours. Kaplan wasn't ready to let go of his suspicions, though. "We can't ignore McCormack," he argued, rubbing his temples. "In our line of work, coincidences don't just happen. Him showing up right when one of his old cases reignites? That's not luck, that's a red flag." Rainey scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Oh, please, you talked to his supervisor. Everything checks out. Unless you think the whole Georgia Bureau of Investigation is in on some grand conspiracy." Her tone dripped with sarcasm, making it clear how ridiculous she found the idea. Quincy stepped in before the bickering could escalate again. "Let's focus on the ad," he said, shifting the conversation. "The public affairs officer said it arrived yesterday with instructions to run in today's edition. Problem is, the Quantico Sentry is a weekly. Next issue drops Friday, and the officer thought the wording was off, like some kind of coded message, maybe drug-related, so he passed it to me." Kaplan slid a photocopy across the table. The small, black-bordered box contained a cryptic message: "Dear editor, clock ticking, planet dying, animals weeping, rivers screaming, can't you hear it? Heat kills." Watson frowned. "Why place an ad? The Sentry doesn't even run letters to the editor." Quincy leaned forward. "What are their ad submission rules?" Kaplan shrugged. "It's a civilian paper, works with the base's public affairs office. Local businesses, charities, military services, standard small-town stuff. You submit it typeset with payment, and you're good to go." "So our guy knew the submission process but didn't realize it wouldn't print today?" Watson smirked. "Not the sharpest tool in the shed." Quincy shook his head. "No, he got exactly what he wanted. Here we are, analyzing his message the next day. The Sentry is Marine Corps tradition. Printing here is like leaving a body on base. He's making sure we pay attention." Rainey nodded. "Same mo as the eco-killer, same eerie letter. Next step, bring McCormack back in. He knows this guy better than we do. And while we're at it, let's get forensics re-examining the body and those weird details like the rattlesnake, the leaf, and the rock. Time, running out, and we've already lost a day." Kaplan hesitated before admitting, "I sent them to the Norfolk lab." Rainey's chair screeched as she shot up. "You did what? What's the lab gonna do, dust a leaf for prints?" "It's not a bad. It's a terrible idea. Weren't you listening? We need to find the girl." Quincy slammed his palm on the table, his voice cutting through the chaos. But it was too late. Rainey was on her feet, fists clenched, and Kaplan looked ready to throw down. The heat, the exhaustion, the dead ends, it was the perfect storm for tempers to flare. Just another day in the life of a homicide investigation. Quincy leaned forward, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "We're tackling this from two angles, so listen up, no interruptions." Rainey exhaled sharply but stayed seated, while Kaplan crossed his arms, his skepticism written all over his face. "First," Quincy pressed on, "let's operate under the assumption this could be the eco-killer. Before you argue," he shot Kaplan a silencing glare, "consider the parallels to the Georgia murders. If history repeats itself, another victim may already be missing. That means every scrap of evidence, every leaf, every grain of soil could be a breadcrumb leading us to her." He turned to Kaplan. "I'll pull in specialists, botanists, geologists to dissect what we've got." Rainey drummed her fingers on the table. "Yesterday wouldn't be soon enough." Kaplan rolled his eyes but muttered, "Yes, ma'am," with exaggerated deference. Quincy's tone shifted, sharper now. Second, we're not just rehashing George's playbook. Their profile was guesswork, and this killer, he's playing a different game, dumping a body on Quantico's doorstep. That's a middle finger to the FBI. He's arrogant, maybe even reckless. Then there's the letters, the calls. Is he flaunting his power or begging us to stop him? He paused, letting the weight of it sink in. Or, and this is where it gets personal, what if McCormack's the real target? Think about it. The caller lured him here. The ad in the Quantico Sentry, tailor-made for McCormack to see. This isn't random, it's calculated. Kaplan scoffed. You're telling me we've got a serial killer with a vendetta against one Fed? That's Hollywood nonsense. Quincy didn't blink. Stranger than a guy who mails clues like he's auditioning for a true crime podcast. Rainey rubbed her temples. So our options are a power-tripping monster or a guilt-ridden one who can't stop killing. Either way, I'm buying extra coffee. Because both versions end with bodies, Quincy said flatly. He turned to Kaplan. The Sentry ad, any leads? Kaplan shrugged. Dead ends, no prints, no DNA, paid in cash like a ghost. The room went quiet, the unspoken truth hanging heavy. The killer was always 3 steps ahead. The killer clearly didn't care about postal regulations. Sending evidence through the mail was a bold move, but here we were. Postmark? Quincy asked, already piecing together the puzzle. Stafford, Kaplan replied. Right next door. Guess our guy figured if he was in town to kill someone, he might as well drop off a little souvenir while he was at it. Quincy arched an eyebrow. Calculated, he's done his research. He tapped the stationery. Dr. Annunzio mentioned Georgia once sent him a letter to the editor. Let's get this ad over to him too, maybe it'll help connect the dots. Kaplan hesitated before relenting. 1 week, then it comes back to my lab. Appreciate the cooperation, Quincy said dryly, just as a sharp knock interrupted them. Kaplan stood, brushing off Quincy's irritation. Probably one of my guys told him I'd be here. The door swung open, revealing a young agent with a buzz cut practically vibrating with urgency. Thought you'd want this ASAP, he blurted, thrusting a sheet of paper at Kaplan. The senior agent scanned it, then froze. You're certain? Confirmed 15 minutes ago. Rainey leaned forward. What is it? Even Watson perked up. Kaplan turned slowly, his expression grim. We ID'd the girl. His eyes locked onto Quincy. This isn't just another Georgia situation, it's worse, a lot worse. Water break. Later. Kimberly, now. She shot Mac a glare, but he stood firm, perched effortlessly on a boulder like some wilderness god while she looked, and felt like a half-drowned rat. 3 hours of hacking through underbrush had left her drenched in sweat, her legs striped with angry rashes from poison ivy or nettles. Who even cared at this point? Meanwhile, Mac's shirt clung just enough to show off his stupidly perfect physique, his hair barely mussed. Unfair. Bite me, she muttered, but she finally uncapped her water bottle. The lukewarm plastic taste was almost refreshing against her parched throat. Her legs shook, even her socks squelched with every step. This hike was worse than Marine Corps drills. Mac, ever the conversationalist, mused, at least the heat keeps the ticks away. She froze, scanning her legs in horror. Were those freckles or something more sinister? Then she caught the smirk in his voice. You're dead, she growled. He just grinned. You gonna pull that knife on me? I've been waiting all day. Sorry to ruin your fantasy, but the damn thing's chafing my thigh raw. Need help taking it off. She rolled her eyes, swiping sweat from her forehead, disgusting. And yet here he was, still flirting, insane. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows. Time moved differently out here, easy to forget night was coming. And with it, who knew what else the dense forest canopy swallowed most of the remaining daylight, though the oppressive heat refused to let up. Shadows stretched long across the uneven terrain as evening approached. We're losing daylight, Kimberly muttered, her voice tight. Mac matched her grim tone. No kidding, let's move. As she crouched to stow her water bottle, his hand closed gently around her wrist. Drink more, he insisted. She rolled her eyes. I just did. You're barely hydrated, he countered. A quart in this heat? Kathy Levine would have your head. You're losing that much every hour just through sweat. Drink up, Kim, seriously. His fingers lingered, not restraining, just present. The rough texture of his calloused hands contrasted with the damp warmth of his palm. Against her better judgment, she didn't pull away. Instead, an unexpected impulse flickered through her, the urge to lean in, to test whether his mouth would be as confident as the rest of him. She could picture it, slow, deliberate, like he'd spent years perfecting the art. For her, though, it wouldn't be playful. It would be raw, a collision of hunger and frustration, a fleeting escape from the weight she carried. The fear that she'd fail again, just like with her sister, just like with her mother. That no matter how hard she pushed, it would never be enough. Mac moved through life with an easy grin while she fought just to keep breathing. She jerked back abruptly, unscrewing the cap of her bottle with more force than necessary. After a long gulp, she shot him a challenging look. You'd think in situations like this, we'd be pushing harder. Mac raised an eyebrow. You calling me lazy? She shrugged. I'm saying we're burning daylight, less talking, more walking. Kimberly, he said evenly, what time is it? 8-something. And where exactly are we? Still in our grid, I assume. Sweetheart, we've been descending for 3 hours straight. Now we're about to drop even lower because, surprise, I also want to see what's ahead. So tell me, how do you plan to hike back up in the single hour of light we've got left? Her jaw tightened. I don't know. Exactly, it's impossible. Face it, we're spending the night in these woods. But here's the upside. My map shows a trail west of here. We finish scouting this stretch, leave a marker, then hit that trail before dark. Better footing, and we've got my flashlight. Still risky, but not suicidal, he smirked. Don't mistake experience for caution, Kim. I know how to push limits, I just do it smarter. She studied him, then gave a sharp nod. The reckless part of her approved. Good, she said, hoisting her pack. As she turned toward the stream bed, she tossed over her shoulder, Boomer. The indignant crash of him scrambling after her made her grin. The satisfaction carried her around the next bend, where their luck finally turned. Kimberly froze. This can't be right, she breathed. We're in our sector, there shouldn't be crossover. Then she saw it, the snapped branch, the trampled ferns, the unmistakable path of crushed undergrowth. Her pulse kicked up as she followed the trail, wider and clearer than anything they'd found, yet a lone figure stumbled wildly, barely keeping their balance. Or maybe it was a man, hunched under the dead weight of an unconscious body. Mac, Kimberly whispered, her voice trembling with adrenaline. He wasn't even looking at her, his gaze fixed on the blazing sun. Kimberly, he growled, his tone sharp with urgency. Move now. She didn't hesitate, sprinting down the dirt path with Mac right behind her, his boots pounding against the earth. Chapter 27. Virginia. 8:43 p.m. Temperature 94 degrees F. Tina despised the mud. It squelched underfoot, bubbling up with unseen horrors, reeking of decay. It moved like something alive, thick and greedy, as if waiting to swallow her whole. She had no choice but to face it, her body was failing. Dehydration clawed at her throat, her skin scorched by relentless sun and insect bites. One moment she was burning up, the next chills racked her body, her skin prickling with goosebumps despite the suffocating heat. She was dying, plain and simple. Humans were mostly water, and she was evaporating, a shrinking puddle under the merciless sun. Curled against the blistering rock, she thought of her mother. She should have told her about the baby. Yeah, Mom would have freaked, but only because she knew firsthand how brutal life could be for a single mom. After the initial shock, she would have been there, holding Tina's hand through the chaos. And it would have been beautiful, too. A tiny new life, wrinkled and wailing. She could almost see it, her and her mom in the hospital, crying happy tears, picking out tiny onesies, surviving sleepless nights together. Maybe she'd have a daughter, another fierce Kron's woman ready to take on the world. Minnesota wouldn't know what hit it. Tina would have given everything to be a good mom. Maybe she'd have failed, but damn, she would have tried. She tilted her head, squinting at the sky through swollen eyelids. The sun was finally dipping below the horizon, but the air stayed thick and heavy, clinging to her like a second skin. The mosquitoes and flies didn't care, they swarmed her face, relentless. Then she saw it. A yellow fly landed on her open wound, depositing tiny white eggs. Disgust twisted her stomach. No, she couldn't afford to vomit. Wasting water wasn't an option, but the bile rose anyway. Not even dead yet, and already a maggot buffet. How much longer could she last? Then that stubborn, no-nonsense voice in her head cut through the despair. Enough. Time to fight, girl. You either move now or you're done. Tina's eyes locked onto the black sludge. Do it, show this hellhole what you're made of. She forced herself up. The world tilted, her stomach lurched. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed back the nausea and dragged herself to the edge of the boulder. The mud stared back. Looks like pudding, smells like death. Fine, she muttered, let's go. She plunged her foot in. Something slick brushed against her ankle before darting away. She bit back a scream, forcing herself deeper. The mud swallowed her leg like rotting flesh, warm, slimy, chunky. Don't you dare puke. She took another step. Tina's left foot sank into the thick mud, and she recoiled as a dark serpent slithered past, its silhouette stark against the murky water. This time she couldn't hold back. Her scream tore through the air, raw and desperate. Fear and anger twisted inside her. Why had he done this? She wasn't a bad person. She didn't deserve to rot in this hellhole, her skin blistering under the sun while flies burrowed into her open wounds. Regret gnawed at her, regret for choices made, for chances not taken, for the life she'd thrown away. But this was too much. She and her baby deserved better than this nightmare. Mosquitoes buzzed around her in a relentless cloud. She swatted at them frantically, her legs buried in the sludge, her stomach churning. Just do it, Tina, like jumping into cold water, hold your breath and sink. There was no other way. Then a noise, voices, her head snapped toward the pit's opening. Hey, she tried to yell, but her throat was too dry, the sound barely a whisper. The voices drifted farther away. Panic surged. She snatched her water jug, gulping greedily, not caring about saving it anymore. With her throat wet, she screamed again, louder this time. Help, I'm down here, please someone, anyone. Kimberly sprinted through the woods, her lungs on fire, her side cramping. Mac kept pace beside her, his breath ragged. They were moving recklessly, one wrong step and they'd be sprawled on the ground with broken bones. But time was running out. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in violent shades of red, and the path they'd been following was disappearing into shadows. Mac surged ahead and Kimberly pushed harder, her legs burning. They burst into a clearing, the dense underbrush giving way to tall grass. Kimberly barely slowed, her eyes scanning the dimming landscape until she saw it. A flash of red atop a jumble of boulders. A skirt. No, a body. The girl, her heart leaped. She tore toward the rocks, ignoring Mac's shouts. It's her, she yelled, scrambling up the uneven stones. Hey, we're here to help. Then she saw it. The red wasn't fabric, it was blood, dried and dark against pale skin. The girl wasn't resting, she was broken. And then movement, a twitch. Kimberly froze, the air hummed with a low, ominous rattle. Dozens of snakes coiled and waiting. Kimberly, Mac's voice was calm but urgent behind her. The triumph she'd felt moments ago shattered like glass. Kimberly stood motionless, her breath shallow, as the jagged shadows around her twisted into the unmistakable forms of coiled rattlesnakes. She's gone, she managed to say, her voice barely above a whisper, hollow with shock. Mac inched forward cautiously, but the moment his boots scraped against loose gravel, a chorus of rattles erupted from the rocks. He froze. The sound wasn't just from one or two, dozens of vipers surrounded them, their presence suffocating. His fingers brushed the grip of his pistol, his pulse hammering. Kimberly's gaze remained fixed on the lifeless girl sprawled across the boulders. She must have been exhausted, she murmured, more to herself than to Mac. Climbed up here thinking it was safe, didn't see them until it was too late. Mac exhaled sharply. I've got my gun ready. If anything moves, I'm firing, don't react. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. You really think bullets will solve this? There are too many, Mac, they're everywhere. Just stay still, he he snapped, then caught the faint smirk on her face. What? Since when did you become the voice of reason? She shot back, her tone laced with dark amusement. He ignored the jab. Snakes aren't out for blood, just want us gone, help's on the way, we just have to wait. Kimberly's expression darkened. I almost died once before, she said abruptly. A man I trusted put a gun to my head. The barrel wasn't cold like in the movies. It was warm like skin. I remember thinking how surreal it was, knowing I was about to die and there was nothing I could do. But you didn't die, Mac reminded her. No, my father shot him. Just like that, the nightmare was over. He told me everything would be fine. Funny how people lie when they're desperate to make you feel better. The fading light painted the boulders in eerie shades of gray, the snakes now indistinguishable from the rocks. Mac flicked on his flashlight, the beam revealing unsettling shapes, some smooth stone, others disturbingly alive. Think you can make it to me? He asked, forcing calm into his voice. Kimberly didn't answer. Her eyes were distant, lost in some private battle. Hey, he said firmly. You're smarter than this, stronger, focus. We're getting out of here. She exhaled, her shoulders slumping. I'm just so tired, Mac. I know, he said softly, but I'd really hate to lose you. Who else is going to call me out when I'm being an idiot? Still, she didn't move. The night swallowed the last of the light, leaving only the sound of their breathing and the unseen rustle of scales against stone. Kimberly's shoulders shook slightly as she hesitated, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, she finally turned to face Mac, her voice barely above a whisper. Fire, she said. Fire? Mac repeated, raising an eyebrow. Snakes can't stand fire, right? Unless I've been misled by one too many adventure flicks, she added with a nervous chuckle. If I can make a torch, maybe we can drive them off. Mac didn't waste a second. He wasn't exactly a reptile expert, but her idea sounded solid. Grabbing his flashlight, he scanned the ground until he spotted a sturdy, fallen branch. Here we go, he muttered, tossing it toward her. She caught it with a soft thud, and they both froze as a faint rattling echoed from the darkness to their right. Don't move, Mac warned. Kimberly obeyed, barely breathing, until the sound finally faded. Now, Mac said, keeping his voice steady, dig into your pack. If you've got spare wool socks, wrap one around the end of that branch. There's also a film canister in your front pocket. I stashed it earlier. Inside, you'll find cotton balls soaked in Vaseline. Perfect fire starters. Stuff them into the sock and light them up. Kimberly worked under the beam of his flashlight, her movements careful and deliberate, as if trying not to disturb the unseen danger around them. No extra socks, she called back after a tense search. What about a t-shirt? That'll work. She set her pack down cautiously, and Mac swept the light over the ground beside her, no snakes in sight. But the moment the pack touched the rocks, an angry hiss erupted from the shadows. Kimberly stiffened, her forehead glistening with sweat. Almost there, Mac encouraged. Her hands trembled as she fumbled with the stick, nearly dropping it. A sharp rattle cut through the air, dangerously close. Kimberly squeezed her eyes shut, and for a heartbeat, Mac wondered if she was reliving that moment in the hotel room, the gun pressed to her head, the raw terror of realizing she didn't want to die. Come on, Kimberly, he thought fiercely. Stay with me. Somehow she managed to wrap the t-shirt around the branch, tuck in the cotton balls, and strike a match. The flame flared to life, igniting the makeshift torch in a burst of light. The sudden glow revealed not one but 4 coiled rattlesnakes, their scales glinting ominously. Mac, Kimberly said, her voice steady now. Get ready. She thrust the torch forward. The snakes recoiled with furious hisses, slithering away from the heat. Seizing the moment, Kimberly leaped off the first boulder, bounding down the rocks as the crevices erupted with writhing shapes fleeing the flames. The entire slope seemed alive, hissing and rattling as she sprinted through the chaos. Mac, she shouted, launching herself off the final rock. He caught her hard against his chest, wrenching the torch from her grip. For a second she just stood there, stunned and breathless. Then she sagged against him and he held her tighter than he probably should have. Mandy, she whispered, her voice breaking as the tears came. By the time professionals arrived at Shenandoah National Park, the scene was bathed in the harsh glow of lanterns and battery-powered lights. Volunteers armed with sticks worked as makeshift snake wranglers, while a team in heavy-duty gear carefully extracted the victim's body from the rocks. Kathy Levine stood nearby as Mac briefed the authorities, his voice calm but his mind still replaying the sight of Kimberly charging through a sea of rattlesnakes. Terrified, determined, and utterly fearless, Shenandoah National Park fell under FBI jurisdiction, meaning Watson would take over the case, leaving Mac and Kimberly on the sidelines once again. But Kimberly barely registered the shift in authority. She sat alone on the curb outside Big Meadow's lodge, watching the chaotic scene unfold, ambulances with no patients to treat, firefighters with no flames to battle. The only professional who'd have worked tonight was the medical examiner, rolling up in his van. The summer heat pressed down, sweat or tears streaking her face, she couldn't tell which. A hollow ache spread through her, deeper than anything she'd felt before, as if her very essence had drained away. Without her bones, she'd be weightless. Without her skin, she'd dissolve. Maybe the wind would scatter her like ashes, and maybe that would be a relief. Volunteers trickled back to the makeshift canteen, gulping ice water and devouring oranges, their faces etched with exhaustion. EMTs patched up minor injuries, while others collapsed into folding chairs, spent from the grueling search that had ended in crushing failure. By tomorrow, this makeshift operation would vanish, volunteers returning to their normal lives, their families, their routines. But what was left for Kimberly? Go back to the academy? Fire rounds at paper targets like it meant something. Play pretend agent in Hogan's Alley, dodging paint pellets from overpaid actors. She could graduate, earn her badge, and spend the rest of her life pretending the job filled the void. After all, it had worked for her father. She wanted to press her forehead against the rough pavement, let the concrete swallow her whole. She wanted to erase the images burned into her mind, what violent death looked like, what dozens of rattlesnakes could do to flesh. She'd told Mac the truth earlier. She was exhausted. 6 years of sleepless nights, of chasing shadows. She wanted to close her eyes and never wake up. Then footsteps, a shadow cutting through the glare of ambulance lights. She looked up and there he was, her father in one of his perfectly tailored suits, his expression unreadable. He moved toward her like a force of nature, a man who commanded fear and respect. She didn't have the energy to brace for whatever came next. "I'm fine," she muttered. "Shut up," Quincy growled. Then, shocking them both, he yanked her off the sidewalk and crushed her against him, his voice rough with emotion. "My God, I've been out of my mind. When Mac called," his grip tightened. "Kimberly, you're killing me." And just like that, she shattered. "We were too late. I really thought this time I'd be right, but we were slow and she was already gone. How am I always too late?" "SHH." She pulled back, searching his face. For most of her life, he'd been a distant figure, someone she admired but could never reach. Always leaving, always saving someone else's family instead of being there for his own. But now she needed him to understand. If I'd just known how to move faster, how could I grow up near these mountains and still not know a damn thing about the woods? The uneven ground sent me sprawling again and again, Dad, until I finally crashed straight into a patch of stinging nettles. Why couldn't I have been quicker? Why couldn't I have done something? "I get it, honey, I really do. Mac was right all along. I thought if I could save this girl, maybe it would make up for failing Mom and Mandy, but nothing changes. They're still gone, she's still gone. What's the damn point? Kimberly, you can't blame yourself for what happened to them." She tore away from him, her voice raw and echoing across the empty parking lot. "Stop it, you keep saying that, but it's not true. I was the one who trusted him. I was the one who gave him everything he needed to destroy them. If it weren't for me, they'd still be alive. So don't lie to me, Dad. I know the truth. I just let you carry the guilt because I couldn't face it myself." "Enough, you were barely out of your teens. You can't keep punishing yourself like this." "Why not, you do?" "Then we're both fools, okay? Absolute fools. Your mom and Mandy, I would have given my life for them, Kimberly. If I'd known if I could have stopped it. His voice cracked, and she was stunned to see tears glistening in his eyes. I would have died too, she whispered. Then we did everything we could. The monster who took them, he was the one who chose this. And sometimes, no matter how hard we fight, evil just wins. I want them back. I know. I miss them every single day, even Mandy. I know. Dad, I don't even know why I'm still here. Because I wouldn't have survived losing you too, Kimberly. He pulled her close again, and this time she didn't resist. She buried her face in his chest, her body shaking with sobs. And for the first time she felt his tears too, her unshakable father who never cried, not even at funerals, now weeping into her hair. I just wanted to save her so badly, she choked out. I know, and that fire inside you. One day it'll be what saves someone else. But right now it just burns. The game's over and we lost. How am I supposed to walk away and pretend life just goes on? It's not over, Kimberly. It is. We didn't find the second girl. Now all we can do is wait for the next tragedy. Her father exhaled sharply, then stepped back. The night air was thick between them, and his expression was heavier than she'd ever seen. Kimberly, he said softly, I'm so sorry, sweetheart, but this time there weren't just 2 girls, he took 4. Rainey was wheezing by the time she reached the crime scene. Glow sticks lit the path, but the descent had still been brutal. Seriously, who decided midnight hikes in sweltering heat were a good idea? Her clothes were drenched, sticking to her skin, and she was pretty sure she'd ruined another outfit. God, she missed Oregon. Not the sleek high-rise she shared with Quincy in Manhattan, but Bakersville, where the air smelled like salt and pine, where neighbors actually knew your name. A place that, for all its ghosts, still felt like home. The ache hit her like a punch, sharper than ever these days. A restless longing for something she couldn't even name. Quincy noticed, of course. She'd catch him watching her, his eyes full of unspoken questions. She wished she had answers for him. But how could she explain a hunger for a life she wasn't even sure existed anymore? The ache in Rainey's chest deepened whenever she considered how deeply she cared for Quincy. It was a love that cut as much as it comforted. She spotted Mac near the body, surrounded by 3 people. The first was clearly the medical examiner, Howard Weiss, as she soon learned, while the second, Dan Lansing, had the quiet efficiency of an assistant. The third was a woman with fiery red hair and a dusting of freckles, her compact frame built like someone who could outpace a mountain goat. Kathy Levine, the search and rescue coordinator, was mid-conversation with the me when Mac pulled away, leaving Rainey to study the shrouded remains. "Where's Quincy?" Mac asked. "Having a heart-to-heart with Kimberly," Rainey replied. "One glance at his expression told me not to interfere. They clash often, only because they're cut from the same stubborn cloth. Eventually, they'll realize it." "What about Kaplan and Watson? Are they gracing us with their presence, or is bureaucracy keeping them chained to their desks?" "Watson's tied up at the academy, so the FBI's sending another team. Kaplan, though, he's neck-deep in the Quantico case. No official jurisdiction here, but give him an hour. He'll find a loophole and arrive with an NCIS parade. Won't that be just peachy?" Rainey unzipped the body bag, the harsh glow of generator lights revealing the horror inside. "Damn," she muttered. 20-plus stab wounds, Max said grimly. "And counting, she walked right into hell and never had a fighting chance. No purse, no water." "Not yet. Once daylight hits, we'll trace her steps. My guess, we'll find her belongings scattered along the way." "Strange she'd ditch the water, though." Max shrugged. "In this heat, a gallon buys you a few hours. She's been out here for a full day, so even when this monster pretends to play fair, he's still a sadistic piece of work." Rainey straightened. "All right, good news or bad news first." Mac's face was etched with exhaustion, but his voice stayed steady. "Let's go with the good news tonight. We might have an id, Rainey flipped through her notepad, then glanced back at the victim. Brunette, early 20s, brown eyes, birthmark on her upper left chest. She hesitated, giving Mac a pointed look. He'd already turned away good. Rainey had little patience for those who treated the dead like props. This girl had a name, a story. Gently, she adjusted the blouse, angling for better light. There it was, a clover-shaped mark just above the satin edge of her bra. Vivienne Benson, Rainey confirmed softly. Mary Washington College student, worked for her uncle over the summer. When she didn't show up yesterday, he called her landlady, who found the apartment empty, just a frantic dog locked in its crate. Not like Vivienne or her roommate, Corinne Clarence, to vanish without a word. A gust of wind rattled the nearby trees as if the forest itself mourned. Rainey exhaled, the weight of the case settling deeper. Somewhere out there, a killer was still playing games, and they were running out of time. Mac's frustration was palpable as he processed the new information. Wait, they're obsessed with their dog, right? The one they supposedly adore. Rainey nodded. Exactly, and for the record, Corinne isn't blonde, she's got dark brown hair. Mac's expression darkened, but the victim at Quantico was blonde. Correct, Rainey confirmed. That wasn't Corinne Clarence, it was Betsy Radisson. Her brother identified her earlier tonight. Mac rubbed his temples, exhaustion weighing on him. Rainey, I'm running on fumes here. Walk me through this again, but pretend I'm a sleep-deprived GBI agent who needs it spelled out. Rainey smirked. Happy to oblige. The landlady was a goldmine. She saw Vivienne and Corinne leave with two other girls from their college. They were headed to a bar in Stafford, all packed into Betsy's sob. None of them came back. All four, Mac's voice tightened. Yep, Fredericksburg PD searched Betsy and Tina's place tonight. Just a bunch of frantic voicemails from Tina's mom. Seems she had a bad feeling after their last call and hasn't stopped trying to reach her since. Mac staggered to a nearby tree stump and dropped onto it like his legs had given out. He dragged a hand through his sweat-damp hair, gripping it as if trying to steady himself. So he took 4 girls at once, he muttered, the horror settling in. Betsy ended up at Quantico, Vivienne here, which means Corinne and Tina are still out there with him. His jaw clenched. That damn birch leaf, I thought it was too obvious. Now I see it wasn't a finale, just the first sick move in whatever game he's playing. Rainey crossed her arms. Quincy warned us, these guys escalate. Mac's head snapped up. Any letters to the editor? Not this time. An ad in the Quantico Sentry, the base newspaper. Forensics didn't pull much from it, so Quincy handed it to Annunzio for linguistic analysis. Mac let out a dry laugh. You met the forensic linguist, damn, you've been hustling. Trying to keep up, Rainey said with a shrug. Annunzio's joining the team, by the way. Quincy thinks the caller might not be a teepster, it could be the killer himself. We just don't know why yet. Mac scoffed. If it's him, why not brag? Serial killers love credit. Unless he's conflicted, Rainey countered. Maybe he wants to be caught, or he's mentally unstable, stuck in a loop. Or, she gestured to Vivienne's body. You're part of the hunt now. Tell me you're absolutely sure you wouldn't have ended up like her. Mac's voice dropped. It wasn't me, it was almost Kimberly. Rainey's gaze softened. And that's how he wins, Mac. Either way, he wins. God damn it. Yeah. Mac exhaled sharply. I'm too old for this crap, Rainey. As if on cue, his phone rang. Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. 1:22 a.m., 89 degrees F. Special Agent McCormack. The voice on the line was chillingly calm. Heat kills. Mac's grip on the phone turned white-knuckled. Shut the hell up, you think this is funny? We just found a girl dead from 24 snake bites. You get off on throwing women to vipers, you sick bastard. I'm done talking to you. He slammed the phone shut, his pulse roaring in his ears. Rage burned through him, hotter than the Virginia night. The pounding in his temples drowned out everything else. He wasn't satisfied just shouting into a phone. He wanted to hunt the bastard down and leave him broken. Rainey's raised eyebrows said it all. Okay, that was intense, but was it smart? His phone buzzed before he could answer. He shot her a knowing look. Calling the cops is about control, right? He won't let me call the shots, but I can sure as hell make him sweat. Snapping the phone open, he growled, "What now?" Any pretense of professionalism had vanished. The voice on the line whined, "I'm trying to help you." "Bull, you're a murderer and a liar. And let me guess, still pissing the bed like a scared little kid. Cut the act." "I didn't kill anyone." "Tell that to the 2 corpses with your name all over them." A sharp inhale. He struck again. "I thought you had more time." Mac's laugh was bitter. "Oh, you'd love that, wouldn't you? Drugging girls, playing God, real tough guy stuff. Except now it's 4 victims, not 2. So what's your next move, genius?" Silence, then shaky. "I didn't know, I didn't expect." "Virginia," Mac pressed. "Why's he there?" "He grew up there." Rainey's grip tightened on her flashlight. "His first 16 years, the caller muttered. Then Georgia, I don't know when." Mac's jaw clenched. "He's not some misunderstood hero, he's butchering kids." "So was he once." The irony wasn't lost on him. Monsters made, not born, but sympathy wasn't on the menu tonight. 2 dead, 2 missing. Give me his name or this ends with more blood on your hands. "I can't." "Then mail it in a damn envelope." "Did the first girl lead you to the second?" "His name." "Then the second will lead you to the third. Hurry, I don't know what he'll do." The line died. Mac launched his phone into the underbrush, startling a raccoon but doing nothing for his rage. He wanted to sprint until his lungs burned, dive into freezing water, scream at the sky. Instead, he exhaled hard. Damn it all. Rainey nudged the body with her boot. "No name, huh?" "Says he's just a helper." "Right, and I'm the Queen of England." Mac crouched, peeling back the body bag. 4 girls, 1 car, clock's ticking. "You're seriously digging for clues now." "First victim led us here. Second'll lead us to the third." Rainey groaned. "Find Kathy Levine, we need backup and enough caffeine to kill a horse." "Sleep's overrated anyway." Somewhere, Nora Ray was lost in dreams. Nora Ray drifted in her perfect sanctuary, a world where her parents' laughter filled the air and her childhood dog pranced joyfully at their feet. The pool around her shimmered, its silken water cradling her as gentle waves brushed her skin. This was her escape, a place untouched by scorching sun or harsh reality, where the sky stretched endlessly blue and the water remained pure. But then the door creaked open, and without a second thought, she stepped out, leaving the tranquility behind. Mary Lynn galloped across the open fields, Snowfall's powerful strides carrying them over golden meadows dotted with wildflowers. The wind whipped through Nora Ray's hair as she leaned into the rhythm, her grip on the reins effortless. Horse and rider moved as one, soaring over fallen timber with exhilarating grace. Nearby, Nora Ray spotted 2 girls perched on a fence, one with sun-kissed curls, the other with dark, knowing eyes. "You're in my dream," Nora Ray told them, her voice steady. The brunette tilted her head. "Did we share something or someone?" The blonde chimed in, "Can we ride your horse?" Nora Ray's lips curved into a faint, bittersweet smile. "She's the best. My sister could ride anything." "I had a sister too," the brunette murmured. "Will she remember me?" "Every night," Nora Ray whispered. "That's terrible." "I know." The words hung heavy between them before Nora Ray delivered the truth like a blade. "You're gone. There's nothing left to do." And just like that, the dream shattered. The pasture dissolved, the water vanished, and she was ripped back into the suffocating weight of reality. She jolted awake, her fingers twisted in the sheets, her pulse hammering. The glass of water on her nightstand offered little comfort as she gulped it down, the coolness a fleeting relief against the phantom salt crusting her lips. 3 years hadn't dulled the memory, the relentless thirst, the crabs scuttling over her skin, the desperate need to survive. She had made it home. They hadn't. Now 2 more girls in her dreams, a message. The house was silent, save for the faint hum of the TV where her mother dozed, Lucille Ball's antics playing to an empty room. Her father's solitary figure lay still in the dim light of the master bedroom. The loneliness was a knife twisting deeper. The digital clock glowed 2 a.m. She didn't hesitate. The phone was in her hand before she could second-guess herself. "Get me McCormack," she demanded. "Now." Meanwhile, Tina lay motionless in the swamp, her body half submerged in the thick, clinging mud. Exhaustion had dragged her under, her fingers barely clinging to the rock, her only anchor. The muck slithered around her, alive with unseen things. Some slithered past, indifferent. Others waited patient for nature to take its course. High above, a massive silhouette moved along the trail, pausing at the pit's rim. A monstrous head tilted downward, its obsidian eyes glinting with predatory hunger. The scent of living prey, ripe and perfectly portioned, drifted up from below. The beast inhaled deeply, its claws scraping against the earthen walls in frustration. Too deep, too steep. With a disgruntled huff, the bear shuffled away, but not without a final glance. This meal wasn't going anywhere. It could wait. The night offered other delicacies. The man didn't sleep. By 2 a.m., he was already shoving supplies into his pack, his movements sharp with urgency. The darkness wasn't just outside, it slithered inside his skull, pressing against his thoughts like a living thing. That familiar pressure coiled at the base of his neck, tendrils creeping into his ear canal. A tumor. He knew the signs. The first one had stolen minutes from his life years ago. Now, time didn't just slip, it gushed through his fingers like water. The mass in his head had to be the size of a cantaloupe by now. Or maybe his brain was nothing but a writhing nest of cells, multiplying in the dark. It explained the nightmares, the fire whispering in his ears, urging him toward things he'd never dare in daylight. Lately, his mother's face haunted him, her hollow cheeks, the way she hunched like a beaten dog. His father's voice boomed in his memory. "A real man don't beg, a real man takes what's his." Oh, he took, all right. Took his fists to his wife, his belt to his sons, his rage out on anything weaker. The kind of strength that thrived in isolation, where no one heard the sobs or saw the blood. The storm inside him swirled, dragging him under. Suddenly, he was a child again, watching his brother tremble under the strap. His mother scrubbed dishes, her knuckles white, while his father promised they were next. Then came the escape plan, 2 boys whispering beneath the porch, their mother's silent plea burning in her moonlit eyes. Run, but they didn't. They crawled back, and she held them like they were her last tether to sanity. In that moment, he hated her for staying. Hated himself for needing her. The man staggered, the abyss yawning beneath him. He slammed his fist into the wall, the burst of pain snapping him back. The room sharpened, his breath steadied. Good. He yanked open the dresser drawer, fingers closing around cold steel. Whatever came next, he'd be ready. Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. 2:43 m. 88 degrees. Rainey and Mac were still bent over the victim when Quincy appeared like a ghost. His eyes flicked from them to Kathy Levine's body. "She's one of ours," Rainey said before he could ask. "Are you sure about this?" Quincy arched an eyebrow, shifting his gaze toward Levine. "Rice. Uncooked long-grain white," she replied matter-of-factly. "But don't take my word for it, I specialize in plants, not cooking." Quincy turned to Mac, who was meticulously examining the girl's left foot. "Why rice?" "Beats me," Mac muttered. "Anything else stand out?" "She's got a necklace with a small vial, clear liquid inside. Could mean something. Then there's a mess of leaves, dirt samples, crushed petals, and enough blood to make you wonder if she bled out here or if it's from him." Mac motioned toward a pile of evidence containers. "Feel free to take a look. Good luck sorting out what's hers and what's his. This guy's new approach is throwing us for a loop. Where's Kimberly?" "Feds took her." 3 pairs of eyes snapped up. Quincy's smile was grim. Plans just changed. Mac's voice was sharp. "Quincy, what the hell's going on?" Quincy avoided his stare, focusing instead on Rainey. The FBI team rolled in, no Kaplan, no Watson. Strangers. They spotted Kimberly and pulled her aside immediately. I'm supposed to be cooling my heels outside the lodge. Rainey's temper flared. First they couldn't care less, now they're swooping in like they own the case. What's next, starting from scratch when we're already halfway through? Oh, they'll start fresh, all right, Quincy said dryly. They'll bring in analysts, search teams, K-9 units, even aerial recon. Give them a day, and they'll have a full command post set up while planes scan the area with infrared. Impressive, right? Infrared's useless right now, Max snapped. We tried it. Rocks, bears, deer, everything lights up like a target. Half the hits look human and none of them were her. Besides, she's not even in these woods. This guy doesn't repeat locations. The next victim's somewhere worse, mark my words. Based on what we've seen, you're probably right. Quincy glanced back up the shadowed trail. I'd give the feds 10 minutes before they storm down here. Kimberly's buying us time by being uncooperative. She's good at that. His expression darkened before he refocused. For now, I'm still in charge of evidence. Levine, anything here that screams out of place. The rice, she said without hesitation, I'll take half. The vial might be significant, but it could just be personal. Do we know what the girls were wearing? Rainey asked. Quincy shook his head. No inventory, I'll split the fluid sample. Mac nodded, pulling a vial from the kit. Quincy noticed the slight tremor in his hands. Exhaustion or fury, it didn't matter, as long as the job got done. Why only half? Levine pressed. Because if I take it all, someone might notice, Quincy said. And then I'd have to explain, but if nothing's missing… He let the thought hang, already reaching for the sample. The night air hummed with tension, the weight of the case pressing down harder with each passing second. Quincy gave a dark chuckle. Some secrets are better kept that way. What else have we got? Levine motioned toward the scattered bags with a frustrated sigh. It's hard to tell. The lighting's terrible, and I don't exactly carry a magnifier in my back pocket. Judging by the condition of most of this, I'd guess she was dragged through heavy brush, but without proper time to examine it. Mac kept his voice low. He usually leaves 3 or 4 clues. We're missing something. Or he's getting smarter, Rainey countered. Mac shrugged. The pile of red herrings is already making this a nightmare. Quincy checked his watch. 5 minutes, then we're gone, and Rainey, sweetheart, kill your phone. Mac had moved from the girl's foot to her head, tilting it back to pry open her jaw. He slid a gloved finger inside, probing carefully. Last 2 times he hid something in the throat, he muttered. After a few twists, he frowned. Got something. Rainey snapped to attention. Need more light, could be dandruff, could be nothing. Quincy angled his flashlight as Rainey parted the victim's hair. A fine powder coated the strands, sprinkling onto the plastic sheet beneath when she shook it. Levine leaned in, rubbing a pinch between her fingers before sniffing. Not dandruff, too coarse, almost like… She trailed off, uncertain. Bag it, Quincy ordered, his attention snapping toward the trail. Footsteps, close. Rainey, he warned. She scraped a sample into a vial, sealed it, and tossed it into her pack. Levine grabbed a handful of rice. Mac pocketed the fluid. They were on their feet in seconds as Quincy turned to Levine. If they ask, you were following my orders. Everything's documented. As for me, you never saw me. The footsteps grew louder. Quincy shook Levine's hand. Thanks, you'll need luck. Then he was gone, Rainey and Mac vanishing into the shadows behind him. Levine stood alone as the darkness swallowed them whole. Let's try this again, the agent droned, rubbing his temples. How did you and McCormack end up at Big Meadows, standing over another body? Kimberly smirked. Ask McCormack, I just wanted fresh air. So you accidentally stumbled onto your second corpse in a day. Guess I'm lucky like that. The agent, she'd mentally dubbed him Agent Stick Up His Ass, leaned forward. Planning another leave of absence. Need more grieving time between your little discoveries. Kimberly's jaw tightened. 2 hours of this. 2 hours of his smug interrogation, her sharp deflections. Neither was winning, and exhaustion was making them both reckless. "I want water," she said flatly. "Later." She leaned in, voice icy. 5-hour hike, 100-degree heat. Give me water or I'll sue you into oblivion. No pension, no career, just you flipping burgers at 60. Clear. Attitude like that won't get you far in the bureau, he snapped. Didn't help at Quantico either. Watch her. He glowered, weighing his options. Then the door swung open. Her father strode in, and for once relief flooded her. Funny how a shared manhunt could make family reunions feel like a lifeline. The Emps were finally ready to see her, Quincy announced. Kimberly blinked, processing his words before relief washed over her. "Oh, thank goodness," she groaned, rubbing her sore arms. "Every inch of me feels like it's been through a war zone." "Hold on just a second," Titus cut in, stepping forward. "My daughter's had an exhausting day. Not only did she help track down a missing woman, but as you can plainly see, she paid for it with her own skin." Kimberly shot her father a grateful smirk. He wasn't wrong, she was a mess. "Yeah, I had a little run-in with stinging nettles," she admitted with forced cheer. "And poison ivy, and maybe a small forest. Oh, and let's not forget the ankle situation. So yeah, medical attention, kind of necessary." Titus wasn't backing down. "I still have questions. Once she's patched up, I'm sure she'll be happy to answer them." "She's not answering anything right now." "Kimberly," her father warned, his voice sharp. She rolled her shoulders. "Look, I'm exhausted, overheated, and in serious pain. You expect me to think straight when I haven't even had water." Quincy was already moving, guiding her up from the metal chair. "Agent, my daughter's tough, but even you should know better than to interrogate someone who needs medical care first. We're heading straight to the Emps. You can grill her later." "I'm not sure." But Quincy had already hooked an arm around her waist, steadying her as she leaned into him with an exaggerated limp. "Give us 30 minutes at the medic station. She'll be in better shape by then." They made their exit, Kimberly hobbling dramatically for effect. Once inside the first aid tent, she gulped down water, snatched a handful of orange slices, and endured a rushed exam, just long enough for the Emp to slather ointment on her scrapes. Then they were off, slipping past the station and into a secluded corner of the parking lot where Rainey and Mac waited with 2 cars. "Get in," Quincy ordered. "We'll talk on the move." Chapter 31. Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. 3:16 a.m. Temperature, 88 degrees F. Mac kept close to Quincy's taillights as they left the noisy chaos of Big Meadows behind, winding into the dark embrace of the forest road. The only light came from the scattered glow of stars above. Kimberly stayed quiet, and so did Mac. She was tired, but it was a different kind of exhaustion now, the deep, satisfying weariness of pushing her body to its limits. This, at least, was familiar. Her muscles would bounce back. Her emotions, not so much. Mac's hand found hers, and after a beat, she squeezed back. "I could murder some coffee," he muttered. "Enough to fill a bathtub. I'd settle for a decade-long nap. How about a cold shower? How about not sweating for 5 minutes? Clean clothes. A mattress that doesn't feel like plywood. A mountain of biscuits drowned in gravy. A gallon of ice water with lemon." She exhaled heavily, and he mirrored her. "We're not getting any rest soon, are we?" she murmured. "Doesn't look like it." "What's going on?" "Not entirely sure. Your dad showed up saying the FBI's official team rolled in and uninvited us from the investigation. Typical Fed nonsense." "They kicked Dad and Rainey off the case." Kimberly couldn't believe it. "Not yet. Turning off their phones and bolting probably bought them time, but the Bureau's trying to start from scratch, and your father knows better. We worked with Kathy Levine to flag key evidence, then took half of it. So, for the record, we're officially off the grid." Kimberly scoffed at the mention of the FBI. "Forget that. Just tell me the damn plan." Mac laid it out plainly. They'd team up with her father and Rainey to hunt for the last 2 missing girls, then make sure the bastard behind this paid for what he'd done. Finally, something that doesn't sound completely hopeless, she muttered. Mac gave a dry chuckle. I aim to please. Soon, Quincy's car pulled into a deserted overlook and Mac followed. The place was empty, just the kind of spot where no one would notice them. They gathered around the hood of Mac's rental, the thick summer air pressing down like a wet blanket. The usual nighttime chorus of crickets and frogs was eerily muted, as if the whole world was holding its breath. There should have been a storm, crackling lightning, rolling thunder, anything to break the suffocating heat. But no. Just sweat, silence, and the weight of what they were up against. Quincy had ditched his jacket, his sleeves rolled up like a man ready for a fight. We've got 3 leads, he started. A vial of liquid, rice, and some kind of dust in the victim's hair. Thoughts? Rice, Kimberly frowned. Uncooked long grain, Mac confirmed. At least that's Levine's best guess. She shook her head. That's just random. Mac's voice dropped. He likes to play games. Welcome to his twisted little world. Rainey cut in. How far apart do you think the other victims are? If he took multiple girls, maybe the first one's location is a clue for the rest. He's only one guy. He can't be everywhere at once. Mac shrugged. In Georgia, he moved around state parks, cotton fields, riverbanks, but here, logistics are tougher. Hauling bodies isn't exactly discreet. Quincy nodded. He'd need space, a cargo van probably, room to stash them, keep them sedated, move them when he's ready. Kimberly clenched her fists. How does one guy grab 4 women without a struggle? He doesn't give them a chance, Mac said grimly. Dart gun loaded with ketamine. They're out before they know what hit them. If anyone drives by, he just looks like a guy with a car full of drunk friends. Then he loads them up, keeps them under, and gets to work. No theatrics, just cold, efficient evil. A heavy silence settled over them. Yeah, the guy was good at his sick hobby. Quincy turned to Mac. Rainey mentioned you got another call. Guy swears he's not the killer, just a concerned citizen. Mac snorted. Right, and I'm the damn tooth fairy. Quincy's expression darkened. He's lying. Think about the timing. First call comes right before the first victim turns up, conveniently when the real killer would have been setting his trap. The second call came in that night, right as they arrived at the second victim's location. Special Agent Kaplan would call that more than a coincidence, Quincy remarked dryly. Mac's voice sharpened. You think the eco-killer's nearby? Most killers enjoy watching. Why would this unsub be any different? He's practically laid out a trail for us. Maybe he's keeping score. Quincy exhaled, pinching the bridge of his nose. Earlier, you mentioned the GBI's efforts, tracing the drugs, profiling victims, vetting veterinarians, campers, hikers, birdwatchers, every outdoorsman in the state. Right, Mac confirmed. And you had a profile. White male, above-average intelligence, likely stuck in a dead-end job. Frequent traveler, socially awkward, prone to explosive anger when things don't go his way. That's what the experts concluded. Quincy's gaze darkened. 2 things stand out. First, he's smarter than you think. His whole game forces you to focus on the second victim, distracting you from hunting him. Mac hesitated. At first, maybe. Time kills leads, Mac. Every cop knows that. The longer it takes, the harder it gets. Mac gave a reluctant nod. Fine, what's the second thing? We've got a new piece of the puzzle. He has access to Quantico's marine base. That shrinks our suspect pool to a tight circle in Virginia, and we can't waste that. Mac frowned. You're suggesting a Marine or FBI agent did this? Quincy's expression turned distant. Not sure yet, but the Quantico angle, the calls to you, there's something there. I just can't see it. He turned to Kimberly. Write down tonight's call verbatim. Dr. Annunzio will want every word. Kimberly hesitated. You think he'll still help? He knows we're off the case. Quincy shrugged. Academics never get updates. BSU does its thing, they do theirs, but we need him. Those letters and calls are our only direct link to the eco-killer. If we do id the unsub, we're just putting band-aids on a bullet wound. Mac cut in sharply. You're not ditching the other two girls, are you? Quincy's voice stayed calm. I am, but you're not. Rainey smirked. Divide and conquer. Exactly. Mac and Kimberly find the girls. Rainey and I hunt the killer. Mac lowered his voice. That's dangerous. Quincy's smile was razor-thin. That's why I'm taking Rainey. Let's see him try his luck with her. Amen, Rainey muttered. Kimberly tapped her notes. We could hit the USGs again. Bring them the samples. The rice is still a mystery, but the fluid, hydrologists might crack it. Mac rubbed his chin. They could id the rice too. Might be like the Hawaii angle, means nothing to us but an expert. Where's their office? Quincy asked. Richmond. Opening time. 8 a.m. Quincy checked his watch. Well, folks, looks like we're getting some sleep after all. They left the park, rolling into a rundown chain motel in the nearest town. 3 rooms, 3 keys. Quincy and Rainey vanished into theirs. Mac disappeared into his. Kimberly stepped into hers, sparse furniture, a sagging bed with a faded blue comforter, the air thick with stale smoke and chemical lemon. It wasn't home, but it had a bed. And right now, that was enough. Kimberly turned the air conditioning up as high as it would go, desperate to cool down. Peeling off her damp clothes, she stepped under the shower's spray, scrubbing her skin raw as if she could wash away the memories. The jagged rocks, the slithering snakes, the agonizing death of that innocent girl. No matter how hard she rubbed, the images clung to her. Mandy's face flickered in her mind, blending with the victim from Quantico, her mother's terrified flight through the woods, even though she'd been dead for years. A good investigator was supposed to stay detached, but logic had abandoned her long ago. She stepped out, pulling on an old t-shirt and wiping the fog from the mirror with a threadbare towel. The woman staring back at her was a stranger, pale, hollow-cheeked, eyes wide with fear. She gripped the sink, knuckles white, biting her lip to keep from screaming. All her life, she'd been the composed one, sharp with a gun, sharper with a case file. Crime had been a puzzle, a game she was born to win. But now, the illusion of control had shattered. At 26, she was just another terrified woman, jumping at shadows, haunted by snakes. Save the world? She couldn't even sleep through the night. Maybe she should vanish, let her father and the others handle it. After all, she'd already walked away from the academy. What was one more retreat? Then the names echoed in her head: Corinne Clarence, Tina Cron. 2 girls who'd gone out for a simple summer night and never came home. Someone had to find them, and like it or not, that someone was her. A knock broke the silence. She knew who it was before she opened the door. Max stood there, freshly showered, smelling of soap and aftershave. Hey, he murmured, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. She exhaled. Mac, I'm exhausted. Yeah, me too. His hand closed around her arm, guiding her toward the bed. She resisted, but only half-heartedly. You ever notice how creepy motel rooms are at night? He asked, voice light despite the exhaustion in his eyes. No. Or how good you look in just a t-shirt. Definitely no. He smirked, shame, because it's all true. But since we're both dead on our feet, he tugged her down beside him, but she stiffened. I can't, she whispered. Instead of pushing, he cupped her face, his usual teasing replaced by something heavier. His gaze locked onto hers, intense, unreadable. And for the first time in hours, she forgot to be afraid. You really had me worried tonight, he murmured, his voice low and rough. Standing up there on those boulders with all those rattlesnakes circling you, I've never been so terrified in my life. Kimberly let out a shaky breath. I scared myself too. His fingers traced the curve of her jaw. Do you honestly believe I'm playing games with you? She hesitated. I don't know what to believe anymore. It bothers you, doesn't it? The way I can turn on the charm, flash a smile like it's nothing. Maybe a little, she admitted. Kimberly? His thumb brushed her cheek, slow and deliberate. You're the most stunning woman I've ever laid eyes on, and I wish I could say that without you assuming it's just another pickup line. She turned her face away. Stop. Would it help if you punched me? His voice was teasing but tender. Or screamed into a pillow, threw something at the wall. Honestly, sweetheart, I'd take your anger over this quiet sadness any day. Something inside her cracked. She collapsed onto the mattress beside him, the weight in her chest finally giving way. Was this surrender? Was this weakness? She didn't care. All she knew was the sudden, desperate need to bury herself against him, to feel the heat of his skin, the strength of his arms locking her in place. She wanted him to take control, to erase every thought, every doubt. Tomorrow she'd tell herself it was his fault. Her lips found his in a hesitant kiss, and when he shuddered against her, she chased the reaction, pressing her mouth to the sharp line of his jaw, then lower to the frantic pulse in his throat. His hands stayed locked on her hips unmoving, but she could feel the restraint in every muscle, the way his body burned with barely leashed need. The scent of his soap, the faint hint of toothpaste, the warm spice of his aftershave. It was all too intimate, too real for something as hollow as casual sex. Tears threatened again. God, she hated this, hated the way her chest ached, hated feeling so exposed. She wanted to be the old Kimberly, the one who didn't crumble at the slightest touch. Anything had to be better than this constant, gnawing pain. Mac's hands shifted, threading into her hair, smoothing it back before tracing the tense line of her neck. "SHHH," he whispered, though she hadn't made a sound. "You're exhausted, just sleep. Things always look clearer in the morning." He pulled her down beside him, and she went without resistance, hyper-aware of the hard press of his body against hers. She expected him to take advantage, was almost braced for it. But instead, he just wrapped himself around her, his chest a furnace against her back, his arms an unbreakable anchor. "I hate sketchy motel rooms too," she blurted, and she could practically feel his smirk against her hair. A minute later, his breathing evened out. Kimberly closed her eyes, her fingers tightening around his forearm. For the first time in years, she slept without dreams. Front Royal, Virginia. 6:19 a.m. Temperature 88 degrees F. Mac woke to the shrill ring of his cell phone, the sound slicing through the haze of sleep. For a second, he didn't recognize the dim, musty room or the lumpy mattress beneath him. Then he felt Kimberly, warm and still curled against him, and the night came rushing back. Careful not to wake her, he slid his arm free, wincing as pins and needles shot up to his shoulder. He shook out his hand, scanning the room for his phone. He vaguely remembered hurling it across the carpet at some point. Honestly, given how often he'd abused the thing lately, it was a miracle it still worked at all. Mac hit the floor hard, scrambling on his hands and knees until his fingers closed around the vibrating phone. He flipped it open just before the fifth ring. "McCormack," he muttered, glancing at the still sleeping Kimberly. "Took your sweet time," came the familiar gruff voice of his boss, Sack Lee Grogan. Mac exhaled, no more creepy voice modulators screwing with his head tonight. "Long night," Mac answered, rubbing his tired eyes. "We get him." "Not exactly." Mac ran through the last 12 hours of dead ends and false leads. Grogan listened without interrupting. "So it's definitely our guy. Like I'd mistake this psycho's handiwork, though the feds probably think it's some terrorist cell playing games." "You sound cranky, partner. Try 3 hours of sleep and a killer still on the loose. Look, we've got 2 more girls in danger and screw protocol. I'm chasing my leads with or without bureau approval." Grogan sighed like a man who'd heard this speech before. "Officially, I heard none of that. Unofficially, yeah, the Phoebes are stonewalling us. Best case, they name-drop us during their victory press conference as the small-town cops who almost had him." Mac's grip tightened on the phone. "I can't walk away from this." "Didn't think you would, but we've got another problem." Nora Ray Watts called. "Says she's got intel on the case and will only talk to you. Face to face. Mac. She knew about the 2 victims before we did." A cold knot formed in Mac's stomach. No way that hit the news yet. "Exactly, which means." He reached out to her. Mac's voice dropped to a growl. The bastard wasn't satisfied with taunting law enforcement anymore. Now he was dragging survivors back into his sick game. Hell no. After what she's been through, she deserves peace, not this nightmare. Grogan stayed quiet for a beat. Mac, she's not moving on, and if she's got real information. I can't guarantee her safety. This guy's watching us, Lee. Former FBI profiler thinks he's monitoring our every move. Then I'll tell her that. And if she still insists, Mac ran a hand through his messy hair, suddenly exhausted all over again. The shower he'd taken hours ago might as well have never happened. Then meet her at Richmond Airport, today, before this gets worse. The call ended with Grogan's usual dark humor about fishing trips. Mac stared at the phone in his hand, the morning light doing nothing to improve his mood. Some days he really hated this job. Between the bureaucratic roadblocks and a killer who kept upping the ante, it felt like chasing shadows. He thought about Nora Ray, about the haunted look she'd had during her testimony years ago. Now the monster was pulling her back in. Mac's jaw set. Fine. If she was brave enough to face this, the least he could do was hear her out. The cool metal of the phone pressed against his forehead as he weighed his next move. Sleep was off the table now. There were patterns to analyze, geographic profiles to map, and a killer who thought he was untouchable. Mac smirked without humor. Time to prove him wrong. Sleep had been a rare luxury the night before, and who knew when they'd get another chance to rest. He pushed himself up and moved toward the bed where Kimberly lay curled into herself, arms wrapped tight around her midsection as if even in sleep, she was bracing for impact. The mattress dipped under his weight as he settled beside her, tracing the line of her jaw with his thumb before brushing back strands of her short, sun-bleached hair. She didn't wake, just breathed steadily, her face softer now, stripped of its usual sharp edges. But he knew better than to mistake that quiet vulnerability for weakness. A man could spend a lifetime memorizing the way her lips curved when she smiled, and still she'd vanish without a second thought. She'd probably tell herself she was doing him a favor. In her mind, someone like her didn't belong with someone like him. The irony? He'd been lost from the moment he met her. His fingers trailed down her arm and her eyelids flickered open. "Sorry, sweetheart," he murmured. "Another body." "Not if we stay ahead of it." Kimberly swung her legs off the bed and disappeared into the bathroom without another word. He stretched out where she'd been, palm pressed to the lingering warmth she'd left behind. The groan of old pipes and the rush of water filled the silence. His mind flashed back to yesterday, Kimberly standing motionless, encircled by rattlesnakes, her expression unreadable. "I'll do better by you," he whispered to the empty room, but even as he said it, doubt crept in. The day stretched ahead, unpredictable, and promises were fragile things. Richmond, Virginia. 8:08 a.m. 88 degrees. "Definitely water," Brian Knowles announced, and Kimberly exhaled hard, tension unraveling from her shoulders. Max slumped against the office wall like a puppet with cut strings. Neither had realized how tightly they'd been coiled until the USC's hydrologist delivered the verdict. "Any chance it's holy water?" Kimberly asked, half serious. Knowles gave her a deadpan stare. "I don't exactly keep a vial of Vatican-approved testing strips handy. Government salary, remember." Ray Lee Chi, who'd ushered them in 10 minutes earlier, perched on a filing cabinet, legs swinging. "But can you work with it?" he pressed. Max stepped forward. "We need to trace it back to a source, a pond, a stream, something. Is that possible?" Knowles stretched, rolling his shoulders with the weariness of a man who'd been up too late. He was good-looking in a rumpled way, with wild brown hair and jeans that looked like they'd survived a war. Unlike Ray, who radiated morning energy, Knowles seemed to resent the sun for daring to rise. "We can test for pH, contaminants, minerals, bacteria. Hell, we can tell you if it's got traces of dinosaur pee, but here's the catch." He spread his hands. 6 drops of water, useless. You need volume and you need context. The second this hit the bottle, its chemistry started changing. Max shot Kimberly a look. She shrugged. "At least we brought you something. Ray only got a leaf." "Damn straight," Ray chimed in, grinning. And I nailed that id don't wreck our streak, Knowles. Keep this up and we could star in CSI, Sedimentary Rock. Imagine the groupies, Brian, imagine them. Knowles didn't crack a smile. He laced his fingers behind his head, chair creaking as he leaned back. Here's reality. Accurate testing means being at the source, otherwise you're just guessing. His gaze flicked to the tiny sample bottle. And right now, all I've got is a guess wrapped in a maybe. Mac watched as Knowles adjusted the equipment with a frustrated sigh. First, you messed with the temperature, he muttered. Second, you cut off its oxygen supply, so testing for dissolved oxygen is pointless. Third, the pH is climbing because of off-gassing. Fourth, the container itself might have tainted the sample. And fifth, he paused, rubbing his temple. Honestly, I'm blanking on the fifth reason, but trust me, this whole thing's a mess. Whatever data we pull from this sample will be as useful as a third thumb, interesting to look at, but completely worthless. Mac crossed his arms. We don't have another source, that's the problem. This is all we've got and we need answers. There's gotta be something you can work with. His expression was pleading, and after a tense silence, Knowles finally relented with a groan. Fine, but don't expect precision. At best, we're making an educated guess. More like a wild stab in the dark, Knowles muttered, rolling the glass tube between his fingers. You seriously don't have more of this? I'd kill for 40 milliliters. 6 drops, that's all I can give you. Knowles let out a dry laugh. Wow, your source must really enjoy watching us struggle. Max smirked. He's got a thing for impossible cases. Clearly, any chance you'll spill details? Nope. Worth a shot. Knowles leaned forward, studying the sample like it held the secrets of the universe. All right, here's the deal. We can check salinity, just need enough liquid to cover the probe. pH is doable too, but the meter might leave traces of potassium chloride, which would mess with conductivity readings. So salinity first, then pH. Minerals, no clue if our gear can handle a sample this tiny. Bacteria? Forget it, requires filtration. Plant matter? Same issue. He shrugged. Salinity and pH it is, but don't blame me when the results are basically guesswork. Then again, why not? Never worked a homicide before, should be fun. Anything helps, Max said grimly. Knowles rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a battered plastic case labeled Field Kit. Inside were handheld meters with long metal probes. Salinity first, he murmured, calibrating the device before dipping the probe into the water. He stayed silent for a moment, then grunted. Kimberly frowned. So does salinity tell us if it's fresh or salt water? Partly, Knowles said, glancing up. I'm measuring microsiemens per centimeter, basically, how well the water conducts electricity. Pure water doesn't conduct, but dissolved salts or minerals increase conductivity. So, indirectly, we're figuring out where this water's been. He pulled the probe out and squinted at the reading. 15,000 microsiemens per centimeter. Given all the disclaimers, what does that tell you? Blank stares. Knowles sighed. High conductivity, not seawater levels, but definitely more dissolved content than plain water. Minerals, ions, something conductive. Mac hesitated, so it's polluted. Knowles shot him a look. It's rich in dissolved content, that's all we know. Next step would be mineral testing, but good luck with this tiny sample. The scientist tossed the first meter aside and grabbed another one, this time checking the pH levels. He stuck the probe into the water, squinted at the display, and let out a frustrated sigh. Piece of junk, he muttered, pulling it out and giving it a quick wipe with his sleeve. After a sharp tap against the table, he dunked it back in, only to scowl at the same result. Well, that's just fantastic. This thing's telling me the pH is 3.8, which is complete nonsense. Kimberly leaned in. What's the problem? Either the sample's too small or this meter's fried, he grumbled, smacking the device again for good measure. 3.8, that's battery acid territory. Pure rainwater in Virginia sits around 4.2 to 4.5, and even that's too harsh for most aquatic life. Fish need at least 6.5, snails and mussels need a solid 7, and even the hardiest bottom feeders tap out below 6. But 3.8, That's the kind of acidity that'll eat through your boots. Mac frowned. So what could cause it? The scientist shook his head. Honestly, almost nothing natural. Acid mine drainage, maybe, water leaching through old coal mines, picking up sulfur and iron along the way. But even then, pH levels that low are rare. Like, win the lottery while getting struck by lightning, rare. Kimberly exchanged a glance with Mac. You're batting 1,000 so far, 3 tests, same result. Maybe the water really is that acidic. The scientist scoffed. And maybe pigs fly. But fine, let's entertain the idea. If this reading's accurate, then yeah, a mine's the most likely culprit. Or maybe some industrial spill dumping organic waste into the water. Either way, we're talking serious contamination. Mac's eyes sharpened. Where are these mines? Southwest Virginia's lousy with them, the scientist said, waving a hand. Dickinson, Lee, Russell, hell, half the county's down there, but don't go jumping to conclusions. Tiny sample, finicky equipment, this could still be a fluke. Mac wasn't buying it, or it could be the missing piece we've been looking for. The scientist threw up his hands. Sure, if you ignore every rule of scientific skepticism, but hey, what do I know? I'm just the guy with the broken meter. The bacteria thrive on the waste, multiplying rapidly until they devour oxygen faster than algae or underwater plants can replenish it. Suddenly, the balance tips. Fish, insects, and other oxygen-dependent life suffocate, leaving behind a toxic wasteland dominated by anaerobic bacteria, the only survivors in such acidic conditions. Kimberly frowned. But you can't test for bacteria in this sample, right? Nope, not enough to work with, Knowles admitted. Is there any other way? She pressed. He rubbed his chin. Minerals might be an option. There's a guy in the lab who's been extracting ancient water from core samples, tiny amounts, but he's pulled data before. No guarantees, though. Mac cut in. We'll take whatever you've got, this is urgent. Kimberly nodded. We need to pinpoint the water's origin. 7 counties is too broad. 7 miles would be ideal. Knowles scoffed. 7 miles, not happening, but mineral traces could narrow it to 1 or 2 counties maybe. Different geology across the mining regions, sandstone, shale, karst formations. Worth a shot. How long? Mac demanded. Knowles hesitated. A couple days to set up. 2 hours. The scientist blinked. Excuse me. Mac's voice turned sharp. 2 women are missing, one's connected to that water, every minute counts. Knowles paled, then squared his shoulders. Fine, 2 hours. Mac turned to Ray Lee Chi, holding up a second vial. We've got another mystery sample, no idea what it is. Ray took it, exchanging a glance with Knowles. Pollen expert might crack this. Lucky for us, Lloyd Armitage due in today. Kimberly added, and there's rice, uncooked, long grain, mean anything. Blank stares, Knowles shrugged. I'm a spaghetti guy, Ray chuckled. I burn toast, but will ask around. As they left, Kimberly muttered, the leaf was simpler. Mac grunted, probably intentional. Outside, the heat hit like a furnace. He checked his watch. Kimberly caught the motion. Time. Yep, they sped toward the airport. Richmond, Virginia, 10:34 a.m., 94 degrees F. Kimberly had imagined Nora Ray Watts as a fragile, shell-shocked girl, hunched, wary, lost in oversized clothes. Someone to coax gently with a soda and quick questions before shipping her back to safety. Nora Ray had other ideas. She marched through the terminal like she owned it, a vintage floral bag bouncing against her hip. She stood tall, her posture unyielding despite the weight of the situation. Dressed in snug jeans, a flowy blue blouse layered over a simple white tank, and sturdy hiking boots, she moved with purpose. Her dark brown hair was tied back in a no-nonsense ponytail, her face bare of any makeup. The crowd in the terminal instinctively parted as she approached, leaving Kimberly with 2 conflicting thoughts. This was a girl forced to grow up too soon, yet also a woman who had built walls around herself, standing alone in a world of strangers. For a brief, unsettling moment, Kimberly wondered if others saw that same isolation when they looked at her. Nora Ray stopped in front of them, her gaze steady. "Special Agent McCormack," she said, her voice low but firm as she shook Mac's hand. When he introduced Kimberly, Nora Ray's grip was brief but strong, the touch of someone who preferred distance. "How was the flight?" Mac asked. "Fine. How are your parents?" "Fine." Mac exhaled, unimpressed. "And what story did you give them for today?" Nora Ray lifted her chin. "I said I was visiting an old friend from college in Atlanta. Dad was glad I was getting out. Mom was too busy rewatching Family Ties to care." "Lying doesn't do you any favors, kid." "Neither does living in fear," she shot back. "Shall we?" She led the way to the food court, leaving Mac to exchange a glance with Kimberly. "Not your average victim," Kimberly muttered as they followed. "She had a good life once," Mac replied quietly, "before all this." Inside, Mac and Kimberly grabbed bitter, overpriced coffee while Nora Ray settled for a soda and a banana muffin she barely touched. The three of them sat at a cramped plastic table, the silence stretching uncomfortably. Kimberly pretended to study the bustling Richmond airport, sipping her terrible coffee like she had nowhere else to be. As if the only thing that mattered was this moment, this awful, ticking clock tension. Then Nora Ray shattered the quiet. "I want to help." Her voice wavered, the tough exterior cracking. The muffin lay in ruins under her restless fingers. Mac kept his tone neutral. "Your boss mentioned you might know something." "He's back, isn't he? 2 more girls dead." Kimberly leaned in. "How do you know that, Nora?" "Because I just do." "Did he contact you?" Mac pressed. "No." "Letters, messages?" "No," her jaw tightened. "Answer me first, is he killing again?" Mac let the silence linger, watching her. Nora Ray tore at the muffin, reshaping it mindlessly, but she didn't break. Finally, Mac relented. "Yeah, he is." All the fight drained out of her. Her shoulders slumped, hands dropping to the table with a dull thud. "I knew it," she whispered. "I didn't want to believe it, but I knew." Mac leaned forward, his voice urgent. "Nora, you need to tell us how you knew." "You won't laugh. After the last 2 days, I don't have the energy to laugh at anything." Nora Ray glanced at Kimberly, who gave a tired nod. "Try me," Kimberly said. "I dreamt them." Mac frowned. "You dreamt them." "I dream about my sister all the time, Mary Lynn. She's happy where she is, fields, horses, sunshine. She never sees me, but I see her." Her voice cracked. "And now I see the others too." A few days earlier, another girl had appeared in Nora Ray's visions. Then just last night, a second one joined her, lingering on the fence like lost spirits still unaware of their own fate. Mac's face went blank, his hands dragging over his stubble in slow, repetitive motions. Kimberly could see the uncertainty in him. He hadn't expected this turn in the conversation. "Do they interact with you?" she asked carefully. "Can they speak?" Nora nodded. One of them asked about her little sister, wondered if she'd dream about her too. Her descriptions of the girls were vague, blonde, brunette, the kind of generic details psychics often use to let people's minds fill in the gaps. Kimberly felt exhaustion creeping back in. Mac cut straight to the point. "Do you see the killer?" "No," Nora admitted, "just the girls." Mac exhaled sharply. "Then I don't see how this helps us." Nora's voice wavered, thick with frustration. "I don't either, but it's something. I'm connected to them. They're angry, confused, they know what he did. Maybe I can get more from them, details about him, where he lives, something." Her fingers dug into a muffin on the table, crushing it into crumbs like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. Mac looked like he regretted agreeing to meet. "I appreciate you coming," he said, voice heavy, "but you need to go home." Nora's jaw set. "No, I'm staying. If you're still searching, I'm helping." "You're a civilian," Max snapped. This is an active investigation. You'll slow us down, hell, you'll mess things up. Go home, I'll call you if we find anything. He'll kill again, she shot back. Last time he took 2. Now it's 4, 2 dead, 2 missing. You can't afford to ignore this. Mac stood, signaling the end of the discussion. Kimberly moved to follow, but Nora was already on her feet, eyes blazing. Then we find the missing girls. That's why I'm seeing the others. I'm supposed to be here. Mac's patience snapped. Get on a plane or I'm calling your parents. Nora didn't flinch. Look me in the eye and tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you're certain I can't help. Because this killer's been out there for years, Agent McCormack, and you still haven't caught him. She leaned in, voice dropping to a razor's edge. So tell me, are dreams really the worst place to start? For the first time, Mac hesitated. The girl had a real talent for laying on the guilt. And honestly, she wasn't entirely wrong. Plenty of respected law enforcement agencies had turned to psychics when all other leads dried up. Detectives would hit that wall, every logical angle exhausted, every piece of evidence scrutinized a dozen times over. Leads fizzled, frustration mounted, and suddenly, some eccentric voice on the phone claiming I've had a vision became the hottest tip in months. Kimberly hadn't even been on this case 2 full days, and she was already considering the power of dreams. She could only imagine how Mac felt after 5 grueling years. And here they stood, 2 girls dead, 2 vanished, time slipping away. Mac finally broke the tension. You know the kind of places this guy operates. Nora Ray adjusted the pack slung over her shoulder and tapped the toe of her hiking boot against the floor. I came ready. It's not safe. She flashed a thin smile. Tell me something I don't know. You got lucky last time. Yeah, and I've spent 3 years making sure I wouldn't need luck again. Survival manuals, wilderness training, getting stronger. I might actually be useful out there. This isn't your fight. It's the only fight I have left. My sister's gone, my family's broken. I spent years trapped in that house waiting for the fear to just disappear, but it doesn't work like that, so here I am. Mac's jaw tightened. If this turns into revenge. I'm a college kid with a backpack full of TSA-approved gear. What exactly am I gonna do? Trip him with my granola bars? Kimberly stifled a laugh as Mac shot her a look. You do have a type, she pointed out. I'm switching aftershaves, he muttered. Until then. He exhaled sharply, scanning the terminal before relenting. Fine, what's one more rogue operative? This is already the weirdest damn case I've ever run. He turned back to Nora Ray. You know anything about rice? No. Pollen. Makes me sneeze. Mac rolled his eyes. Grab your bag, we're burning daylight. As they hurried after Mac's long, irritated strides, Kimberly nudged Nora Ray. Feel better. The younger woman shook her head. Mostly, I just feel scared. Quantico, Virginia. 10:41 m. Temperature 92 degrees F. Quincy and Rainey made the drive to Quantico without a word. Silence had become their default lately. Meals, car rides, even shared spaces. At first, Rainey had told herself it was comfortable. The kind of quiet that meant they didn't need to fill the air. Now it felt heavier, like the slow, inevitable crack of ice under pressure. She leaned her forehead against the warm window, rubbing her temples as if she could push the thoughts away. Outside, the sun was relentless. Even with the AC blasting, heat seeped through the vents, baking her bare legs. A trickle of sweat slid down her spine. Thinking about Oregon? Quincy asked suddenly. He wore his usual suit, jacket discarded in the back, but the tie still snug around his neck. She had no idea how he tolerated it in this heat. Not really. She shifted, stretching her legs in the cramped rental. Her khaki shorts and wrinkled button-down were a far cry from his polished look. Suits weren't her style, not even for Quantico. This wasn't her sacred space, and they both understood that all too well. You've been dreaming about Oregon lately, haven't you? Quincy pressed, his tone softer this time. She studied his profile, the unreadable expression, those shadowed eyes fixed on the road ahead, his mouth drawn tight. He was slipping into professional mode, playing the detached psychologist. "Yeah," she admitted, her voice catching. "2 years is too long. Maybe when this wraps up, we should head there, just breathe for a while." "Okay," the word came out rough, betraying the tears she hadn't realized were forming. Quincy turned sharply, his usual composure cracking as raw concern flashed across his face. "Rainy. I know. Did I mess up somewhere?" "Not you." He exhaled, fingers tightening around the wheel. "I get too wrapped up in cases. I know I'm not always present." "We both live for the job, Quincy." "But you're drowning," he said quietly. "This isn't just today, you haven't been okay in months." The truth hit like a gut punch. "No," she whispered, shocked by the sudden lightness in her chest. Just saying it aloud, admitting the unspoken weight between them, felt like shedding chains. Quincy's jaw worked as he stared at the highway, his grip shifting restlessly. "Tell me how to fix this," he finally said, voice steadier now. That was him, always absorbing blows without flinching. But cross someone he loved, the polished researcher vanished, replaced by something far more dangerous. Rainey swallowed. "I don't have answers. Oregon, space, time, just say the word. But you have to give me something, Quincy. I've been lost in this fog with you, and it's killing me." His next words were barely audible. "There's nothing I wouldn't do for you." And then, so small it might have been the wind, "I think I want a baby." The Jefferson dormitory parking lot simmered under the afternoon sun when they arrived. Kaplan leaned against his car, sweat darkening his collar, irritation rolling off him in waves. "Heard I'm supposed to freeze you two out," he snapped as they approached. "Some new hotshots taking over your case." Quincy feigned innocence. "News to me, Rainey." "Total mystery," she deadpanned. Kaplan snorted, snatching Quincy's dead phone off his belt with surprising speed. "Cute. Well, since HQ's screwing us all equally, welcome to the party. That corpse is still mine, and I'm not handing it over." "Preach," Quincy said. Rainey stifled a yawn. Kaplan's glare deepened. "So why grill my sentries again? My interrogation skills not up to snuff." "New intel on our suspect," Quincy offered. That thawed him slightly. Kaplan jerked his chin toward his car. "Pulled them from drills, they're green but solid. If they've got intel, they'll share." "Any fresh chaos?" "Besides bureaucratic hell? Thankfully, no. Though someone did plaster the Quantico sentry with. Nothing had come across anyone's desk yet. The only lead so far had been a late-night meeting with Betsy Radisson's grieving parents." Quincy exhaled. "Tough business." "Yeah, it is," Kaplan muttered as he steered the car toward the cluster of buildings marking Marine TBS, the basic school. Two young recruits stood rigid in their jungle camouflage, hats pulled low, utility belts cinched tight. The moment Kaplan, Quincy, and Rainey stepped out, the recruits snapped to attention like coiled springs. Kaplan made the introductions with military precision. "This is Pierce Quincy, a civilian consultant. He'll be asking you questions about the night of July 15th. Lorraine Connor here may also have follow-ups. You will answer fully and treat them with the same respect as any Marine officer. Understood?" "Sir, yes, sir." Quincy suppressed a smirk. The formality was almost comical, but he understood Kaplan's need to assert control. After being pushed out of the FBI, the man was clinging to whatever authority he had left. Stepping forward, Quincy got straight to the point. "You were both on night watch July 15th. "Sir, yes, sir." "Every vehicle stopped, every driver checked." "All incoming traffic was halted, sir." "Passengers, too." "All visitors must present ID, sir." Rainey bit her lip, fighting the urge to laugh, or maybe scream. The robotic responses made the whole scene feel absurd, like interrogating a pair of wind-up soldiers. Quincy pressed on. "What kind of vehicles came through that night?" For the first time, the recruits hesitated. Their eyes stayed fixed ahead, but confusion flickered across their faces. Quincy rephrased. Agent Kaplan mentioned heavy traffic. Sir, yes, sir, they barked in unison. Mostly National Academy students returning to the dorms. Small cars, rentals, personal vehicles. Sir, yes, sir. The reply was less emphatic this time. Quincy softened his tone. What about vans, specifically a cargo van in the early morning? Silent, the recruits exchanged uneasy glances. Some vans came through, sir, one finally admitted. Did you log them, note the plates? No, sir. Quincy's jaw tightened. Why not? A cargo van should stand out. Construction crews, sir. Quincy shot Kaplan a questioning look. The agent sighed. We've got ongoing projects, new ranges, labs, admin buildings. Contractors drive vans and trucks all the time. Hell, we've even cleared forklifts. Quincy shut his eyes, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. Rainey could practically see the gears turning, another critical detail buried under bureaucratic oversight. His voice turned icy. So there's an army of construction workers on this base, and nobody thought to mention it until now. Kaplan shifted uncomfortably, suddenly very interested in the ground the topic never came up in conversation. You've got a homicide on your military installation, yet it never occurred to you to bring up the fact that you have an unusually large number of young men, between 18 and 35, working temporary, low-wage jobs. In other words, exactly the kind of transient labor pool that matches our killer's profile. Even the two Marine guards on duty were now staring at Kaplan with raised eyebrows. The agent remained composed, though his tone carried an edge. Every individual granted access to this facility undergoes thorough background checks. Yes, I have the list of names, and yes, my team is reviewing them. But let me be clear, we don't permit anyone with a criminal history on this base under any circumstances. No employees, no contractors, no visitors, no students. That list is clean. Quincy's response was razor-sharp. That's fantastic, Special Agent Kaplan, except for one glaring problem. Our unsub doesn't have a record. He's still out there, untouched. Kaplan's face flushed crimson. He was acutely aware of the sentries watching him, just as he couldn't ignore Quincy's simmering frustration. Yet he held his ground. We pulled the records. We vetted every name. No violent tendencies, no prior assaults. Nothing flags any of these workers as a person of interest. Unless, of course, you're suggesting we start harassing every guy behind the wheel of a delivery truck. Quincy didn't miss a beat. Wouldn't be the worst idea. That'd cover half the damn list. True, but how many of them have ties to Georgia? Kaplan froze, momentarily thrown. Quincy allowed himself a grim smile. Run a basic credit check, agent. It'll show past addresses. Cross-reference anyone who's lived in Georgia, and suddenly you've got a narrowed-down suspect pool. Makes sense, doesn't it? Kaplan exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple. Fine, yeah, okay. Quincy's voice dropped, urgency threading through his words. There are still 2 missing girls out there. This killer's been operating unchecked for too long. You don't know for sure he's even part of the construction crews, Kaplan argued. No, but we have to start somewhere. Letting the unsub dictate the rules is how we lose, trust me. Quincy's gaze turned distant, his voice quieter. With predators like this, it's a game, and if you're not playing to win, you're already dead. Kaplan relented. I'll have my team comb through the list. Give us a few hours. Where will you be? At the BSU, consulting with Dr. Annunzio. Any progress on decoding that ad? Quincy's jaw tightened. No idea, but let's hope he's had better luck than the rest of us. Virginia. 11:34 a.m. Temperature 97 degrees F. Tina had fully embraced the wilderness. Her arms, legs, and once pristine green sundress were caked in thick, reeking mud. The sludge clung to her skin, a grotesque second layer, while foul-smelling muck oozed between her bare toes. She scooped up another handful and smeared it across her collarbone with deliberate slowness. A memory surfaced: high school English, Lord of the Flies. The yellow Cliff's Notes had claimed the book was really about repressed desire. At the time, Tina hadn't seen it. What stuck with her was the descent into savagery, kids hunting boars, then turning on each other. There was something raw and unsettling about it, a primal energy that in hindsight maybe was kind of charged. Not that the guys in her class had seemed to notice. They'd slogged through it like every other assigned novel. But none of that mattered now. Here she was, Tina Cron, pregnant college student, current plaything of a psychopath, getting a hands-on education in survival. Who said literature wasn't practical? She'd started coating herself in filth at dawn, the sun already blazing like a magnifying glass held over an ant. The mud reeked of decay, but it soothed her inflamed skin, forming a protective barrier even the relentless mosquitoes couldn't breach. For the first time in days, she felt a flicker of control. And then a sound, a snapped twig too close. Her breath hitched. The game wasn't over yet. The thick, rancid scent of the mud filled her nose, bringing an odd sense of comfort. It clung to her skin, warm and heavy, almost like an embrace. For a moment she considered scooping a handful into her mouth. Her water was long gone, her stomach gnawing at itself in hunger. The cramps twisted inside her, sharp and relentless, a cruel reminder of the life slipping away inside her. Maybe the baby had already given up, just like she almost had. The mud was tempting, promising to soothe the raw ache in her throat, to fill the hollow pit of her stomach with something, even if it was just decay. But then the feverish haze broke. She wasn't just some lost soul waiting to dissolve into the earth. She was Tina Cron, and she wasn't done fighting. The world tilted as she forced herself up, her legs trembling beneath her. The heat pressed down like a blanket, but she ignored it, staggering toward the vine-covered wall. A snake hissed as it slithered away, as if even it knew she wasn't prey. Her fingers brushed the surface beneath the vines, rough, splintered wood. Not concrete, railroad ties old and rotting. A spark of desperate hope flared in her chest. She clawed at the soft, crumbling wood, her nails splitting as she dug into the gap. She needed something stronger, a rock, anything to pry it loose. Dropping to her knees, she plunged her hands back into the mud, searching. She would get out. She would climb like some kind of derailed superhero, find water, find food, find a way back to the world where people ate steak and potatoes instead of dreaming about them. Tina Cron, pregnant, exhausted but still breathing, wasn't about to let this pit be her grave. Somewhere above, Lloyd Armitage, a pollen expert with a knack for making unlikely friends, was waiting. And she was damn well going to meet him 5 minutes later. Mac, Kimberly, and Nora Ray stepped into the makeshift lab Armitage had arranged in a borrowed conference room. The group made for an odd trio, Mac mused, though nothing about this case had been ordinary. Kimberly's exhaustion was evident, yet her sharp gaze betrayed the relentless focus he'd grown accustomed to. Nora Ray, on the other hand, was a closed book, her expression unreadable, as if she'd locked away her emotions after making some irreversible choice. Armitage, a wiry older man with wild hair and a beard that looked like it had never met a comb, wasted no time. "Ray Lee Chi mentioned you're chasing a homicide," he said bluntly. Mac nodded. "We've got evidence from a crime scene and need to trace its origin. Can't say much else except we're on a tight clock. Whatever you can tell us, we needed it yesterday." The palynologist arched a skeptical brow. "Well, for the record, pollen analysis isn't magic. Most of my work involves dissolving sediment with acids, spinning it in a centrifuge, and sifting through the remains. I can tell you if pollen comes from an oak or a pine, but not whether it's a specific type. If that's not precise enough for you, tough luck." Mac shrugged. "Honestly, I don't know a locust from a lawnmower. Anything you find will be more than we've got now." Armitage took the sample, examined it, and immediately shook his head. "This isn't pollen. Too large, pollen grains are microscopic. This is more like sediment." Still, he prepped a slide under the microscope, squinting before letting out a thoughtful grunt. "Organic, but not pollen, some kind of fine dust, maybe wood-based." He glanced up sharply. "Where'd you find this?" Classified, Mac said. Was there anything else with it? Water and uncooked rice. Armitage blinked. Rice? What kind of killer leaves rice at a crime scene? That's what we're trying to figure out. Got any bright ideas? The scientist frowned, then licked the sample, because apparently that's how science works. Sawdust, he declared. Finely ground wood. And if this is connected to your water sample with the crazy low pH, then you're looking at industrial runoff. Sawmills dump waste, bacteria thrive, and suddenly you've got water so acidic it could melt a spoon. Kimberly frowned. So we're dealing with a sawmill. Or someone who works at one, Armitage said. Either way, your killer's got ties to the timber industry. Has Brian checked the sample for bacterial contamination yet? Kimberly asked, leaning over the lab table. The quantity's insufficient for proper testing, Armitage replied, adjusting his glasses. But the salinity levels are off the charts, he muttered, more to himself. Has to be mineral deposits. Shame we can't analyze it further. Kimberly frowned. Wait, you're suggesting this came from a lumber mill, not a mining operation. Armitage gave her a dry look. Unless coal mines have started producing sawdust, yes, I'd say it's from a mill. Mac crossed his arms. But acidic runoff from a mill, wouldn't that be regulated? In an ideal world, sure, Armitage said with a shrug. But there are hundreds of mills in this state. Some of the smaller, more remote ones. Let's just say oversight isn't exactly airtight. Nora Ray, who had been quiet until now, suddenly sat forward. What if it's an abandoned mill? She suggested, her voice low. Some forgotten place left to rot. She glanced at Mac. That fits his pattern, isolated, eerie, straight out of a low-budget horror flick. Armitage chuckled. Oh, there are plenty of those around, especially in the coal regions. Not exactly prime real estate, just miles of scarred land and struggling communities. People moved there for independence, then the mines brought in desperate workers. Now, it's just poverty and broken dreams. Mac exhaled sharply. So we're back to 7 possible counties. That doesn't narrow it down. Not with this tiny sample, Armitage admitted. Kimberly clenched her fists. 7 counties was too vast. They needed more time, more resources, more manpower, but they had none of that. Then an idea struck her. Armitage, do you have a computer with internet access? Sure, my laptop's right here. She was already on her feet, eyes blazing with sudden determination. Remember what Ray Lee Chi said about there being an ology for everything? She said, grinning. Well, I'm about to prove him right. Give me those 7 county names. I think I can find our needle in this haystack. Quantico, Virginia. 1:12 p.m. Temperature 98 degrees F. Dr. Annunzio wasn't in his office. A harried secretary promised to track him down while Quincy and Rainey settled into the conference room. Quincy flipped through case files while Rainey stared blankly at the wall, the hum of busy agents passing by filling the silence. It's not that simple, Quincy said abruptly. Rainey turned to him, understanding without needing an explanation. I know. We're not exactly young anymore. You're nearing 40, I'm past 50. Even if we wanted kids, biology might not cooperate. Rainey sighed. I've been thinking about adoption. There are so many kids out there who need homes here overseas. Maybe I could make a difference for one of them. Quincy studied her. It's a massive commitment. Late-night feedings with a baby, attachment struggles with an older child. Your whole life changes, no more last-minute trips, no more quiet dinners. Work would have to take a backseat. She was quiet for a long moment before speaking again. Quincy, I love what we do, but lately, it doesn't feel like enough. They moved from one gruesome crime scene to the next, chasing monsters who left trails of broken lives in their wake. 6 years of this relentless cycle had worn her down. Quince watched as Rainey stared at the table, her fingers tracing invisible patterns on its surface. If I go through with this, she said quietly, I'm walking away from the job. I won't half-ass being a mother. Not after waiting this long. His gut reaction was pure instinct. "You're my partner," he blurted out before he could stop himself. "We can replace consultants, we can't replace parents." He turned away, rubbing his temples as frustration and exhaustion tangled together. Of course she'd want this eventually. Rainey was younger, untouched by the wreckage of his own failed attempt at family life. It was natural, the ticking clock, the longing for something more than blood-stained crime scenes. For a fleeting second he pictured it, Rainey cradling a newborn, her voice softening into that ridiculous baby talk everyone used. Tiny fingers grasping at air, that first gummy smile. Then reality crashed in: missed bedtimes, canceled school events, the hollow ache of a child, resigned, maybe next time, Dad. The way fatherhood could shatter you before you even realized it was happening. A bitter anger flared in his chest. She'd sworn she'd never want this. Her own childhood had been a horror story, and she'd been adamant about not repeating it. He'd proposed twice, and twice she'd shut him down with that infuriatingly practical "if it's not broke, don't fix it." Now she was rewriting the script, no ring, but suddenly a crib. "I already did my time," he snapped. Rainey didn't flinch. "I know," she said, her quiet tone cutting deeper than any shout. "You raised 2 daughters, you've been through the sleepless nights, the teenage drama, all of it. You're supposed to be planning vacations, not parent-teacher conferences. I thought I'd feel the same forever, but lately?" She shrugged, helpless. "People change, Quince, even me." "I love you," he said, a last desperate plea. Her smile was heartbreaking. "I love you too." The door swung open and Dr. Annunzio barged in, oblivious to the tension. He carried a thick stack of files under one arm, his expression grim. "On your feet," he ordered. "We're moving." Quincy was up instantly. Rainey hesitated, confusion flickering across her face. "You got a call," Quincy guessed. Annunzio's sharp glance at the ceiling was answer enough. The bureaus past paranoia lingered, hidden mics, double-crossing agents, the whole ugly mess. They followed him outside, the cold air hitting them like a slap. Once they were across the street, Rainey finally broke. "What the hell is happening?" The steady crack of gunfire in the distance made their conversation nearly impossible to hear. Quincy lifted his useless phone with a grimace. "No signal, been off the grid for a while." Annunzio rubbed his temples, his usual composure slipping. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his tie hung loose, a man who'd bet on the wrong horse. "I thought I was helping the FBI crack a high-profile case, not signing my resignation letter." Rainey cut in, her voice tight. "We are close, but last night we hit a snag, another victim, same signature. Only this time he took 4 girls, 2 are still out there, and the clock's ticking." Annunzio exhaled hard. "Hell, and here I thought meeting you two might actually turn things around." He dragged a hand over his face. "What do you need?" Quincy leaned in. "That newspaper ad, Lab S still working it, pre-printed label, no handwriting, best shots paper or ink traces. As for the text, same profile, male, smart, but something's off. Paranoia maybe, the ritual matters more than the kill itself." He paused, the weight of it pressing down. Kimberly's face flashed in his mind, then Rainey's. Funny how the idea of fatherhood terrified him more than a psychopath's game. "McCormack got another call," Quincy added. "Midnight at the crime scene. He was supposed to transcribe it, but—" Annunzio stiffened. "That's not coincidence." Unsubs got a flair for dramatic timing. "You think he's watching them?" "Wouldn't you? The setup's half the thrill." Quincy studied Annunzio's reaction. "New theory, he's using a cargo van. Kaplan flagged a surge in contractor traffic at the base. We're cross-checking Georgia ties, but—" Annunzio's jaw clenched. "Fits too damn well." "Quantico was just phase 1, Quincy pressed. "Now he's moved on, so Doc, what's the piece you're holding back?" For a split second, Annunzio looked like a man caught in headlights. Then the mask slid back. "I analyze words, that's all." "Yet you're laser-focused on the caller, not the notes." "The semantics." Rainey smirked. "What if we tossed in 3 more clues: water, residue, and uncooked rice?" Annunzio's fingers twitched, just once, but it was enough. Annunzio studied them with an amused grin as they puzzled over the uncooked long-grain rice. Rice, he repeated, his voice dripping with quiet satisfaction. When they confirmed the killer's preference for remote, treacherous locations, his smile widened. Oh, he's clever, brilliant, really. Before they could demand answers, he cut them off. I spent years crawling through caves, and now I'm certain your unsub did too. We need to move now. The Virginia sun blazed mercilessly, turning Tina's makeshift prison into a sweltering oven. Cracked mud peeled away from her scorched skin, exposing raw, blistered patches. Mosquitoes feasted, but she barely registered the bites. Dehydration had hollowed her out, no sweat, no tears, not even a drop of urine in hours. Shivering despite the heat, she clawed at the rotting railroad ties with a stolen nail file, carving makeshift grips while insects swarmed her face. The world tilted, her vision swimming as the file slipped from her numb fingers. She collapsed into the muck, gasping. Another snake slithered past, indifferent. Part of her wanted to surrender, to let the filth swallow her whole. But the mantra pulsed in her skull, fight or die. Gritting her teeth, she snatched the file and kept digging, her blistered hands trembling under the relentless sun. Meanwhile, Mac wrestled with the rental car, swerving down a crumbling dirt road as Kimberly frantically scanned the useless state map. Ray Lee Chee's voice crackled through the spotty connection, something about bats and cavers. "A Batmobile?" Mac muttered, just before Kimberly shouted a warning. He barely avoided plowing into a fallen oak. Nora Ray groaned from the back seat. "Everyone alive?" Mac barked. Twin nods answered him. He abandoned the car idea. They'd cover the last few miles on foot. Ray's update was still garbled, but the team was assembling, hydrologists, geologists, even a karst botanist. Time was slipping away, but they'd claw back every second. Somewhere ahead, Tina was running out of a tray's voice crackled through the phone, barely audible over the static. "Volunteer bats, search and rescue, cavern team." Mac blinked. "Wait, you've got a volunteer bat rescue squad." "For the cave." Ray's excitement was palpable, even through the terrible connection. Kimberly had already done the legwork, digging up an obscure article about Orndorff's cavern, home to some endangered, rice-sized isopod that had become a political battleground. Some politician had scoffed at halting an airport project over a grain of rice, and now the tiny crustacean was a local legend. Ray's voice cut in and out. "Water dangerous, entrance tricky, ropes, gear." Mac translated for the others. "We're gonna need serious equipment to get in there." He glanced at the massive fallen tree blocking their path. No way they were moving that without heavy machinery. Kimberly was already pacing, frustration tightening her jaw. The deeper they'd driven into this forgotten stretch of Appalachia, the more the world had narrowed to dense woods and the occasional rusted-out trailer. The last sign of civilization? A gas station straight out of the Nixon era. Nora Ray, though, was impressively prepared. She unzipped her bag, revealing a compact survival kit, food, first aid, even a water filter. Mac loaded up with 3 gallons of water, the weight immediately making him regret his choices. Kimberly yanked one out and shoved it into her own pack. "Heroics are overrated," she muttered. The humidity clung to them like a second skin as they set off. The trees offered shade, but the air was thick enough to drink. "How far?" Mac asked. Nora Ray hesitated. "Couple miles, maybe." Kimberly checked her watch, then shot Mac a look. They both knew the real question: how long before their civilian companion hit her limit? The hike itself was something out of a fever dream. Every step deeper into the woods felt like stepping further from reality. The group trudged down an overgrown logging trail as the midday sun beat down mercilessly. Sunlight flickered through the dense canopy like a strobe light, alternating between blinding glare and deceptive shade. The air buzzed with insects, mosquitoes large enough to cast shadows and aggressive biting flies that attacked before they'd taken 20 steps. By the time they'd walked 50 yards, they were frantically dousing themselves in bug spray, slathering it on like teenagers bathing in dollar store cologne. The repellent might as well have been soda water for all the good it did. The flies dive-bombed relentlessly, sweat poured in sheets, and the suffocating humidity turned their clothes into second skins. Conversation died as they marched in grim silence, each step heavier than the last. Then Mac froze mid-stride, nostrils flaring. "Jesus, what is that stench?" Kimberly wiped her forehead with a grimy sleeve. "Bug spray and body odor, pick your poison." "No way, this is next-level foul." Nora Ray gagged, covering her nose. "Like a backup sewer mixed with rotting meat." A light bulb went off in Mac's head, Ray Leachy's cryptic warning about smelling the fungus. He broke into a jog, the others scrambling to keep up. They crested a weed-choked hillock and skidded to a halt at the site below. "Well, that's nightmare fuel," Mac muttered. Nora Ray whispered something about low-budget monster flicks while Kimberly just stared, jaw clenched. Meanwhile, Quincy was pacing like a caged animal, Kimberly's unanswered phone calls fueling his frustration. He rounded on Annunzio and Rainey. "You know where this damn cave is, right?" "Lee County," Annunzio confirmed, mopping his neck with a handkerchief. "4 hours west, but Orndorff's Cavern isn't some gift shop tourist trap. You need climbing gear and a death wish." "Then get the gear, now." Annunzio hesitated. "Shouldn't we loop in the FBI?" Quincy's laugh was razor-sharp. "Sure, and while they're vetting your life story in triplicate, our victim can just hang tight with whatever's making that smell, right?" The linguist paled and vanished to gather equipment. Back at the sawmill, Mac was learning the hard way that cave entrances don't come with neon signs. The stench was a living thing now, clawing at their throats. Mac's improvised face mask, a rancid t-shirt fished from the debris, did nothing. Nearby, a mountain of what they'd mistaken for sand glistened under the sun, its fungal crust pulsating faintly. Noel's warning about a site in crisis suddenly felt grotesquely understated. Mac vaulted over a rusted saw blade, weaving through skeletal buildings where broken glass crunched underfoot. The place was a graveyard of industrial decay. Conveyor belts studded with meat hook spikes, piles of gas cans leaking rainbows of chemical residue. A stack of fluorescent tubes popped like firecrackers in the heat, sending glass shrapnel skittering across the dirt. Everywhere the smell followed, thick, sweet, and wrong. Kimberly kicked a soda can, its hollow clang echoing through the ruins. "This," she said hoarsely, "is how horror movies start." The jagged barbed wire snagged at his jeans as he pushed through the overgrown field, each rusty strand like a predator lying in wait. Discarded saw blades lurked beneath the knee-high weeds, silent but deadly traps in this industrial wasteland. The scene looked like something ripped from a post-apocalyptic film, but Mac knew their missing girl had to be nearby. Kimberly emerged from behind a collapsing storage shed, her face streaked with tears from the overwhelming stench of decay. "Anything?" she gasped, wiping her cheeks with the back of her hand. Mac shook his head and she stumbled past him, determined to keep searching. A few minutes later, he spotted Nora Ray standing motionless, eyes shut tight, arms outstretched like she was trying to sense something in the air. "Got a lead?" he asked, his voice rough from exhaustion. She startled, blinking at him as if embarrassed. "No, I'm not some psychic. I just thought maybe if I focused." "Whatever helps," Mac cut in. "But it's not helping." Her voice cracked with frustration. "If she's down there, we could be right above her and never know." Mac wiped sweat from his brow. "Search and rescue isn't instant. The Coast Guard flew over your position 5 times before spotting your red shirt." "I got lucky." "You survived because you didn't give up." Nora Ray swallowed hard. "You think this girl's still fighting?" "Don't know," Mac admitted, "but I'll take luck if it brings her home." She nodded and kept moving while Mac ducked into another crumbling structure. The afternoon sun was brutal, his skin burning, pulse racing. They were pushing too hard, dehydrated, overheated, reckless, but stopping wasn't an option. If the girl was beneath them, every second counted. Then, cutting through the drone of cicadas, Kimberly's voice rang out. "Over here, I found something." "Lee County, Virginia." 4:53 p.m. 101 degrees. Kimberly crouched beside a narrow metal pipe jutting from the earth like an old stovepipe. She squinted into the darkness below, waving a hand over the opening. A faint, cool draft rose from the depths. Dropping a pebble, she listened, no sound of it hitting bottom. Mac and Nora Ray sprinted over as Kimberly pressed her mouth to the pipe. "Hello, can you hear me?" she strained, ears buzzing with the effort. Was that movement? A faint rustle in the abyss. Mac dropped beside her, drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him. "Karen, Tina," he shouted into the void. "She might be unconscious," Kimberly whispered. Nora Ray frowned. "That's not an entrance no one could fit." "Maybe an air vent," Kimberly said. "Someone put it here for a reason." Mac tossed another pebble. The cavern's massive, multiple chambers, tunnels. This could be a skylight to one of them. Kimberly exhaled sharply. "We need the real entrance." "No kidding," Mac muttered. "You two keep looking. I'll stay and keep calling down this thing." The air hung thick with desperation as they split up, time slipping away, the heat pressing down like a weight. Somewhere below, if they were right, a girl was waiting. And they were running out of it. Kimberly's voice trembled slightly as she pressed closer to the rusted metal pipe, her lips nearly touching its rough surface. "This is Agent Kimberly Quincy," she announced into the darkness below, her words carrying an urgency that contradicted the sweltering afternoon heat. Beside her, Mac exchanged a glance with Nora Ray, that unreadable expression again, before they continued combing through the dense underbrush. She swallowed hard, forcing steadiness into her tone. "We're here with you. Mac McCormack and Nora Ray Watts too, just hold on a little longer." A beat of silence stretched, broken only by the distant rustle of leaves. Then softer, "I know you must be exhausted, thirsty. But we brought supplies, water, food, even a blanket. That cavern's gotta feel like a freezer, even in this heat wave." Was that a scrape against stone? Kimberly froze, straining to hear. Her pulse kicked up. Could be nothing, could be everything. She forced a lighter note into her voice, almost teasing. "Though honestly, up here's like standing in an oven, 100 degrees easy. Bet you'll be begging to go back underground once we pull you out." The joke fell flat, her throat tightening. "But the sun, God, you'll love seeing it again. And the trees. And us, sweaty, ridiculous-looking rescue crew grinning like idiots, because we finally found you." A sudden crunch of tires on gravel startled her. Two pickup trucks lurched into the clearing, one sporting a peeling bat decal on its window. A wiry man vaulted out before the engine even cut, already yanking equipment from the truck bed. "You the ones who called about the caver?" he barked, not turning around. Kimberly stood, dusting dirt from her knees. "She's not a caver," she corrected quietly. "Just a girl. Someone left her down there." The man, Josh, he introduced himself moments later, paused mid-motion, his face doing something complicated. Behind him, his partners were already layering thermal gear over sweat-soaked shirts, moving with the grim efficiency of people who knew time wasn't on their side. "Main chamber's right under that pipe," Josh said, nodding toward it. "She might not hear you, but keep talking, sometimes." He trailed off, adjusting his helmet. Sometimes just knowing someone's coming makes the difference between giving up and holding on. Kimberly turned back to the pipe, her next words quieter, fiercer. "We're coming down there, and when we do, we're bringing you home." Somewhere beneath her feet, the cavern waited, silent and endless, but not, she swore, for much longer. "Mind if I tag along?" she asked, shifting her weight nervously. The lead caver eyed her sneakers and thin jacket with skepticism. "That's not exactly expedition wear. Underground stays a constant 55 degrees, like walking into a walk-in freezer, and that's before you hit the water. Orndorff's cavern starts with a 40-foot rope drop into a knee-deep pool, followed by a 30-foot belly crawl through a tunnel so tight you'll scrape both shoulders. If we're lucky, we pop out into the main chamber with ceilings high enough to stand. Unlucky? Rabid raccoons. Or worse, ring-necked snakes." Kimberly paled. "Snakes." "Could be worse," he shrugged. "No bats this time of year, they're out feasting on mosquitoes. Come winter, though, whole different nightmare. Caving's never boring, I'll give it that. I thought you were called spelunkers, she muttered. He snorted. Spelunkers are the ones who get stuck. We're the ones who haul em out. Now your missing person, she got a name, or are we playing guess who? Karen or Tina, we're not sure which victim she is. The caver held up a hand. Yeah, no, I don't want to know. You handle the detective work, we'll handle the cave. He turned to his team, already shrugging into heavy coveralls and lacing up steel-toed boots. Ropes coiled like neon serpents at their feet as they checked headlamps and tightened harnesses. Shut, the leader yanked a backboard from his truck, optimistic for a stretcher, pessimistic for a body bag. He jerked his chin at Mac. Ever belay. Some rock climbing. Good, you're on rope duty. As the team shouldered packs, Shutt lowered his voice to Kimberly. Keep talking down that pipe. Sometimes hope's the only gear that matters. The men vanished into the trees. Kimberly slumped to the dirt, Nora Ray beside her. What do we even say? The girl whispered. Kimberly closed her eyes. What had she needed most in the dark? Not promises, just proof the dark wasn't forever. She leaned over the rusted pipe, voice cracking. Karen, Tina, it's Kimberly again, help's coming. The worst is over. Soon you'll be home. Above, Tina clung to the vine-choked wall like a fevered dream of Spider-Man. Her fingers bled into the handholds she'd carved, toes wedged into makeshift footholds. 3 feet up, her muscles screamed. 6 feet, and the world spun, light as dandelion fluff, heavy as a dying star. She pressed her forehead to the cool leaves, tasting iron on her split lips. Move, she hissed. One trembling hand groped upward, nail files scraping for purchase in the endless green-the-old timber splintered under her frantic scraping, fueling her determination. As she clawed upward, her mind wandered to the promise of open sky, maybe a shimmering lake waiting beyond. She imagined diving into crystal-clear water, letting it rinse away the grime, gulping until her stomach stretched tight. A ridiculous daydream, really, complete with some fancy waiter handing her towels like she was at a luxury resort. She snorted at the absurdity, but delirium had become her only comfort. A sharp sting in her arms snapped her back to reality. Splinters showered down as she tested the jagged gap she'd carved, just wide enough to hook her fingers. Keep climbing, move, breathe. That old sitcom theme echoed in her head, mocking her with its cheerful rhythm. Moving on up, yeah, right. Her muscles screamed as she hauled herself another few inches, her backside wobbling dangerously. Every shift sent fire through her shoulders. She switched arms, scraping blindly at the crumbling wood, no idea if she was making progress or just shredding the wall. Didn't matter. The sky taunted her, still impossibly far. 10 feet, 15. Her legs trembled, her grip faltered. Spider-Man could kiss her grit. She had the coordination, but none of the superhuman stamina. All she wanted was that damn lake. To feel cool water, to collapse into her mother's arms and sob out every regret. Please, she begged silently, just let me reach them. One more hole, just one, then rest. But one more became a mantra, each dig dragging her higher until the ground below vanished from her peripheral vision. Don't look down. Her shoulders felt unhinged, her body swaying like a drunk on a tightrope. A choked cry escaped her, less a scream than a raspy squeak. Then grass, a tuft of it dangling just overhead, so close. Her cracked lips parted at the sight, her focus slipping for one fatal second. Her hand shot up, grasping at air. And then weightlessness. The world tilted. For a breathless instant, she hung suspended between the wall and the void. Tina flailed her limbs wildly, like some ridiculous cartoon character caught in a whirlpool. Then the world snapped back into focus. The pull of gravity was undeniable, and she plunged into the thick mud below without a sound. This time, there was no scream, just silent surrender as the sludge enveloped her completely. Meanwhile, Kimberly kept rambling on for what felt like forever, her voice a lifeline in the suffocating darkness. She babbled about sunshine and fresh water, about baseball games and chirping birds. She reminisced about old friends, imagined new ones, and kept insisting they'd all meet again someday. She preached about hope, resilience, and the power of sheer willpower to conjure miracles. Then, abruptly, she fell silent. Mac had emerged from the trees, his expression grim. 17 minutes later, they pulled Tina's lifeless body from the muck. The sun dipped low over Lee County, Virginia, painting the sky in fiery streaks of orange. The air was still thick with heat, even as shadows stretched long across the abandoned sawmill. More rescue vehicles rolled in, their headlights cutting through the gathering dusk. The cavers' team had just retrieved the body of a young woman, short brown hair, a tattered yellow sundress clinging to her bloated, blue-tinged skin. Her nails were torn and broken, as if she'd desperately scraped at the unforgiving cave walls. Josh Shutt and his team had found her floating in the narrow tunnel leading to the main chamber. Nearby, on a rocky ledge, lay an empty water jug and a purse. Her driver's license identified her as Corinne Clarence, just 21 years old. The pieces weren't hard to put together. The killer had likely dumped her there unconscious. When she woke, the faint light from the skylight 40 feet above would have revealed her grim choices: a shallow, murky pond or a toxic stream. Maybe she hesitated. Maybe she tried the pond first, only to be met by blind crayfish or tiny, aggressive isopods. Maybe she even crossed paths with a harmless ringneck snake. But eventually she got wet, and in a cave that never warmed above 55 degrees, hypothermia was inevitable. Shutt recounted the tale of a caver who'd survived 2 weeks underground, but that man had gear, food, and clean water. Corinne had none of that. She hadn't bashed her head on stalactites or broken bones scrambling in the dark. No, her end came when she waded into that acidic stream, her skin burning, her dress dissolving. Had she been too numb to feel the pain? Or had she pushed forward, desperate for any chance at escape? She died on that ledge, her body curled up in defeat. The pond led nowhere. The stream was her only hope. So she followed it, her clothes disintegrating, her face streaked with tears. She'd squeezed into the narrow tunnel, inching forward until the darkness swallowed her whole. By 7 o'clock, more investigators arrived: Ray Leachy, Brian Knowles, Lloyd Armitage, and Kathy Levine. The air was heavy with the weight of failure. Another life lost, another mystery left unsolved. The team arrived in 2 packed Jeep Cherokees, their vehicles stuffed with gear, camping supplies, research equipment, and stacks of reference books. At first, the mood was light, almost celebratory. That changed the instant they spotted the body. Setting down their kits, they paused in silent tribute for a stranger they'd never known. Then, without a word, they began their grim task. By the time Rainey and Quincy showed up with Annunzio, the scene was already in motion. Nora Ray slipped away first, then Kimberly followed, feeling oddly useless. The forensic team had their evidence, the investigators had their victim. What role was left for her? She found Nora Ray perched on a moss-covered stump deep in the forest, absently stroking the delicate fronds of a young fern. "Rough day," Kimberly remarked, leaning against a nearby pine. "Not over yet," Nora Ray replied flatly. Kimberly smirked. She'd underestimated this girl, hanging in there. Nora Ray shrugged. "I thought seeing a dead body would wreck me, but honestly, I'm just exhausted." "Same here." Nora Ray finally met her gaze. "Why are you here? McCormack said you weren't even supposed to be on this case. What's your deal?" Kimberly slid down the tree, the damp earth cool against her skin. 2 days ago, I was an FBI trainee, 7 weeks from graduation. Sure, I had a reputation for butting heads with authority, but I would have made it. What changed? I went for a run, found Betsy Radisson's body, the driver from that night. The first victim. Kimberly nodded. Now we're finding the others, one by one. Nora Ray yanked at the fern. Life's not fair. Never is, but it's not about fairness. It's about stopping the man responsible. The woods fell quiet again, just the whisper of leaves and the occasional scurry of a squirrel. "My parents are probably freaking out," Nora Ray muttered. "My mom's been a wreck since my sister died. I'm supposed to check in every half hour so she can scream at me to come home. Parents shouldn't bury their kids. And yet it happens all the time." Nora Ray's laugh was bitter. "I'm 21. I should be cramming for exams, making bad dating choices, figuring out my life. Instead, my sister's gone and my family's just stuck. We don't do anything anymore, we're just here. Grief takes time. Time, Nora Ray scoffed. We're not grieving, we're frozen. My life split in two before that night and after is just blank. Kimberly hesitated. You still dream about her. Nora Ray stiffened. You think I'm lying. No, but dreams aren't just memories. They're your mind trying to process what you can't face awake. Nora Ray shifted uncomfortably, plucking at the fern fronds between her fingers. Sounds like your family isn't the only one still haunted by her. I'd rather not talk about this, Nora Ray muttered. Kimberly just gave a half-hearted shrug, which only made Nora Ray glare harder. What, are you some kind of therapist now? Took a few psych classes, but no couch in my office, Kimberly replied. The fading sunlight caught the bitter twist of her smile. Oh, and I dropped out of the FBI Academy halfway through, impressed yet. Nora Ray scoffed. So you've got a psych minor and a badge you didn't earn. Big deal. Big deal? Kimberly's voice turned sharp. Try losing your sister first, then your mother, and not in some quiet, peaceful way, no, in the kind of way that leaves blood on the walls of 7 different rooms. My dad got the guy in the end, but guess what? That doesn't bring them back. So yeah, if we're keeping score, I think I win the life screwed me over contest. Nora Ray flinched, fingers stilling on the fern. How did it happen? Kimberly exhaled, the weight of the story pressing down. Some psycho blamed my dad, an FBI profiler, for ruining his life. So he decided to ruin ours instead. Started with my sister, Mandy. She had a habit of trusting the wrong people. He made her death look like an accident, then he went after my mom, pretending to be a friend. She saw through him, but not in time. After that, he came for me. Dad stopped him. And now? 6 years later, I'm still trying to figure out how to live a normal life when death keeps following me around. Nora Ray studied her. That why you joined the FBI? To save people like you couldn't save them? Kimberly barked a laugh. Nope, I joined so I could carry a gun and save people, 2 birds. For some reason, Nora Ray nodded like that was perfectly reasonable. And now you're here, hunting my sister's killer. The FBI's lucky to have you. Except they don't, Kimberly said flatly. I walked out on training for this case. They don't exactly hand out gold stars for ditching the academy to play vigilante. Nora Ray frowned. But you're trying to stop a murderer, isn't that what agents do? Agents follow orders, they think about the bigger picture, how one case affects hundreds. I didn't. I saw Betsy Radisson's face and Kimberly trailed off, the truth heavy on her tongue. She looked like Mandy, that's it. That's the whole reason I'm here. The admission hung between them. For years, she'd told herself she was fine, that she'd moved on. But one glimpse of a victim who resembled her sister, and she'd thrown away her career, her future, all of it. No noble motives, no grand justice, just grief wearing a badge. Nora Ray was quiet for a long moment, then softly, oh. Kimberly tipped her head back against the tree, the bark rough against her skin. Yeah, oh. It was almost funny, in a terrible way. All this time she'd been running toward the past, not away from it. As long as she was chasing ghosts, she never had to figure out who she was without them. Maybe, just maybe, it was time to stop running. Nora Ray hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. What's next? She asked, searching Kimberly's face. Are we talking about the immediate plan or the bigger picture? Let's start with the immediate, Kimberly replied. First, Ray and the USK's team decode the clues left with the victim. Then we track down the 4th girl before the eco-killer does. And when we find him, let's just say he won't be enjoying the view for long. Nora Ray gave a small, satisfied nod. And the bigger picture? Kimberly exhaled, the weight of it pressing down. Long term, we face the truth. Your sister's gone. My family's gone. And no matter what we do, that doesn't change. So we either claw our way through the grief and guilt, trying to salvage something from this wreckage, or we let the killers take what's left of us. Nora Ray frowned. I hate the long-term plan. Yeah, Kimberly admitted. Me too. Lee County, Virginia. 8:53 p.m. Temperature 96 degrees. The bats emerged as the last traces of daylight dissolved, their silhouettes cutting through the thick air. They swooped between the trees, disrupting fireflies in erratic bursts of light. The heat hadn't eased, but the deepening dusk brought a strange calm, the kind that made you forget, just for a second, how suffocating the day had been. Kimberly remembered chasing fireflies as a kid, her sister Mandy laughing as she fumbled with the jar. Mandy could never catch them, but Kimberly had a knack for it. They'd sit on the patio, poking grass through the jar holes, pretending the fireflies were tiny guests at a tea party. Their mother always made them release the bugs before dark, no exceptions. Now the glow of a Coleman lantern cast a dim circle over the group. Kimberly's knee bumped Max as Rainey and Quincy debated calling the coroner. Across from her, Annunzio and Nora Ray sat quietly. Ray and his team were still working near the body, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. "We've done what we can," Quincy said. "Now we loop in the official team." Max scoffed. "They're gonna love this. We moved the body, wrecked the evidence chain, and turned the scene into a disaster." Quincy arched a brow. "Yes, I imagine they'll have opinions." "Saving a life trumps procedure," Max shot back. "I'm not arguing that," Quincy said evenly. "But we need to deal with the fallout. Unless anyone here wants to drag the body back into the cave, or worse, leave it out here alone." Silence settled over the group. None of them had thought that far ahead. "If we call the official team, we'll be in cuffs by midnight," Kimberly pointed out. "Which kinda ruins the whole point of coming out here." "Agreed," Quincy said. "Mac and you should keep moving. Rainey and I will stay, handle the authorities." His gaze flicked to Rainey. "Someone's gotta face the music." Annunzio cleared his throat. "If it's all the same, I'd like to stick with the others, in case McCormack gets another call." Mac glanced at his useless cell signal and smirked. "Good luck with that." "As we get closer to town, though." "I'm going too." Nora Ray's voice was firm, her stare daring anyone to challenge her. Quincy sighed. "This isn't your fight, Ms. Watts. The best thing you could do is go home, your parents." "My parents worry no matter where I am," she cut in, "and I'm not leaving until this ends." Kimberly stood her ground, her voice firm. "I'm staying to help and that's final." Exhausted, no one had the strength to argue. She turned to Annunzio, studying him with narrowed eyes. "How'd you even know about this cave? Josh Schutt mentioned Orndorff's cavern is exactly a tourist hotspot." Annunzio rubbed his jaw, his gaze distant. "Not since the mill wrecked it, but back in the day it was something special." He shrugged, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Grew up around these parts, spent my childhood getting lost in these mountains and caves. It's been years, but muscle memory's a funny thing. Maybe the fragments I recall will be useful. I may not know all of Virginia, but this little corner, like the back of my hand." Quincy stepped forward, his voice low. "Any guesses where he'd stashed the fourth victim?" Mac exhaled, rolling his shoulders. "Let's think Marine Base, National Forest, underground cave. What's left? Chesapeake Bay's got geological appeal. Then there's those flooded mining towns, perfect for a twisted scuba dive. Or Rivers, last time he favored the savannah." Annunzio tapped his chin. "Two more mountain ranges nearby." Mac shook his head. "Too similar, he'll switch it up." Nora Ray, still eyeing Annunzio, spoke up. "What about the coast?" Mac frowned. "Beaches here are busier than Georgia's. He'd want isolation. Maybe Ray's got intel." He signaled Ray Lee Chi, who trudged over looking queasy. The thrill of fieldwork had clearly worn off after seeing the body. "Any leads?" Mac asked. Ray wiped his brow. "Some. Hard to tell what's left, the water messed with evidence. Kathy found a crushed leaf in the victim's pocket. Josh checked the ledge and Lloyd's analyzing soil from her shoes. I'm digging through her purse since you said he hides things there." Mac's eyes darkened. "Check the throat." "Nothing." "Stomach then," Mac mused. First victim had a map creative, wonder if he's still playing games, might need to open her up. Nora Ray bolted from the lantern light, her face ashen. Ray Li Chi turned a shade greener. You, didn't mention that earlier. Quincy cut in. We need a coroner, a geologist isn't a medical examiner, Rainey nodded. Thank God, Ray muttered, 'cause I'm about to lose my lunch. He didn't though, just swayed, steadied himself, and squared his shoulders. Look, we've hit a wall here, best move? Get to a hotel, regroup, and analyze properly. I know time's tight, but we can't afford mistakes. Mac clapped him on the back. Your call, pack up. Rainey and Quincy stay with the body, rest of us follow you. Ray nodded, relief flashing across his face before he rejoined his team. The group fell silent, the weight of the hunt pressing down. Quincy stared at the darkening sky. One girl left, he whispered, and night's already here. Somewhere in the blackness, Tina jolted awake to the sound of a whimper, her own. The world swam, refusing to sharpen. Panic clawed at her throat, her vision was gone, or so she thought at first. Then she recognized the faint purple hue of night pressing in around her. How long had she been sprawled in the filth? With a groan, she lifted an arm, muscles quivering from the effort. Pain radiated from her hip, her ribs, every inch of her battered body. For a terrifying second, she was certain she couldn't move at all, until with a desperate heave, she managed to roll onto her side. Arms shaking, she shoved herself up, only to sway violently as the world tilted beneath her. Stumbling toward the pit wall, she clawed at the vines, her boots sinking into the sludge with each unsteady step. Left, right, her balance was shot. Finally, she braced her palms against the rough surface, stomach churning. Bent double, she fought the urge to vomit, tears streaking through the grime on her face. Memories flickered, her ridiculous attempt to climb like some kind of superhero, the humiliating plummet that followed. Testing her limbs, she found them miraculously intact, though her right leg gave out the moment she tried to stand. Collapsing back into the mud, she let out a bitter laugh, pathetic. Maybe surrendering to the filth wouldn't be so terrible, but thirst burned worse than the pain. Her cracked lips, her swollen tongue, the relentless ache in her gut. With a grimace, she forced herself onto hands and knees. This was stupid. It might finish her off. Then again, what did she have left to lose? Digging her fingers into the muck, she watched the murky water pool in the shallow depression. Tina lowered her face and drank, not caring how animalistic she looked. Wytheville, Virginia. 10:04 p.m. Temperature 94 degrees F. Kimberly handled the check-ins, her movements brisk as she passed out motel keys. Ray's team dispersed, followed by Nora Ray and Dr. Annunzio. Only Mac lingered, watching her with that infuriating silence. She avoided his gaze, tossing bags from the trunk like she was in a hurry. Plans were made, calls would come when the team had leads. For now, sleep was the priority, though the thought of sharing a room with Mac made her pulse skitter. She waited until the others were gone before finally turning to him. Here, she muttered, thrusting the key at him. No reaction, just that steady grip as he took it and hauled their bags inside. The room was depressingly generic, beige walls, scratchy blankets, the faint smell of mildew. It was the kind of place that made you forget where you were or why you'd even bothered. For a wild second, she imagined something better, a quaint B&B with lace curtains and a bed so soft you'd never want to leave. But that wasn't her life, probably never would be. Mac dropped their bags by the bed, his silence louder than words he murmured. Why don't you take the first shower? She gave a silent nod, slipping away into the cramped bathroom like it was sanctuary. The water came in waves, first scalding to ease the tension from her body, then icy to wash away the lingering sweat and exhaustion. No tears fell this time. No ghosts of her family haunted the steam. The raw edges of her sorrow had dulled, leaving behind something steadier, something almost like resolve. They'd taken their shot, missed, and soon, tomorrow, maybe even tonight, they'd try again. That was how things went. She could walk away now or push forward, and walking away had never been her style. Decision made. She'd keep fighting even when it left her hollow. Toweling off slowly, she rummaged through her bag for lotion that wasn't there, perfume she'd never packed. For a fleeting moment, she considered fixing her hair or dabbing on makeup to hide the weariness in her face. But that wasn't her. She didn't carry those things. Wrapped in a fraying towel, she stepped back into the room where Mac waited, wordless, before grabbing his own kit and vanishing behind the bathroom door. The night pressed against the windows, thick and sweltering. She tugged on an old FBI shirt, wondering if the heat was kinder to the missing girl than cold would have been. Or had the poor kid reached the point where her skin screamed for relief? Nora Ray had endured it, dug into the marshes, outlasted the sun. Survived only to drown in grief afterward. Victory and loss tangled together. The faucet squeaked off. Kimberly's pulse jumped at the scrape of the shower curtain, the splash of water in the sink. She perched on the rickety chair, fingers drumming her thighs, brushing teeth, the rasp of a razor. God, she'd faced down loaded guns with more calm than this. Why was it so damn hard? Then the door swung open. Mac stood there, damp and clean-shaven, a towel slung low on his hips. "Hey, gorgeous," he said, grinning. "You come here to stare or what?" She huffed a laugh, closing the distance between them. Her hands found his shoulders, warm, solid, and just like that, the tension unraveled. Meanwhile, Nora Ray sat alone in her motel room, glaring at her duffel bag like it held answers. She'd known this moment would come. Funny how now that it had, her courage felt paper-thin. She paced, taking in the sagging bed, the battered TV, the carpet scarred with cigarette burns. 3 years was a long time, long enough to doubt herself. But she remembered her sister's last words, remembered the voice that had slithered into their lives, "You need some help, ladies." And now here they both were. The question wasn't what she'd do. It was how she moved to her backpack, yanking open the canvas flap with practiced ease. Her fingers dug past crumpled clothes until they closed around the Ziploc bag serving as her makeshift bathroom kit. Mac had been right. Airport security didn't leave many options for a girl her age, but he'd also taught her the loopholes. The Visane bottle came out first, followed by the slender needle tucked inside her boot sole. A quick shake of her shampoo bottle surrendered the hidden syringe. Assembling the pieces took seconds. The eyedrop bottle's original contents had been swapped days ago. Now it held ketamine, swift and lethal in the right dose. Meanwhile, the man twisted in his sleep, trapped in a nightmare he couldn't escape. A scorching sun bore down on the cemetery, the priest's monotone echoing over an empty gravesite. His mother's grip was vice-like, her wool dress soaked with sweat as she swayed between him and his brother. The coffin vanished into the earth. The gravedigger wiped his brow, eager to be done. Back at their cabin, they stoked the coal stove, the oppressive heat clinging like a second skin. His brother stirred broth while he tore stale bread, their mother's pallid lips parting mechanically for each spoonful. Then, like a struck match, her face ignited. "Better," she shrieked, her voice cracking. "Your father kept you alive, you little wretch. Was a shred of decency too much to ask?" He stumbled backward, shoulders hitting the wall as she advanced. His brother's sobs filled the room, the broth forgot. The first slap was tentative, but the belt she fetched afterward was. He didn't raise his hands, didn't fight, just slid to the floor, the dust sticking to his sweat, and told his brother to run. Some legacies, it turned out, didn't need a coffin to bury you. Get out of here while you still have the chance. His brother stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Their mother returned moments later, the leather strap slicing through the air with a sharp, familiar whistle, already testing its sting against flesh. The man jolted awake, gasping, his pulse hammering in his throat. His vision swam, disoriented. For a heartbeat, he thought the darkness had swallowed him whole. Then reality snapped back. He was standing in the center of a dimly lit room, a matchbox clutched in his trembling hands, one slender stick already pinched between his fingers. With deliberate care, he set the matches down and stumbled back, raking his hands through his hair. He wasn't losing it, not yet. He needed aspirin, water, something stronger. But there was no time. His fingers dug into his stubbled jaw, pressing hard against his temples as if he could physically hold his sanity together, just a little longer. He couldn't break now. His gaze flickered back to the matches, and then with grim certainty he knew. He picked up the box again, rolling the slender sticks in his palm. Fire, destruction, the inevitable end of all beautiful things. Memories surged, the cabin that day, what came after. Lee County, Virginia. 1:24 a.m. Temperature 94 degrees F. This is the most reckless, incompetent handling of an investigation I've ever witnessed. It's unprofessional, it's disgraceful, and I'll be damned if I let you walk away from this unscathed. If we lose this suspect, Quincy, I will personally ensure the next 2 years of your life are a waking nightmare. Get off this property. Now. And don't even think about returning to Quantico. I know all about your little back-channel talks with Kaplan and Annunzio. Set foot on Academy grounds and you'll be in cuffs before you take a second step. Your involvement in this case is over. As far as I'm concerned, your entire career is finished. Get out of my sight. Special Agent Harcuz's voice finally cracked under the weight of his fury before he turned and stalked off, his navy blazer clinging to his sweat-drenched back. He looked no worse than the rest of the FBI agents swarming the derelict sawmill, their faces slick with exhaustion and frustration. "I don't think you're his favorite person," Rainey remarked dryly. Quincy exhaled, rubbing his temple. "Be honest, do I look that ridiculous in a navy suit?" "Most days." "Fantastic. 30 years too late to change that." They started toward their car, the forced lightness in their voices doing nothing to mask the truth. Harcuz's tirade had been brutal and the fallout was real. They were off the case, barred from Quantico, and once word spread, likely blacklisted from consulting altogether. Reputations took decades to build and seconds to destroy. Quincy's stomach churned with a familiar, sour dread. "When we catch the eco-killer, this'll all blow over," Rainey offered. "Maybe." Failure is irresponsible. Success is just unconventional. A humorless chuckle escaped him. "Fair point." "Quincy, those guys had the same evidence we did last night, and they weren't even in the area when you called it in. If we hadn't gone rogue, that girl would still be rotting in a cave and the fourth victim? Forgotten. Harcuz is pissed because you outmaneuvered him. Nothing stings worse than being shown up." Quincy stopped dead. "I'm done with this." "Politics sucks, always has." "No, not the case. Screw the case. You're right, today's failure is tomorrow's victory." The world kept shifting, none of it making any sense. Rainey stood frozen, her face ghostly in the faint moonlight. Quincy rarely cursed. Hearing him do it now sent a strange mix of thrill and fear through her. "This isn't how I want us to be, Rainey," he admitted. Her gaze dropped to the dirt between them. "I know. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. If I don't say that enough, I'm a complete moron." "You're not a moron," she muttered. He exhaled sharply. "Kids terrify me, Rainey. I won't lie, I wasn't a good father before, I still don't know if I'd be now, but if this is what you really want, we can talk about it. We can figure it out." "It is." "Then be honest with me. Is it just kids? Because every time I've asked you to marry me, you've never said yes. Why?" Tears welled in her eyes. "Because I thought you'd never stop asking. The idiot here isn't you, Quincy, it's me." His chest tightened. He'd been so sure of her reasons, but now, does that mean? "You think you're scared of kids? Try being scared of everything," she choked out. "Commitment, responsibility, failing you, failing a child. No matter how much time passes, my past is still there, this huge shadow I can't shake." "Rainey." "I tell myself we have it good. You, me, the work we do, it's more than I ever thought I'd have. But lately it's not enough. Maybe happiness is addictive. You get a taste and suddenly you're greedy for more. I want more of you, more of me. Kids, a home, all of it, even though half the time I don't know what I'm asking for. You're scared? Well, I'm pretty sure I've lost my damn mind." Quincy smiled despite himself. "You're the strongest woman I know." Yeah, save the flattery before I knock you on your ass." She scuffed her boot in the dirt and suddenly the weight on his shoulders vanished. The world steadied. This wasn't the right place. It wasn't the right time. But he'd spent too much of his life waiting for perfect moments that never came. Before he could second-guess himself, he dropped to one knee, pine needles sticking to his suit. He grabbed her hands. She was crying openly now but didn't pull away. "Grow old with me," he whispered. We'll adopt, cut back on cases, build a home, maybe even write those memoirs everyone keeps nagging us about. I'll be terrified, but you'll show me how. I might be a terrible mother. We'll figure it out. I might be a terrible wife. Just be you, that's all I need. Oh, get up, you idiot. But she was clutching his hands, tears streaming, and when he didn't move, she sank down beside him. We're talking more, about things that aren't work. Deal. And no more shutting me out when you're scared. I'll try. Okay. Okay. She wiped her nose. Better than okay. Yes, I'll marry you. Might as well jump off the cliff together, right? And just like that, the future opened up before them. Messy, uncertain, and entirely theirs. Catching a few killers should make solving this domestic case a breeze, right? Quincy murmured, pulling Rainey into a tight embrace. He could feel her shaking against him, realizing for the first time that her nerves matched his own. That knowledge steadied him. Sometimes bravery mattered more than having all the answers. I love you, Rainey, he whispered, pressing his lips to her temple. She clung to him, her voice barely audible as she replied, I love you too. He kissed away the damp trails on her cheeks, holding her until the phone finally rang nearly an hour later. By then they were back on I-81 pushing north toward busier stretches of Virginia, both phones now active. No more hiding from the FBI. Quincy wanted to be prepared when Kimberly and Mac had updates, but it wasn't Kimberly calling. Kaplan's voice crackled through the line. Got something from the name search, he said. Quincy cut in dryly, just so you know we've been officially benched. Kaplan snorted. Then consider this a ghost tip. My team combed through every GeorgiaLink contractor from the last decade. Couple leads, but dead ends. So I widened the net, scoured the whole damn base. One name jumped out, Dr. Annunzio, the linguist. Georgia ties, Quincy's grip tightened on the wheel. Worked there during a high-profile kidnapping spree, back and forth to Atlanta from '98 to 2000. Sound familiar? Quincy slammed his palm against the dashboard. The eco-killer's timeline, shit. He didn't bother hanging up, just turned to Rainey. Call Kimberly now, tell her it's Annunzio and to get Nora Ray the hell away from him. Across town, Kimberly wasn't sleeping, though she knew she should. Instead, she traced idle patterns over Mac's sun-kissed shoulders, marveling at the warmth of his skin. His snoring was endearing, if obnoxious, and the way he sprawled possessively across the bed should have annoyed her. But here she was, fingertips drifting along his jawline, secretly savoring the weight of his arm draped over her. Then her phone shattered the moment. God damn it, Mac grumbled, his voice far too alert. You were awake this whole time, she accused. Guilty, feel free to discipline me. Kimberly flipped open the phone with a glare. This better be life or death. Rainey's voice, sharp with urgency, cut through. It's Annunzio, where are you? Kimberly rattled off the motel details, her stomach dropping. Time was up. Rainey's voice crackled through the phone, urgent and clipped. Secure him, we're en route. Kimberly, watch Nora Ray. The line went dead. Mac and Kimberly yanked on their clothes in the suffocating dark, sweat already pricking their skin as they slipped along the motel's peeling wallpaper, guns drawn. The air clung thick with humidity, the kind that made every breath feel like swallowing cotton. Nora Ray's door yielded no response to Kimberly's knocks. Out cold, Mac muttered, wiping his brow. Lucky her. They bolted across the cracked asphalt parking lot, the neon vacancy sign flickering overhead like a bad omen. Annunzio's room sat at the far end, shrouded in darkness. Kimberly pressed her ear to the door, silence, then a violent crash, the unmistakable sound of a struggle. Now, she barked. Mac's boot shattered the flimsy door on the second kick, the chain snapping like a twig. They surged inside, weapons sweeping the room. The scene was chaos. Upended furniture, a mattress slashed open, the TV face down in a tangle of wires. But the real shock was Nora Ray not cowering but advancing on a half-dressed Annunzio with a syringe glinting in her fist. He murdered my sister, she spat, her voice raw. Annunzio, pinned against the wall, gasped, It wasn't me, I swear, it's my brother. Wytheville, Virginia. 3:24 m. 94 degrees and climbing. You don't get it, he's sick, Annunzio pleaded, sagging onto the bed as Quincy and Rainey barricaded the door. Kimberly pried the needle from Nora Ray's shaking grip, but the girl's glare never wavered. Mac scoffed, sick, your brother's a serial killer. He didn't mean to. Holy hell, Mac cut in, realization dawning. You're the anonymous caller. Annunzio's shoulders slumped. I was trying to help. Frank's been off-grid for decades, no records, no trail. I gave you what I could. Quincy stepped forward, calm but unyielding. Start from the beginning. Annunzio rubbed his temples. 5 years back, an Atlanta kidnapping case crossed my desk, a doctor's child. Then 2 college girls vanished. I clipped the news articles, told myself it was professional curiosity. But when more disappearances happened the next summer during another heat wave, I knew. The pattern was his, my brother's. He exhaled sharply. And I've been chasing ghosts ever since. A cockroach skittered across the floor, the only sound in the sudden silence. Somewhere outside, a truck engine growled to life, its headlights slicing through the blinds. The room stank of sweat and desperation. Kimberly's grip tightened on Nora Ray's arm. Ghosts don't leave bodies, she said quietly. But your brother does. After 3 painstaking years, we pieced together his identity, largely through analyzing those chilling ransom notes. But the heatwave abductions were a whole different nightmare. This predator exclusively targeted pairs of young women in their early 20s, college students backpacking or road tripping together. He'd dump one victim's body near a highway, then hide the second in some desolate stretch of wilderness. And without fail, he'd mail that same ominous message to local newspapers. Clock ticking. Heat kills. Those words have haunted me for decades. Some phrases just burn themselves into your memory. Annunzio's voice faltered. He studied the worn carpet fibers like they held answers, his expression distant. What about your brother? Rainey pressed gently. Tell us about Frank. Our old man was cruel, he began, rubbing his palms together absently. The kind of cruel that comes from spending your life underground in those West Virginia coal shafts. 12-hour shifts choking on black dust, then coming home to a shack with no running water. That kind of life twists a man. Rainey nodded. Anger like that usually finds a target. Annunzio met her gaze then, his own hollow. Yeah, it does. Did Frank kill him? Nah, the mines beat him to it. One morning Dad just stopped coughing. We buried him in a pauper's grave. His fingers stilled. But Frank, he took care of our mother. The silence thickened. Annunzio's shoulders curled inward as if bearing an invisible weight. She lost it after the funeral, he murmured. Started screaming at Frank, called him worthless just like Dad used to, then she went for him with a belt buckle. A humorless laugh escaped him. Funny thing, he didn't fight back, just took it until she collapsed from exhaustion. Then he carried her to bed like she was made of glass. 14 years old, lifting her like she weighed nothing. His hands twisted in his lap. He told me to leave, but I froze in that damn doorway while he emptied kerosene lamps across the floorboards. Mom just watched, didn't beg, didn't cry, almost like she'd been waiting for this. His voice dropped to a whisper. When he tossed the stove embers, the whole place went up in seconds. That shack was kindling, dry rot and despair. Maybe it wanted to burn. Outside, the flames roared loud enough to drown out his mother's final screams. Frank dragged him to the tree line, both of them staring as the firelight painted their faces orange. Someone'll find you, his brother muttered before vanishing into the pines. The last words he ever spoke to him, heat kills. Years later, Annunzio returned to visit the graves. Someone had hollowed out the headstone, leaving another twisted note inside, clock ticking, planet dying, rivers screaming. He exhaled sharply. Guess that was Frank's epitaph for the whole damn world. Kimberly's jaw tightened. So everything deserves to burn. Everything fragile. Annunzio gave a weary shrug. Don't ask me to make sense of it. Some fires just keep burning long after the match goes out. A beat. And my brother, he's still out there, still striking matches. The air conditioning hummed suddenly, absurdly loud in the stillness. For a wild moment, the room itself felt flammable. The wilderness was our sanctuary, a place to hide from our father, yet also our cage, a remote stretch of land where no one witnessed the truth. My brother had a complicated relationship with those woods, just as he did with our father. Love and hate twisted together until he couldn't tell them apart. The same went for our mother. He adored her, resented her, and now he's trapped in a mess of emotions he'll never untangle. Quincy murmured, "He chases fire, something that burns away the past." Rainey nodded, her expression dark. "And nature, the thing that both sheltered and failed him." She turned to Nora Ray. "But how did you end up here? I thought you never saw the man who attacked you and your sister." Nora Ray's voice was steady. His voice. I recognized it from that night when he approached our car and asked if we needed help. "Did you see his face?" Rainey pressed. "No." "So it could have been Dr. Annunzio, his brother, or anyone with a similar voice," Rainey said sharply. "Don't you think you should have told us before storming in with a syringe?" Nora Ray's glare was icy. "She wasn't your sister." Rainey exhaled. "What now, Nora Ray?" "I don't know." "Do you believe Annunzio's story?" "Do you?" Nora Ray shot back. Rainey hesitated. "If we let you go, are you going after him again?" Nora Ray's gaze flicked to Annunzio, her voice bitter. "Maybe it was your brother, not you, but you should still be ashamed. You're FBI, you were supposed to protect people. Instead, you knew something and stayed silent." Annunzio's hands clenched. "I had no name, no location, just suspicions. The second I saw my brother's note in that Virginia paper, I sent it to the GBI. I tried to get law enforcement involved. Doesn't that matter?" "3 girls are dead," Nora Ray snapped. "Tell me how much your efforts helped." Annunzio fell silent, defeated. Quincy rubbed his temples. "Where does this leave us?" Mac crossed his arms. "Still missing a killer and a victim. We've got motive, but that won't save the next girl. It's the middle of the night, sweltering, and time's running out. Annunzio, think like your brother. Where would he go?" The linguist shook his head. "Early on, I recognized some clues because I know the outdoors. But water samples, sediment, pollen, that's beyond me. You need experts." "Doesn't he have a favorite spot?" Rainey pressed. "We grew up poor in the Appalachians. Favorite places were wherever we could walk to." "You knew about the cave." "Because I used to explore caves. That's the only local connection." Rainey frowned. "So we focus on the Appalachians." But Mac and Annunzio shook their heads. "His methods might be tied to the past," Annunzio said, "but the locations are. I didn't even know he lived in Georgia." Mac agreed. "Whatever started this, he's evolved. He's sticking to his pattern, each victim farther than the last." Kimberly straightened. "We need Ray's team." Mac moved toward the door. "I'll check on them." But before he could, footsteps echoed down the hall. Ray intercepted him in the middle of the parking lot as he was heading toward Mac's room. "We hit the jackpot," the USC's worker announced, barely containing his excitement. Lloyd's soil analysis revealed traces of 3 distinct tree pollens: bald cypress, tupelo gum, and red maple, plus what's left of a badly mangled log fern. Oh, and the shoes, caked in peat moss. You know what that means. Surprise trip to Disney World. Even better, the dismal swamp. By 4 a.m., the team had split up to cover more ground. Quincy, the seasoned veteran, took charge of coordinating with the FBI while Rainey kept an eye on Nora Ray. Nobody wanted her wandering off unsupervised. Meanwhile, the USC's crew packed their equipment into trucks, prepping for the expedition. Kathy Levine's briefing painted a vivid picture: 600 square miles of relentless humidity, venomous snakes, black bears lurking in the shadows, and bobcats with attitude. Towering trees loomed overhead, while thickets of brambles and tangled vines turned parts of the swamp into a natural fortress. They'd need gallons of water, industrial-strength bug spray, and enough machetes to hack through a jungle. Mac and Kimberly loaded Annunzio into their backseat, trailing Ray's team toward the site. 7 people against a wilderness that had once intimidated George Washington himself. As dawn broke, the mosquitoes descended in clouds. "You good?" Mac asked Kimberly, sliding behind the wheel. "Good as it gets," she muttered. His eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, where Annunzio sat rubbing his temples like a man who'd aged overnight. "Why wasn't your brother arrested after the fire?" Mac pressed. "Probably because nobody could find him." "Did you report what happened?" "Obviously." "Glad to hear it. Wouldn't want you holding back on us." Annunzio's jaw tightened. "I know my job." "Good, because once we find this girl, your brother's next, and we won't stop until he's in cuffs." "He won't go quietly. Prison's not his style." Mac's grip tightened on the wheel. "Then you'd better brace yourself, because neither is letting him walk." Dismal Swamp, Virginia. 6:33 a.m., 96 degrees F and climbing. Her mother's voice cut through the haze like a knife. "I paid for college so you could build a future. Look what you've built instead." Tina groaned. "Shut up and get me water, and tell those fancy waiters to scram." She collapsed onto the ground, fixated on a lone blue butterfly drifting lazily above her. Water, rivers, anything cold. Her skin burned, begging to be torn away layer by layer. Maybe then the fire inside would stop. She studied the angry sores on her arm, the way they pulsed and wept. Tiny white maggots wriggled beneath the surface. Should she pluck them out? Would they crunch like popcorn between her teeth? The butterfly danced higher, taunting her with its freedom. She wanted to follow, up into the cool embrace of a beech tree's shade, or better yet, a frozen Minnesota lake. But all she had was mud, thick and warm, smeared across her cracking lips. Her mother kept screaming, "Look at what you've done." "Sorry," Tina whispered. Then she let her eyes fall shut, dreaming of snowdrifts and open arms, praying it would be over soon. The drive east to the swamp took 2 grueling hours. The entrance, ironically, sat just over the border in North Carolina. Kathy Levine operated on the theory that the killer would stay within Virginia's borders, so she guided their small convoy to a remote trailhead on the western edge of the state. As the 3 vehicles rolled into the gravel-strewn lot, Kathy, the only certified search and rescue specialist among them, took charge. She passed out emergency whistles first, her tone firm. 3 sharp blows means you're in trouble. If you get lost, stay where you are, keep blowing, and we'll track you down. Next came the maps, crisp printouts she'd grabbed online before leaving the motel. "The Dismal Swamp is basically a giant rectangle," she explained, tracing the outline with her finger. "And by giant, I mean ridiculously huge. Just the Virginia side covers over 100,000 acres. 7 people, we're barely a drop in the bucket." Mac studied his copy, squinting at the tangle of lines overlaying the shaded terrain. "What's all this?" he asked, tracing a dashed path. "Those are trails, hiking, biking, whatever," Kathy said. "The thicker lines are old service roads, the skinny ones, canals. Dug by enslaved people centuries ago to float timber out when the water was higher. And now, most are just soggy ditches, too wet to walk, too dry to paddle." Mac's gaze flicked to the roads. "What about these?" "Flat, grassy, easy driving, no 4-wheel drive needed," Kathy replied, catching his drift. "Officially, vehicles aren't allowed, but at night, well, rules get flexible." Nodding, Mac pieced it together. "Our guy's hauling an unconscious woman into the middle of nowhere. He'd want isolation, but not so much that he's lugging her through miles of wilderness. Which means—" They all leaned over the map. The western section was a neat grid of trails, too public for their purposes. Lake Drummond, a dark blot near the center, was crisscrossed with roads and ditches, still too exposed. But beyond it, the eastern stretches sprawled in unbroken gray, broken only by sporadic dirt tracks. That was where the swamp turned feral. "We drive to the lake," Kimberly murmured, "then fan out from there." Mac agreed. He wouldn't dump her near a road too easy to escape, And canals, same problem, she could just follow one out. Kathy's silence was confirmation. He took her deep, Mac concluded. Probably northeast, where the undergrowth is a nightmare, where predators roam, where screams vanish into the trees. A heavy pause settled over them. The morning heat was already oppressive, sweat slicking their skin, the air thick enough to choke on. Sunrise had barely touched the horizon, and the swamp was already a sauna. What kind of hell was their victim enduring after 3 days in this place? Kathy broke the silence, her voice low. Going in there's no joke. Briar patches so thick you'll need a machete. Ground that'll swallow you whole if you step wrong. And wildlife? Bears, bobcats, venomous snakes, cottonmouths, copperheads, canebrake rattlers. This isn't a hike, it's a gauntlet. Added detail. The oppressive humidity made their gear stick to their backs, amplifying every rustle in the underbrush. A distant woodpecker's rapid tapping sounded eerily like footsteps, ratcheting up the tension. Shift in tone, from grim analysis to darkly pragmatic. Rules get flexible at night. The creatures here usually mind their own business, but the moment we step off the marked paths, we're trespassing on their turf, and they don't appreciate uninvited guests. Kimberly's voice wavered as she asked, "Canebrake rattlesnake?" She knew the answer, but needed to hear it out loud. Smaller than its cousins, but that thick, blunt head will make your heart stop. Cottonmouths and copperheads lurk near the water, but the canebrake, it'll be curled up under rocks or buried in leaf litter. And then there are the bugs, mosquitoes, yellow flies, gnats, chiggers, ticks. Most people ignore them until they're drowning in them. That's why this place has a reputation for being downright unwelcoming. Ray grimaced, slapping at the air. The first wave of mosquitoes had already found them, and the rising hum signaled reinforcements. He and Brian rummaged for bug spray, the mood turning grim. If the missing girl was out here, they had no choice but to follow, no matter how much they hated the idea. Kathy cut through the tension. Forget the snakes and bugs. Right now, heat stroke and dehydration are the real threats. Drink at least a liter of water every hour. Filtered is best, but if you're desperate, the swamp water's safe. Looks like dishwater after cleaning a gym bag, but it's surprisingly pure thanks to the tannins from the cypress and gum trees. Sailors used to stock up on it for long voyages. Not that it's exactly pristine now, but with this heat. Mac nodded sharply. Hydrate or die, people, and if we find Tina alive, cooling her down comes first. Drench her, get her circulation moving, and push fluids, salty snacks, or an electrolyte mix. Don't expect gratitude, though. Heatstroke makes people combative. She might scream, seem fine, then swing at you. Don't argue, just get her stable. She can punch you later if she's mad about it. No one had questions. The mosquitoes had arrived in full force, swarming faces, ears, even lips. Swatting did nothing. Bug spray barely fazed them. A final gear check: water, first aid, maps, whistles, and they loaded up. Ray swung open the gate to the road leading to Lake Drummond, and one by one they rolled into the swamp's embrace. "Cheerful spot," Annunzio muttered as a murky canal slithered into view, dark water winding between the trees. Mac and Kimberly stayed silent. The swamp had a way of magnifying everything. Kimberly ducked under another low-hanging branch, weaving through a tangle of cypress knees and monstrous junipers. Some trunks were wider than she could reach, leaves sprawled larger than her torso. In places, the undergrowth was so dense she had to shimmy sideways, backpack scraping bark. Sunlight was a rare glimmer far above, the air thick with the cloying stench of rotting plants. The ground swallowed their footsteps, leaving only the oppressive quiet of the bog pressing in around them under different circumstances. Kimberly might have appreciated the eerie beauty of the swamp. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, illuminating clusters of fiery trumpet vine blossoms scattered across the damp earth. Sapphire-winged butterflies danced in the golden shafts of light, while emerald dragonflies darted between the trees like living jewels. But today, every rustling leaf and snapping twig set her nerves on edge. The swamp wasn't just alive, it was watching. Thick, serpentine vines coiled around ancient trunks, their grip tight enough to strangle. Fallen logs, half-rotted and crawling with insects, crunched underfoot, and the occasional clearing revealed rows of weathered stumps, remnants of long-ago logging that now stood like forgotten tombstones. The air was thick with humidity, pressing against her skin like a damp towel, yet a cold dread slithered down her spine. Mac led the way, compass in hand, though Kimberly suspected even he was just guessing at this point. The swamp dictated their path now, forcing them into winding detours around impassable thickets and sinkholes bubbling with unseen life. Annunzio lagged behind, his labored breaths a steady reminder of their exhaustion. They moved in near silence, pausing only to blast their whistles or call out for Tina Kron, their voices swallowed by the oppressive heat. Every step was a battle against the vines that snagged their clothes, the boulders they had to squeeze past, the relentless yellow flies that swarmed their faces. Kimberly's throat burned with thirst, her legs trembling as she stumbled over roots slick with moss. Time blurred. Had it been hours, days? The swamp had a way of warping reality. Then Mac froze, his hand shooting up. "You hear that?" Kimberly held her breath. For a split second the wind carried something, a voice, a cry. Mac's eyes lit up, his sweat-streaked face alight with urgency. "Which way?" "Right," Kimberly insisted, but Mac shook his head, pointing ahead. "No, it's coming from," he cursed. "The trees are messing with the sound." "Doesn't matter," Kimberly panted. "We have to move." But as they turned to push forward, a chilling realization struck her. She spun around, her pulse hammering. "Mac," she whispered, "where es Annunzio?" Chapter 46. Richmond, Virginia. 11:41 a.m. The digital thermometer blinked. 101 degrees. Quincy clenched his fists, struggling to keep his voice level. "Listen to me, Tina Kron is still alive out there, lost somewhere in the dismal swamp." Special Agent Harkus barely glanced up from his desk. "And I'll say it again, you have no jurisdiction here." "I'm not asking for jurisdiction," Quincy snapped, then forced himself to exhale. The FBI's Richmond office had barely acknowledged his presence, shoving him into a dimly lit alcove instead of an actual meeting room. The disrespect was deliberate, and it burned worse than the fever creeping through him. "I'm asking for resources. A girl's life is on the line." "You contaminated a crime scene," Harkus shot back. "By the time I got there, the USK's team had already trampled through everything." "You could have stopped them. They're scientists, not amateurs." "They're not trained for this," Quincy's voice cracked, raw with frustration. The past day had been a relentless cycle of dead ends and bureaucratic roadblocks. He sucked in another breath. Logic, stay logical. 3 sites confirmed, 3 victims, 1 girl left. 100,000 acres of swamp between her and survival. Call in the damn search teams. Get the press involved. Make this a win. Harkus's scowl deepened, but the fight had drained from his tone. "You're reckless," he muttered. "You've jeopardized this case from the start." "Call the teams," Quincy repeated, softer now. "Unless you'd rather explain to the media why the FBI let the last girl die." A beat of silence, then Harkus reached for his phone with a muttered curse. "You'd better be right about this." Quincy smirked. "Haven't been wrong yet." Outside, the humid Virginia air hit him like a wall. Rainey and Nora Ray waited by the car, tension etched into their postures. His phone buzzed, Kaplan calling from Quantico. "Did you bring Annunzio in?" "Wrong guy," Quincy said. "Try his brother." "Brother?" "According to Annunzio, Big Brother murdered their mother 30 years ago, burned her alive, left a note at her grave, same phrasing as the eco-killer's messages." Kaplan hesitated. "Records show no brother." Quincy's grip tightened on the phone. "Maybe he disowned him. Would you keep in touch after something like that?" Another pause. "Something's off," Kaplan finally said. "Annunzio had brain surgery 2 years ago, tumor removal. His secretary says the headaches came back 6 months ago. You know what that means." Quincy's pulse spiked. The limbic system, damage there can trigger aggression, violence. Enough to turn a quiet man into a killer. Wouldn't be the first time. Rainey shot him a questioning look. He didn't answer. The pieces were falling into place, and none of them led anywhere good. The calculated cruelty of it sent chills down his spine. Yet a brain tumor could explain the sudden psychotic break, opening the door for unimaginable horrors. "Special Agent, pull up records for David Annunzio," he demanded, voice tight. "Focus on Lee County, Virginia, birth and death certificates." Rainey's brow furrowed as she caught on, while Nora Ray stiffened beside her. "Wait, isn't that Dr. Annunzio's name?" Rainey murmured. The realization hit them both like a punch to the gut. Investigations thrived on facts, not assumptions, and assumptions had just led them down a deadly path. Kaplan's voice crackled through the line, tense with urgency. "Records show David Joseph Annunzio died in a house fire on July 14, 1972. 13 years old. His mother perished with him. Survivors listed include Jesus, Franklin George Annunzio, Dr. Frank Annunzio." Quincy's blood ran cold. He didn't have a brother, he was the brother. He murdered his own family and spent decades burying the truth, until his mind finally snapped. "Get him in custody now," Kaplan barked. Quincy's voice dropped to a whisper. "Too late, he's deep in the dismal swamp with my daughter." Memories surged through Annunzio like a storm, each one sharper than the last. His skull throbbed, vision swimming as he stumbled through the swamp's murky depths. But clarity came with the pain. His mother's hollow stare as he doused their shack in lamp oil. His brother's whimpers as he curled into a corner, too broken to flee. No struggle, no defiance. Years of his father's brutality had carved the fight out of them. 30 years ago, he'd been weak. He'd struck the match, then faltered at the final moment, racing outside as the flames swallowed their screams. The wilderness had been no refuge. Hunger gnawed at him, thirst drove him mad until he staggered back into town, a hollow-eyed survivor. The townsfolk called him a miracle, a hero. Too exhausted to correct them, he let the lie take root. He rebuilt himself, studied, served, clawed his way toward redemption. For a while it almost worked. But the fire never left him. It whispered in his dreams, coaxed him toward darkness. He killed, then begged to be caught. He took lives, then left trails for others to undo his work. The truth was ugly. He'd become exactly what his family made him. Love was a lie. Beauty was betrayal. Only the fire never lied. And now, deep in the swamp's embrace, he ran, chased by ghosts, hunting one last sin to make them proud. The forest erupted with movement as startled deer bolted through the undergrowth and foxes scrambled for shelter. A faint rattling sound whispered through the fallen leaves, but he barely noticed. His pounding headache and exhausted body demanded surrender. With numb fingers, he kept striking matches, some fizzling into the murky water, others catching dry foliage, a few finding the perfect bed of smoldering peat. As he passed the pit, he tossed another match down into the darkness. Let it all burn. Beauty, life, even himself, nothing mattered anymore. Mac and Kimberly sprinted through the swamp, their boots splashing through brackish water as unseen figures crashed through the brush around them. The sound seemed to circle them, left, right, everywhere. Kimberly's grip on her Glock tightened, her palms slick with sweat. "To the right," Mac muttered, but the noise shifted again, warped by the dense trees. "It's the woods playing tricks," Kimberly gasped. "We can't lose direction." Then her phone buzzed. She snatched it up, her father's voice cutting through the chaos. "Where's Annunzio?" he demanded. "I don't know," she admitted, her eyes darting between the shifting shadows. "There is no brother, Kimberly. He died in that fire decades ago. Annunzio's sick, psychotic. He's dangerous." Before she could respond, the acrid scent of smoke hit her. "Dad," she whispered, "it's burning." Below, Tina jerked her head up. Her swollen eyes saw nothing, but her ears caught every sound, footsteps, snapping branches, the swamp alive with movement. Rescuers? She tried to call out, but her voice was a hoarse rasp. Desperation clawed at her as she forced herself up, fingers sinking into the mud. Something squirmed against her skin, but she didn't care. She scooped up a handful of wet filth and sucked at it greedily. Moisture, just a little more. "Hello," she croaked, louder this time. Then a chilling whisper from above. Clock ticking, heat kills. Pain seared her hand, sharp, sudden. She slapped at it, smothering the match in the muck. That son of a bitch was trying to smoke her out. Rage surged through her. "Face me, you coward!" she screamed, her voice raw, but her legs gave out and she collapsed back into the mud, panting. The footsteps retreated, leaving her alone again. Above, the smoke thickened. Kimberly blew 3 sharp blasts on her whistle, Mac joining in as they stomped out the scattered flames. But new tendrils of smoke curled up from the left while sputtering embers glowed to the right. The swamp was burning and time was running out. The pair split up, racing through the dense forest as flames licked at the underbrush. Mac ripped off his sweat-drenched shirt, pressing the fabric against a charred tree stump in a futile attempt to smother the fire. "It's Annunzio," he panted. No siblings. Brain tumors made him snap completely. Kimberly stomped wildly at smoking leaf piles, her earlier fear of snakes forgotten as another sound crackled through the trees. She spun toward the noise, weapon drawn, only to see 3 panicked deer bolting past. The entire forest had become a chaotic stampede, squirrels scaling trunks, birds exploding from branches in frantic clouds. Soon the whole ecosystem would be fleeing. "He's destroying everything he claims to love," Kimberly spat, watching a family of raccoons scramble through the undergrowth. "They've got the right idea. We should evacuate too." Yet she was already sprinting toward another column of smoke. "Not yet," she insisted when Mac called after her. With savage kicks, she shattered a burning log, sending embers scattering like fireflies. They worked in grim silence until a ragged shout cut through the crackling air. "Help down here!" Kimberly nearly plunged into the pit before she saw it, a gaping rectangle of darkness masked by ferns. Mac's grip on her backpack yanked her back from the edge. "Maybe check for bottomless holes first next time," he rasped, his soot-streaked face breaking into a grin. She glared. "And missed the chance to keep you on your toes." Crawling to the rim, they peered into the abyss. The pit stretched 20 feet down, its walls matted with ancient vines and crumbling railroad ties, relics of a brutal past Kimberly didn't want to contemplate. "Tina," she shouted. The reply was disturbingly cheerful. "Are you angels? Please say you brought champagne." Mac exchanged a look with Kimberly. Heat delirium. Then movement, a mud-caked figure curled against a boulder barely distinguishable from the filth. "Water," Tina croaked. Her next words hit like a gut punch. "I lost my baby. Don't tell my mom." Kimberly's throat tightened, another life shattered by madness. Mac was already knotting their rope into a makeshift harness. "I'll lower you," he said, though his trembling arms betrayed his exhaustion. The thickening smoke left no room for debate. As Kimberly secured the line, she caught the determined set of his jaw. They both knew this rescue might be their last stand against the inferno closing in. "Hold on, Tina," she called into the darkness. "This might get bumpy." Mac secured the nylon rope around his waist with a makeshift harness, then signaled for Kimberly to descend. She lowered herself carefully, fighting the urge to gag at the putrid smell rising from the pit. The air was thick with decay, and she could almost feel unseen things moving in the filth below. When her boots hit the bottom, she froze. Tina was worse than she'd imagined. The girl's emaciated body was barely more than bones, her skin stretched tight like some grotesque wax figure left too long in the sun. Her matted hair was caked with mud, her eyes swollen shut, and angry, infected wounds covered her arms and legs. Kimberly swore one of them twitched. No wonder Tina couldn't climb out. "Nice to meet you, Tina," Kimberly said, forcing cheer into her voice. "I'm Kimberly Quincy, and I'm getting you out of here." "Water," Tina croaked, her voice barely audible. "Plenty up top." "The lake, where is it?" Kimberly looped the rope under Tina's hips, adjusting it like a makeshift swing. "Special Agent McCormack's going to pull you up. If you can push off the walls with your legs, it'll help." "Water," Tina repeated, her cracked lips trembling. "All you can drink, just hold on a little longer." Tina gave a sluggish nod, her head lolling like she was barely conscious. Kimberly worked fast, securing the rope before shouting up to Mac. His response was sharp, time was running out. The fire was closing in. "Tina," Kimberly said firmly, gripping the girl's shoulders. "If you want that water, you have to move, right now." With a grunt, she lifted Tina just as the rope went taut. For a second, nothing happened. Then, miraculously, Tina's legs twitched. She found tiny footholds in the railroad ties and pushed. Max strained above, hauling her up inch by inch. "Almost there," Kimberly urged, watching as Tina clawed toward the light. And then something shifted. The girl who had seemed moments from collapse suddenly found a reserve of strength. She pushed, she fought, she climbed. Kimberly's chest tightened as Tina disappeared over the edge. The rope dropped back seconds later. "Go," Mac's voice was raw with urgency. Kimberly grabbed the rope, found her footing, and scrambled up just as flames erupted through the trees behind her. Dismal Swamp, Virginia. 2:39 p.m. Temperature 103 degrees F. Quincy slammed the car door, his eyes locked on the smoke staining the sky. One plume, then another, too many to count. He turned to the forestry official barking orders into a radio. "What the hell is going on?" "Fire," the man snapped. "Where's my daughter?" "You got a description, who's she with?" Quincy ignored him, spotting Ray Lee Chi stumbling from a truck. He strode over, Rainey right behind him. "What happened?" Ray wiped soot from his face. "We were heading toward Lake Drummond when we heard distress whistles. 3 sharp blasts, northeast quadrant. Smoke rolled in too fast. Brian and I belayed before we got trapped. The others saw Kathy and Lloyd heading back. No sign of Kimberly, Mac, or the doc." Quincy's jaw clenched. "How do I get to the lake?" Ray just stared at the inferno ahead, then back at Quincy. His silence answer enough. Mac tightened his grip around Tina's legs as she sagged against his back, her breathing shallow and uneven. Kimberly wiped sweat from her stinging eyes, her boots sinking into the damp earth with every step. The wildfire roared behind them, close enough now that the heat licked at their necks like an angry predator. Tina whimpered something about water, but Mac just gritted his teeth and pushed forward. What good were promises when they were all running on empty? Then, like something out of a nightmare, the animals came. A black bear barreled past, close enough that Kimberly could smell its musky fur. Deer crashed through the underbrush, their eyes wild with terror, followed by smaller creatures scrambling for survival. Nature's hierarchy had collapsed, prey and predator alike fleeing the same unstoppable force. Mac's jaw was set, his strides relentless despite the dead weight on his back. Kimberly's lungs burned, her thoughts reduced to a single mantra: move, just keep moving. They barely avoided a tangle of roots, only to skid to a halt at the sight of Annunzio slumped against a tree, his face eerily calm. At his feet, the twisted body of a rattlesnake glistened in the smoky light. "You shouldn't run," he rasped, as if lecturing stubborn children. His fingers twitched near the gun at his side. "I learned that the hard way." His gaze flicked to Tina, limp over Mac's shoulder, and a grotesque smile tugged at his lips. 1 out of 4, better than nothing, right? Kimberly's hands curled into fists. "You're delirious," she snapped. "The venom's rotting your brain." "Or maybe it's the only thing that's ever cleared my head." His chuckle dissolved into a wet cough. "Sit down. The fire's quicker than the snake." Mac shifted, Tina's weight throwing him off balance, but Kimberly stepped forward, slow, deliberate. Annunzio's finger tightened on the trigger. "Frank," she said, testing the name. "Or is it David this time?" His grin was ghastly. "Frank, always Frank," a wheeze. "But here's the joke." The crack of a distant tree splitting cut him off. The fire had reached the canopy. Time was UPAT first. I convinced myself it wasn't me. I told myself it was Davy, my little brother, back from the dead to commit those horrors. Because I was Frank, the one who escaped, the one who swore he'd never become like the rest of them. But deep down, I knew better. Davy had taken one beating too many. Hope had left him long ago. When faced with the choice to run or die, he chose the latter. So yeah, it had to be me, hunting those girls, feeding the fire inside me. After the tumor was gone, clarity hit hard. The things I'd done, the fire had twisted me, pushed me. Now I had to end it. But then the pain returned, and all I saw in my dreams were those bodies in the woods. The smoke thickened, stinging Kimberly's eyes as the heat pressed against her back like a furnace. "Listen," she choked out. "If we tie off above the bite, you could make it. Walk out of this swamp, get the antivenom, then check yourself into the best psych ward money can buy." Annunzio's response was flat. "I don't want to live." "Well, I do." "Why?" "Because living means hope, fighting means hope, and because my family tree is full of stubborn bastards who never knew when to quit." Her grip tightened on the Glock as his attention flickered toward Mac. This was her chance. Coughing against the smoke, she raised the gun, steady. "Drop your weapon, Frank. Let us go, or your precious fire won't be the only thing burning tonight." He just grinned. "Shoot me." "Put it down. Pull the trigger." "Not my job to put you out of your misery," she snapped. "I'm here to save a life, and we're leaving." The smoke was a suffocating curtain now, her vision swimming. Annunzio's voice cut through. "Move and I shoot. The fire's coming. Face it like a man." "You're a coward," she spat. "Always blaming everyone else when the truth is, you hate yourself more than any of them." "I saved lives." "You murdered your family." "They asked me to." "Liar, they begged for help. Ever wonder what Davy could have been? Bet he wouldn't have turned into a monster who hunted girls for fun." "Davy was weak, he needed me." "He needed his family and you destroyed them." Kimberly's voice was raw. "This was never about them, not your brother, not your mom, not even your damn fire. You kill because you like it. Maybe that's why Davy stayed in that house. He already knew the truth, you were always the worst of them." Annunzio's face darkened, his gun hand shaking. The fire roared closer, the stench of burning hair thick in the air. Time was running out. Kimberly counted silently, 1, 2, then a tree exploded in the distance. His head jerked toward the sound. She lunged. Her kick sent his Glock flying. A second blow doubled him over. A third snapped his head sideways. She was ready to finish it when he laughed, ragged and broken. "Take it like a man," he wheezed, mocking some long-dead voice. "Don't you cry, boy. Stand tall. Look me in the eye." His hollow chuckle made her skin crawl, then his gaze locked onto hers. "Kill me," he whispered. "Please make it fast." Kimberly stepped forward, scooped up his gun, and hurled it into the flames. "No more games. If you want to die, do it yourself." She turned toward Mac and Tina. The fire was almost on them now, its heat searing her skin. Kimberly couldn't help but feel Mac's presence beside her, those steady blue eyes watching, that solid frame ready to act. His unshakable confidence in her ability to face Annunzio gave her strength, and now here he was, prepped to get her and Tina Cron to safety. Life had thrown endless decisions at her: fight or flee, hope or despair, cling to the past or seize the present. But as her gaze flicked between Mac and Tina, the path forward became crystal clear. "Let's move," she ordered, and they bolted. Behind them, Annunzio's voice twisted through the air. Was it a scream or a twisted laugh? The fire didn't care. It roared forward, an unstoppable force swallowing everything in its path. Whether by flame or fate, Annunzio had finally found his end. 10 minutes later, they reached the car. Tina collapsed into the backseat while Mac and Kimberly slid into the front. The engine roared to life, tires kicking up dirt as they sped down the open road, swerving around panicked wildlife. The sky above churned with helicopters and firefighting planes, reinforcements arriving too late for some, but not for them. When they screeched to a stop in the crowded parking lot, Mac was out first, shouting for medics. Empt swarmed Tina with water and cooling packs as Quincy and Rainey sprinted toward them. But Mac got to Kimberly first, pulling her into an embrace that made the world feel steady again. She leaned into him, breathing in the scent of smoke and safety. Nearby, Nora Ray emerged from the chaos, moving to Tina's side. "Betsy," Tina whispered, her voice frail. "Vive, Karen." Nora Ray knelt beside her, voice gentle. "They're glad you made it." Tina's eyes fluttered shut as realization hit. I want my mom, she choked out before the tears came. Nora Ray squeezed her hand. You'll get through this. Take it from someone who knows that monster took me 3 years ago. Tina's sobs stilled. Where are they taking me? She asked hoarsely. Nora Ray offered a small smile. No clue, but I'll stick with you if you want. Tina managed a weak nod. Buddy system, she murmured. Nora Ray's grip tightened. Always. Epilogue. Quantico, Virginia. 10:13 a.m. 88 degrees F. Kimberly flew through the forest, dodging branches and hurdling fallen logs like it was second nature. She hit the 15-foot wall at full speed, fingers gripping the rope as she hauled herself up, muscles burning. At the top, she barely paused to take in the sprawling Virginia woods before flipping down the other side. Tires lined the path, bing, 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 her boots smashing through each one. Then came the crawl through the narrow pipe, elbows scraping metal, before she burst out into the final stretch. Sunlight warmed her face as she crossed the finish line, only for Mac to shake his head with a smirk. Sweetheart, that time, I've seen sloths move faster. She didn't hesitate. With a grin, she lunged, using a takedown move fresh from combat training. Mac hit the ground with a grunt and she straddled him, still panting, her FBI Academy shirt clinging with sweat. Where's the knife? He teased, eyes glinting. She rolled her eyes. In your dreams. He sighed dramatically. Pretty please? You want me to keep going with the insults? I can definitely up my game, he teased, his fingers gliding along her exposed skin, tracing slow paths from her ankles to the edge of her shorts. Bull, there's no way you shaved 2 full seconds off that course, Kimberly shot back, rolling her eyes. Okay, maybe I rounded up, he admitted with a grin, but I'm still faster than you. Only because guys have that stupid upper body advantage, she muttered, shoving at his shoulder. Makes scaling walls way too easy for you. Life's brutal like that, he agreed, then flipped their positions with a sudden twist, pinning her to the dirt. Trapped, Kimberly didn't waste time. She yanked him down and kissed him hard. When they finally broke apart, he was breathless. Missed me? He managed. Not really, she lied, brushing leaves from her hair as distant voices echoed through the trees. More students were heading their way, taking advantage of the sunny weekend to train. Mac groaned but hauled himself up, while Kimberly sprang to her feet, dusting off her clothes. The approaching group was nearly at the wall, so they ducked into the dense cover of the nearby woods. So, Mac said as they wandered deeper into the shaded grove, how's it really going? She hesitated, hating how just looking at him made her chest tighten. Life hadn't gotten any simpler, and between her responsibilities and the whispers at the academy, she was stretched thin. Some of the cadets aren't thrilled I'm back, she admitted. After the media frenzy over their rescue of Tina Cron, she'd been allowed to return with her own room, no less. But not everyone was welcoming. Let me guess, Mac said, tilting her chin up. They either want to test you or pretend you don't exist. Bingo, and someone actually short-sheeted my bed. Real mature. His eyebrows shot up. Please tell me you retaliated. Still deciding my revenge, she mused, resuming their walk. But I'll make it through, Mac, 5 more weeks, and if some people can't stand me, fine, I've got allies and I'm damn good at this job. Give me time and I'll be even better. Who knows? Maybe I'll even start following orders. Imagine the shockwaves. You'd be the FBI's secret weapon, he deadpanned. Exactly, she smirked, then narrowed her eyes. Now why are you really here? Don't give me the I missed you routine, you've been swamped. He exhaled, rubbing his temple. They found Annunzio's body. Good, the swamp fire had taken weeks to fully extinguish, with crews battling flare-ups in the smoldering peat. Volunteers had combed the area, but as time passed, the lack of a body had unsettled everyone, especially her. Turns out he tried to run, Mac said. Made it almost a mile before the venom took him down. What finally took him down? Was it the venom in his veins, the suffocating smoke, or the searing flames? Kimberly asked, her voice tight. They already did the autopsy, Mac replied. Finished it yesterday, and guess what? No tumor, not a trace. She froze for a second, then let out a bitter laugh, raking her fingers through her hair. Of course. Classic Annunzio, blaming everyone and everything except himself. His mom, his brother, even a medical condition he didn't have. Pathetic, right? Mac shrugged. For what it's worth, he did have a tumor once. Doctors removed it 2 years back. And yeah, some studies suggest brain masses can mess with impulse control. Remember that Texas sniper, Charles Whitman? Killed his family, then climbed a clock tower and gunned down 18 people. Left a note demanding an autopsy. Turned out he had a tiny tumor pressing on his hypothalamus. Some experts say it played a role, others call it a coincidence. Maybe Annunzio latched onto that story when he got his own diagnosis. But this time, no tumor, just another excuse. Kimberly's expression hardened. You had him pegged from the start. Why'd the eco-killer target those women? Because he wanted to. Sometimes evil's just that simple. Mac exhaled. Thing is, he did show flashes of guilt, leaving clues to find the second victim, calling in anonymous tips to drag us into his game, playing FBI agent to help the investigation. When he analyzed those letters, he described the killer as someone who wanted to be stopped. Maybe that was his twisted way of confessing. Kimberly scoffed. Or maybe he just wanted more victims. This guy hated his father but slaughtered his mother and brother. He hunted young women but also rigged traps for rescue teams. Those phone calls weren't cries for help, they were moves in his sick game. Collateral damage meant nothing to him. If he'd had the chance, we'd be rotting in that swamp too. Can't argue with that. Good riddance. Honestly, not losing sleep over it. She shifted gears. Any luck finding the girls' cars? Max smirked. Actually, yeah. One turned up in Talula Gorge, hidden under netting and spray-painted leaves. We're checking other sites now. Oh, and we found his hideout, a rundown shack deep in the woods, stocked with enough supplies to keep his killing spree going for years. Water, drugs, a tranq gun. The works. Kimberly's jaw clenched. Makes me even happier he's dead. What about Tina? Back in Minnesota with her mom. Tough break, she was pregnant before the abduction, lost the baby. Nora Ray says she's wrecked, but her mom's holding her together, planning to heal at home all summer. After losing her friends like that, no clue how you bounce back. Though her and Nora Ray, seems they've bonded through the hell of it all. Note, added details about Tina's pregnancy loss and deepened Kimberly's sarcastic tone mid-conversation. Adjusted phrasing and structure throughout while preserving key plot points. Nora Ray mentioned she might visit in a few weeks, drawn by Minnesota's milder summer weather. The idea of cooler days appealed to her. Now, what about you? How are your dad and Rainey holding up? They're out in Oregon, supposedly taking it easy, long walks on the beach, a round of golf here and there, until my graduation in 5 weeks. But let's be real, my dad won't last 2 days before he's elbow-deep in some local murder case. The Oregon police won't know what hit them. Max smirked. Dead bodies just follow him around, huh? Pretty much, she admitted. His fingers trailed lightly along her cheek before settling at her waist. And you, what's next for you in 5 weeks? Kimberly sighed, her hands resting on the solid warmth of his arms. I'm still the newbie. They send me where they need me, not much say in the matter. Can you at least put in a request? I did, mentioned Atlanta might be nice. No particular reason. No reason? His hand slid higher, thumbs brushing teasingly. None at all. She laughed, suddenly self-conscious. Okay, maybe one small reason, but I won't know for sure until, well, actually, I already found out. Atlanta's a big office, and they needed fresh agents. Guess I'll be picking up a southern accent and drinking sweet tea by the gallon. Mac's grip tightened, his grin widening. You're meeting my family, no arguments. Relief washed over her. She hadn't been sure how he'd react. Between their hectic schedules, things could have gone either way. But he was beaming, his blue eyes alight. He kissed her again, playful and eager. This is going to be amazing. I'm bringing my knife, she warned half-heartedly. My sister will lose her mind. I'm not rushing you. We've both got a lot going on. Just kiss me again, she murmured. Kimberly, he whispered, his voice rough with emotion, you're incredible. I love you. Words failed her. She squeezed his hand, whispered it back, then lost herself in another kiss. Together they wandered through the trees, the breeze rustling leaves above them, sunlight dappling the path ahead. Prologue. Who do you love? It should be the easiest question in the world. The answer shapes your life, steers your choices, lingers in every quiet moment. Simple, profound. Who do you love? The weight of my duty belt pressed against my hips, the stiff fabric of my vest tight across my chest. My fingers hovered near my holstered Sig Sauer, then drifted lower, finding the Velcro straps of my belt. One by one, I unfastened them. The buckle clicked open. Don't do this, I pleaded, a last desperate attempt. His smile was cold, too late for that. Where's Sophie? What did you do? Belt on the table now. No. Gun on the table now. I planted my feet, belt dangling from my fist. 4 years on the force. Training. Instinct. I could reach for my weapon, draw, fire, but the angle was wrong. He was watching, waiting. One false move and it was over. Who do you love? That was the heart of it. Who mattered enough to risk everything? Gun, he roared. The sharp command snapped me back to reality. My mind flashed to my little girl, her soft hair, the way her tiny arms clung to me, the sweet whisper of "Love you, Mommy," every night as I kissed her goodnight. I'd always murmur back, "Love you more, sweetheart." But now my husband's hand inched toward my duty belt, fingers brushing the holstered gun. One final moment hung between us, thick with tension, our eyes locked. Who did I love most? The answer came instantly. I placed my trooper's belt on the kitchen counter. Then everything shattered as he snatched my Sig Sauer and bullets tore through the air. Sergeant Detective D.D. Warren knew crime scenes like the back of her hand. After 12 years with Boston PD, she didn't just process evidence, she absorbed it. The way a .22 round punched through drywall, the hushed gossip of neighbors through thin apartment walls, the metallic tang of gunpowder lingering like bad cologne. She could clock a victim's position down to the angle of their fall and time death by the deepening scent of blood, fresh at first, then turning rich and coppery. But today was for sweatpants, stolen flannel, and counting the agonizing seconds as Alex bundled up for work. 13, 14, he fumbled with his scarf. 15. Gloves on. Outside, March refused to thaw, the thermometer barely scratching 20 with more snow on the way. Alex taught forensic techniques at the academy, his schedule packed. Tomorrow was their rare shared day off, maybe ice skating at the Commons or that museum she kept meaning to visit. Her fingers tightened around the coffee mug. No, maybe just the couch and a movie marathon, no popcorn. Her stomach still hadn't forgiven last time, 1920. Finally, he leaned in for a forehead kiss. Try not to pine away without me, he teased. She forced a grin. Oh, I'll doodle your name in my notebook like a lovesick teenager. His laugh followed him out the door. 6 months in, they'd settled into an easy rhythm. Her drawer here, his sliver of closet space in her apartment. No labels, no pressure. Just stolen nights between her homicide cases and his cooking, third-generation Italian, so obviously amazing. Some days they crashed together, others they survived apart. But as the door clicked shut, DD exhaled, the mug shaking in her hands. She started counting down again. 2019-18. Funny how the quiet could feel so loud. They were both strong-willed individuals, well past the starry-eyed phase of young love. DD had recently turned 40, while Alex had celebrated that milestone a while ago. They weren't kids anymore, obsessing over every little glance or touch. Alex had a failed marriage behind him, and DD had long since accepted that her career came first, even if people called her workaholic tendencies unhealthy. Whatever, it had served her just fine so far. The front door swung open, letting in a gust of icy wind that slapped DD in the face. She tightened her grip on her coffee mug as Alex stepped outside. "Love you," he called over his shoulder. "Love you too," she muttered, but the moment the door clicked shut, she bolted for the bathroom. 10 minutes later, she was still sprawled on the floor, staring at the hideous retro tiles, tiny squares of beige, brown, and that awful golden shade that screamed 1970s. Counting them was the only thing keeping her from throwing up again. Her phone buzzed beside her. She almost ignored it until she saw the name, Bobby Dodge, her ex and now a married state detective. "What?" she snapped because pleasantries were wasted on him. "I'm not on rotation," she said automatically. "Jim Dunwell's handling new cases, go bother him." Then it hit her Bobby wouldn't call about a case unless it was bad, really bad. He kept talking like she hadn't spoken at all. "It's a mess, but it's our mess. Get here now, and for God's sake, come in through the back. The press is already swarming." Dee Dee scowled. "It's my day off, Bobby. Whatever this is, make it fast." "Not anymore. Boston PD needs a woman on this, and the state wants someone with a badge who knows the ropes. Guess who fits both?" A sharp beep from the bedroom, her pager. Damn it. She forced herself up, legs shaky, stomach rolling. One step at a time, she made it to the bedroom, already swapping sweats for her work clothes. "What am I walking into?" "Snow everywhere," Bobby muttered. "Cops trampled the scene before we knew a kid was missing." Dee Dee yanked off Alex's flannel, shoving her arms into a crisp white shirt. "Who's dead?" "42-year-old male." "And the missing kid?" "6-year-old girl." A heavy silence, then Bobby's voice turned grim. "Just get here, this one's on us." The line went dead. Dee Dee tossed the phone aside, buttoning her shirt with quick, practiced motions. Homicide, missing child. State and city jurisdiction tangled together. Then it clicked, why Bobby was involved, why she was being called in. This wasn't just another case. This was personal. Dee Dee wasn't just annoyed, she was downright furious. The nausea had vanished, replaced by a burning determination as she snatched up her pager, credentials, and heavy coat. Bobby's words echoed in her mind like a battle cry, fueling her resolve to crash her own crime scene with a vengeance. "Who do you love?" I first crossed paths with Brian at Shane's 4th of July barbecue, the kind of gathering I usually dodged, but lately I'd begun to rethink my stance. Not for me, but for Sophie. The backyard was packed with about 30 people, mostly state troopers and their families. Shane had even scored a rare appearance from the lieutenant colonel, though the real crowd was the cluster of uniformed officers by the grill, razzing Shane as he flipped burgers. Nearby, wives clinked margarita glasses while keeping an eye on their kids. Inside, the faint hum of a baseball game mixed with laughter as guests nibbled on pasta salad. Under the shade of an ancient oak, I stood stiffly in the sundress Sophie had begged me to wear, my gold sandals feeling absurdly out of place. My posture gave me away, feet planted, arms tense. Old habits die hard. I clutched a beer I had no intention of drinking, torn between joining the wives I didn't know or the guys I worked with, neither option ideal. The wives would side-eye me and the husbands. Well, that never ended well. Sophie, though, was in her element. A dozen yards away, she tumbled down a grassy slope with a pack of kids, her pink dress smeared with grass stains and cookie crumbs. At the bottom, she grabbed a little girl's hand and they charged back up, giggling. My kid had a gift, making friends like it was nothing. She got her looks from me, but her fearless charm, that was all her. As she flopped onto the grass for another roll, her laughter ringing under the summer sky, she spotted me and yelled, "Love you, Mommy," before scrambling back up. Watching her, I ached with the weight of everything I knew, everything I wished I didn't. Then a voice cut through my thoughts. A man late 30s, built like a linebacker, detached from the crowd and walked over. Buzz-cut blonde hair, shoulders that strained his shirt, probably another cop but unfamiliar. He extended a hand. "Brian Darby," he said, nodding toward the house. "Live down the street, you." "Tessa Leoni," I replied, bracing for the usual jokes about female officers. But Brian just took a swig of his Bud Light, his other hand tucked casually in his shorts pocket. No dumb remarks, just a quiet, assessing look. For once, it was refreshing. The guy had on a crisp navy button-down with some fancy stitching on the breast pocket, though I couldn't quite decipher the design from where I stood. Gotta come clean about something, he admitted, and I stiffened instinctively. Shane clued me in on who you are, but hey, I asked him first, figured it was smart to do my homework when I spotted a woman standing solo. I arched a brow, and what exactly did Shane tell you? That I'd need a miracle to stand a chance with you. Obviously, I couldn't resist the challenge. I snorted. Shane talks out of his ass 90% of the time. Also, you're neglecting your beer. Glancing at the bottle in my hand like it had materialized there, I shrugged. Brian just grinned. Observational skills, part 2. You've been holding that drink all night without taking a sip. Want me to grab you a margarita instead? Though, he added, eyeing the rowdy group of wives now howling over their fourth pitcher, I might need backup. Don't bother, I said, rolling my shoulders to ease the tension. I'm not much of a drinker. On duty. Not tonight. Look, I'm no cop, but after 5 years of Shane's war stories, I've picked up a thing or two. Pretty sure your job involves more than speed traps and paperwork. Right, Shane? Brian's voice carried across the patio, and from the grill, Shane answered with a middle finger. Shane's a drama queen, I called back, earning another obscene gesture and laughter from the guys. So how long have you been partners? Brian asked. About a year, still the newbie. No kidding, what made you join the force? I shifted, the usual discomfort settling in. Seemed like a solid life choice at the time. Me, I'm a merchant marine, he offered. Work on oil tankers, 2 months on, 2 months off. Plays havoc with dating, but the job's never dull. Wait, like fighting off pirates. He chuckled, not unless seagulls count. We stick to the Puget Sound, Alaska route. I'm an engineer, wires engines, keeping the whole thing from sinking. Guns terrify me. Join the club, I said dryly. Bit ironic for a cop, no. Not if you think about it. My gaze flicked to Sophie, now giggling as she darted between lawn chairs. Brian followed my line of sight. Shane mentioned you've got a 3-year-old. Damn, she's your mini-me. No chance of mixing her up at daycare. He told you I had a kid, and you still tried your luck. Kids are awesome. I don't have any, but I'm not allergic to them. Dad in the picture? He asked, casual as if inquiring about the weather. Nope. He didn't smirk, just nodded thoughtfully. That's gotta be rough, cop schedule plus solo parenting. We manage. Didn't doubt it, lost my dad young, left mom with 5 of us. She made it work, still don't know how. What happened to him? Massive coronary, and Sophie's dad. He nodded toward her as she squealed, dodging a playmate. Upgraded, apparently. Men are idiots, he muttered with such earnest disgust I actually laughed. He turned pink. Forgot to mention 4 sisters, you pick up opinions. Also, my mom's a saint for surviving all that estrogen without drowning in gin. Herbal tea was her vice, you into that? Coffee, I admitted. Now we're talking, he held my gaze. So Tessa, how about I buy you a cup sometime? Your turf or mine, just say the word. I took another long look at Brian Darby, his warm brown eyes and easy smile drew me in, those broad shoulders making him look effortlessly strong. Okay, I found myself saying before I could overthink it. I'd like that. Love at first sight, please. I'm not some naive romantic, I analyze everything to death. But Brian had a way of slipping past my defenses. Coffee turned into afternoon hikes after my graveyard shift, then Red Sox games on my nights off. Before I knew it, he was sprawled on a picnic blanket, breathless from playing horsey with Sophie, who'd instantly claimed him as her personal jungle gym. That kid, within minutes, she was shrieking with delight, fists tangled in his hair as he fake galloped across the grass. And when she presented him with a fistful of crushed dandelions, the way his face lit up, you'd think she'd handed him diamonds. Weekends at his place became our routine. His backyard was a paradise compared to my shoebox apartment. Sophie raced around with Duke, his graying German shepherd, while Brian grilled burgers and I pretended not to burn the salad. He even installed a kiddie pool and a swing, like he was building a life around us. When my fridge was empty, he stocked it. When a bad shift left me hollow-eyed, he distracted Sophie with story time so I could stare at the wall and piece myself back together. Then came the night I cracked, laughing through tears as he recounted his sister's prank, waking up to a face full of glittery makeup, then biking halfway across town before realizing why strangers were staring. His arms tightened around me, and for once, I didn't have to be the strong one. But summer faded and with it our borrowed time. 8 weeks, he promised, pressing his house key into my hand. Paint Sophie's room pink, hang princess ducks in the shower, make it yours. I kissed his cheek and gave it back. We'd survive, we always did. Sophie, though, she sobbed like he'd vanished forever. Without him, the days blurred into an exhausting cycle. Up at 1 p.m., daycare pickup, bedtime battles, then patrols until dawn. Rationing groceries, juggling shifts, swallowing exhaustion, same as always. I'd done harder, surviving the academy's brutal 25 weeks, leaving Sophie every Monday with Mrs. Ennis while my heart shattered. I'd gritted my teeth through it all because giving up wasn't an option. Not for her. Never for her. But damn if the house didn't feel quieter without Brian's laugh echoing down the hall. The days stretched on, as I found myself refreshing my inbox more frequently, hoping for one of Brian's sporadic emails. Sometimes just a quick update. Other times a goofy snapshot of a moose wandering down an Alaskan street like it owned the place. By the 6th week, I noticed a pattern. My mood lifted whenever his name popped up in my inbox, and on the silent days, an uneasy tension settled over both me and Sophie. Every evening we'd crowd around the laptop, 2 hopeful hearts waiting for word from the man we missed. Then finally the call came. His ship had pulled into Ferndale, Washington. His discharge papers were processed, and he'd be on the red-eye to Boston in 2 days. Dinner plans? Absolutely. Sophie immediately dug out her favorite navy blue dress, twirling in front of the mirror. I opted for the orange sundress I'd worn to the 4th of July barbecue, throwing on a light sweater to ward off the November bite. Sophie, perched by the window like a tiny sentinel, spotted him first. A shriek of joy erupted from her as she bolted down the apartment stairs so fast I feared she'd trip. Brian barely had time to brace before she launched herself into his arms. He spun her in dizzying circles, her laughter ringing through the crisp evening air. I took my time, smoothing my hair, adjusting my sweater, savoring the moment before stepping outside. The apartment door clicked shut behind me, and there he was, standing at the end of the walkway, Sophie still clinging to him. Our eyes locked, and for a heartbeat, neither of us moved. No words, no touch, just the weight of everything unsaid hanging between us. Later, after dinner, after he drove us back to his place, after I tucked Sophie into the guest room, I crossed the hallway to his bedroom. He met me there, his hands slow as they slipped the sweater from my shoulders, the sundress pooling at my feet. My palms pressed against his chest, the warmth of his skin familiar yet electric. I traced the line of his throat with my lips, tasting salt and home. 8 weeks was too damn long, he growled, his voice rough. I need you here, Tessa, every damn day. His hands found my waist, pulling me closer. Then, against my skin, the words came soft but sure. Marry me. His fingers tightened. I mean it. You, Sophie, me, and Duke, of course. We should be a family. I didn't answer with words. Instead, I let my body speak, pressing against him until there was no space left between us. The bed swallowed us as I pulled him down, my legs locking around him. When he finally slid inside me, the world narrowed to just this. His breath, his touch, the way his eyes held mine as pleasure crested between us. Marry me, he whispered again, his voice breaking. This time I answered, yes.